Welcome back to the new stream, guys. Thanks for joining us. We thought we'd start by doing a little recap of what you missed overnight. But first of all, a couple introductions. I'm Hillary Yang. I'm one of your co-hosts for the Graveyard Shift. We've been here all night, and I'm joined by...
I'm Claire Farrow, and we've been having a great time. Many energy drinks have gone down, so...
Yeah, we're very well caffeinated. I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to go to bed after this.
Yeah, no, that's not going to be happening.
But it has been really fun to cheer in our top 10 runners as they're coming in. And we'll just sort of give you guys a little rundown on where things are at. But I think the first thing to sort of mention, the burning question seems to be Max Jolliffe, we've got a lot of fans of Max's in the chat right now. His tracker is a bit confusing because it does look like he's close to the finish line. But in fact, Max left the course at mile 237 at the aid station at Wildcat right before the Mount Elden climb. And he was there for about 4 hours before he left. And he's currently, it looks like, getting checked out at the hospital for some health concerns there. That's as much as we know. We don't know whether he plans on coming back to the course and continuing the race. There's some rules around that as far as whether he receives medical aid or not, as far as whether he could continue. But if he was to continue, he would have to go back to mile 237 and continue from there. So that's the Max update. Do you want to give us a rundown on who's finished so far, Claire?
Yeah, so overnight we had DJ finish, and he had just an absolutely killer push at the end. He was very locked in. Pretty soon after him, we had Cody finish, 23 years old, huge future in the sport. He was rocking probably the most incredible hat I've seen all day. Nice fur trapper hat.
Absolutely incredible.
It was a vibe for sure. And then right before we swapped streams, we had Mike McKnight finish. So that was pretty exciting to see. So now we're just waiting on. We're watching Lindsay Dwyer and Jeff Garmeyer kind of battle it out. It looks like the tracker just updated for me, and they are both at mile 240.
Oh,
so
hey.
She caught up with him, it looks like.
Wow, she made up some time.
Yeah, so that's going to be pretty exciting to watch over the next couple of hours as they go up and down Elden together.
Yeah, that is very exciting. It's been really fun to follow that. Lindsay will be our second place female finisher, so we are anxiously awaiting her. And we will, that's Lindsay Dwyer. So she will be our second place female finisher when she comes in just a little bit. And duking it out with Jeff Garmeyer right now for that top 10 spot. And really, really fun to see her right in the mix. Shout out to David Cowles in the chat for the donation and the support. And just great to see all of you guys waking up with us and for all the cheers. We've been here all night, so we are about to turn things over to our next set of co-hosts here, but we've so appreciated all of you guys and really enjoyed the overnight shift. Got a little crazy in here, got a little loopy in here.
We had some fun.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's been great to be with you. We are going to showcase the latest in the Cocodona Chronicles, and from there we will head over to our new host for the day, and they'll keep you updated with what's happening. We are also very excited about some beautiful sunrise footage coming, courtesy of the John G Skycam. So stay tuned for that. We got the Chronicles coming up. It's about 7 minutes, and then we will be back with our commentary. So thank you guys for being here. It is an absolute pleasure. Claire, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I had so much fun. This is a delight.
This was great. We only met yesterday, and now we're best friends because we spent all night together.
We spent 6 hours together.
But thank you guys for cheering in all the runners and being part of the story of Cocodona. It's truly inspiring to see these runners coming in and crushing this race. So
it's pretty awesome.
We're here till the very last runners finish on Saturday, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you soon.
Was the night? I think it was pretty good. Yeah, this last climb was pretty memorable. All good. It's good to be out here. So to get that finish. I call it a fraud check. So like you can act like you're tough and say all the right stuff, but these are how you find out if you're actually tough or you just say you are. So find out if I'm a fraud. So far it's 50-50, but we're getting closer. Feel pretty gracious that I'm here, and we're 167 miles in. See where we end up.
Out. Doing good. She's moving strong. Yeah, it's a good change of scenery. Yeah, it was mostly dry last night. Got pretty soaked up coming down from Mingus. But yeah, turned it around. Had a really nice night with good temps. Got to enjoy some of the trails that weren't complete rivers. Enjoy some cactuses. It's good. And flowers. Yeah, and flowers. Spent some time throwing up. Day one for some reason. Came back from that and have been eating all the pancakes in the world. It's good. Highlight has definitely been the amazing crew that I have here. It's been so fun to hang out with them, spend time on trail with them, and yeah, like bring everyone together. It's been really special. Surprises have been just like ways that pieces have come together in my crew, the team that we've put together, in the way that my body's shown up. It's been great. And definitely grateful for the opportunity to be here. See ya, thanks.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks for being
Feeling good. Took a little nap at in Sedona, so feeling a lot better right now. Started off pretty good and some low points in the middle, but looking forward to getting up top on the Coconut Plateau here and finishing up from Pittsburgh.
Still seem like a good idea?
Not right now, no, but I'm sure in I don't know, maybe 24, 30 hours I'll be glad I did it. I mean, my family's out here crewing me. My wife and 3 kids, and then a couple buddies pacing me.
What do you want to say to them?
Keep striving to do big things, do hard things, do things that seem impossible. Put hard work in and accomplish big things. I don't think they understand the magnitude of what this is, but they will. Kids do what their parents do, so you do big things I guess your kids would normally follow in your footsteps. I'd like to think, at least.
First day was rough. After that, it was all good. Usually the first one's a rough day. After that, you kind of get in the groove. I was on the wait list for this, and they hit me up. I was like number 400, 300, something like that. And I said, why not? And life's really easy for us now, and It's always nice to have a challenge. That's the best part about life is with resistance, it makes better people. It makes us all appreciate each other more. That's why we love doing this. Yeah, take care. Have a good one.
How have you been, Jenny?
Doing all right. Feeling all right.
How's the race been?
Pretty tough. Tough for sure. Just trying to stay focused on my race at this point. A little disappointed from last year's race. By mile 100, I had bilateral tibial stress fractures and finished the race. It was a bittersweet finish. Plenty of race left. So we'll see, but hopefully I can keep moving. Thank you.
Poolside disco. It's like a Spotify playlist, nice and mellow. Yeah, it's a good Wednesday to be alive. After I saw you yesterday, it got relentless.
How was the night?
It was a good solid low, but you gotta have those. And I think now our team, like, we're dialed. You know how to handle extreme lows in a rebound. Kind of know what, you know, to expect. Still a lot of race left. Just gotta be patient.
How's she been?
Strong, fierce, crushing it.
I think it's gonna change in an instant in this race, and I know that I'm not out of the woods yet. In fact, I'm going towards them. Flagstaff, baby. See ya.
Enjoy the ride.
Thank you. We will.
Get out of your head.
Unbelievable. Just so memorable, and I get to share it with my closest friends, and yeah, it's been incredible. Adventurous. We almost died.
One word for yesterday.
It was pretty crazy coming down to Rome last night. Today is beautiful.
Gorgeous.
And I think maybe the rain made us appreciate how pretty it is today. Yeah, the whole race, so cool. You get to go see parts of Arizona you would never get to see. The run up to Crown King, you feel so small in the Bradshaws. The little towns in Arizona, they have so much character. And Sedona is just unreal. So I can't wait to see Elden and Flagstaff. We're from Spokane, Washington. Nobody was ready for that level of wet. The aid stations are so helpful. Having friends with you to crew is so nice.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Incredible.
Yeah.
See ya.
Welcome back. Good morning, everybody. This is the 2025 Cocodona 250 coverage brought to you by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running. I am Corinne Shalvoy, and I am joined by good friend Rory Moynihan, aka
I said Mernon.
aka Trail Gangsters. Did I say that right, or do you say that AZ? Trail.
Oh, you say the AZ Trail Gangsters. Yeah.
Trail Gangsters. Yeah.
Little Runner Boy.
Little Runner
Fastest
Boy.
Rapper alive.
Fastest rapper alive.
Still hanging on to that, even though I'm coming back post surgery. So.
Yeah. Good to be here with you, Rory. We are
I'm stoked.
We're doing this early shift, so we're gonna have some fun in here. Might be some bars that get dropped at some point in time. We'll see. But
Ooh, yeah.
We hope to keep you all entertained, and thank you so much for joining us. It's awesome. We are on day four at Cocodona, man, and we've welcomed a handful of runners in, but all things considered, there's still a lot to come, and we're gonna follow every single finisher through that finish line, give them their moment, celebrate them as they make their way into downtown Flagstaff Heritage Square.
Yeah, I think this has become my favorite week of the year, and a lot of people. It's amazing as a Flagstaff local, I can say how much this has really grown and blown up. You can just tell little things. Like we were at the square last night, and just popping into a local business and the person at the business like knowing about the race. Whereas a few years ago, be like, yeah, someone's about to finish this race. They're like, what race? Like, what? There's a race going on?
No, that's a testament for sure. Like when you show up at the airport and people know that they're why are you here? And you're like, I'm here for Cocodona for a race, and they're like, oh, Cocodona. So yeah, it's definitely grown, and we've seen also an international field this year, and a lot of folks in the chat from all parts of the world, which is really amazing to see. We will do a little bit of a recap here in a minute of what we have had in terms of finishers. Quick shout out as we look at Foxborough Ranch. Foxborough Ranch is mile 177 of this course.
Correct.
And quick shout out there to all those volunteers working hard, dedicating their time and efforts, and just taking care of runners. It's so important, and this race has some of the best volunteers, aid stations that you can find out there. So we are super grateful and thankful to all the volunteers that are making this race possible for so many people.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to point out now, as the other races are beginning, we're kind of shifting our sights and following these 125-mile runners, the Sedona Canyon's 125-mile. So when I'm seeing that, because I'm a coach, I'm tracking one of my athletes, Angie Kemp.
All right, go Angie.
Yeah, earlier this morning while I was trying to catch a few winks before coming in here, that's kind of an interesting spot, because what's happening there, in this case, the 125-mile runners are actually getting in a vehicle.
Yeah.
And they're skipping from Foxborough to Crystal Trailhead.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Which is really unique. So if you look at the Sedona route map, they're actually getting there, and then there's this kind of straight line, kind of like if you've ever done this, like with your Strava.
Yeah.
When you,
you
don't
get
stop and then you leave and drive somewhere.
Yeah.
This line just kind of juts across a little bit northeast, and you get in a car and can actually pick up, maybe a 10-minute nap. It's a short drive. I think they drive you a couple miles.
Oh, you can nap during your...
A strategic nap.
Uh-huh.
So I told my athlete that would be a good time to, change your shoes while you're in the vehicle. Shoe swap. A lot of people are experiencing those foot issues now just from the wet conditions, and kind of an interesting strategy there. I'd say it's almost equivalent to, in some of the Air Viper races, we have the Damn Good Run where you hop in a boat, to
get taken across the water. Yeah, that's awesome.
More famous example, Western States, of course. But
that's also in a boat. I don't know of any other races where you get in a car or a vehicle and get to take a little break there. That's
and
super.
You're not DQ'd for cheating.
And you're not DQ'd. Well, shout out to all the Sedona Canyons 125 runners out there also making it happen. We saw the Mingus Traverse already happen. And Jamil Curry jumped into that. It was the inaugural year of that distance, about a 79-mile long race. And it showcases some of the most beautiful parts of the Cocodona course. So that was a first year. They keep adding exciting things to take part in every year. And I think we were also kind of joking yesterday that at some point in time, somebody's going to run the 250, and then they are going to also run the Flagstaff Crest 39, and it's going to be, or 40 mile, and that's going to be like the new double or something. So that is going to be starting tomorrow morning.
Exactly.
40-mile race.
I love how they've added these things, and I can see the race continuing to evolve. Obviously, they tweaked the name due to the route. I thought it was kind of interesting with the addition of the Mingus race. Of course, if you saw Jamil, he looked totally fresh at Heritage Square. Did you see him?
No, I didn't see him finishing.
I didn't see him finish, but just taking care of race duties and looking fresh as ever.
No doubt. I think it's guaranteed that he dropped some stuff into our group chat while he was running. I mean, I paced him at Javelina one year, and he was absolutely working while running that race. So but he also brought some live footage to show runners and show his audience and the Aravaipa audience kind of what that course looks like, and firsthand account of it, which is very Jamil, very something he does. So he was working, running, getting a good training run in for his Western Hard Rock double coming up, and I think it's a smart move that he was originally signed up for the Cocodona 250, decided not to do that. I think that's a very, very smart move on Jamil's part. So
yeah, he's done a lot this year already.
He has.
Chipotle segment would take me out for the year.
Yeah, if anyone is unaware, I'm sure most people are not, but there was a Chipotle challenge. It's about a quarter-mile paved section of sidewalk down in Flagstaff or in Phoenix area. And how many times could you run that segment in the month of January? And it just really motivated Jamil. He was all about it. He and another Cocodona 250 runner, Kevin Russ, who is still out there, they battled, turned into a media frenzy. They started documenting it, and on the last day, which actually I believe was Jamil's 40th birthday, it concluded. They uploaded, and we found out that Jamil had won that. He won a free year worth of Chipotle. So 52 Chipotle meals. And more than anything, it just kind of became, kind of something that people got super into and were excited to follow along with. And so goes to show you don't have to go through all of the beautiful landscapes of Arizona to make running something that people get excited about.
Many ways to log those miles and record an ultra. I'm curious to see what that one looks like as well next year. I can see that one just taking off as well.
Yeah.
And check out those morning views. We're waking up with Flagstaff. Nice view of the skyline. You can see Lake Mary off in the distance there. That would be one of the main bodies of water nearby. Pretty popular route, more for the road runners and cyclists, I'd say.
Yep.
But there's some trails that run parallel to that, and it's such a well-connected city. I love that. You can get around to different parts of town on the foots or trails.
Yeah, and speaking of road runners and fast track and field athletes, there's a lot of them in Flagstaff, and yeah, we had a couple show up at Cocodona. I know Walmsley was at the top of the hill greeting Dan Green as he came in for his win, and then also in the square, who did we have there? Craig Engels, who is
1,500 meter specialist.
Yeah.
He just missed an Olympic team this time around, but yeah.
And we got word from Dan Green, who took a picture with him after being congratulated by him on his effort, that he's interested in checking out the trail. So, I mean, I don't know. Look out, Eli Hemming, Golden Trail Series, short distance stuff. Dude. People are interested. It's super cool.
Hey, even Craig Engels attempted to take on Jim Walmsley's FKT at Camelback Mountain in Phoenix.
I know.
If you saw that.
I did see that, and
I love it. I love the crossover.
He said, "I think I'm gonna go get this. I'm gonna go try for this." I'm nowhere close, and trail running is a different thing. So it's awesome because I really appreciate people from kind of other facets of the sport jumping in, trying it, and actually then, coming and saying, hey, there's a unique skill set to doing this. These are not just quote unquote slower runners out there. It's cool. And equally cool. I think we can give some love back to the road and to the track community as to kind of just how they're, just razor margins and just their dedication to their sport. So it's really cool to see that kind of intersection.
Yeah, and to see how these road and track athletes, like, they're making the transition to trails. It seems like some of these names we mentioned, even Des Linden, they're coming to it later in their career, right? So how will they respond with that versus these speedsters, D1 athletes who are entering the ultra scene right away? And some of them are, taking huge punches at the competition. Other people are struggling with it. So
yeah,
sport's in a good spot.
It is. We saw this was a year where you could argue that speed won this race. Dan Green won the race, set a new course record, and his background previous to now is absolutely endurance and long distance and long ultras, but fast. Sub 13 hour run at Javelina for 100 miles. He's got a lot of leg speed, and I was out there with him for about 6 miles from mile 230 to 236 or so. And there were multiple, not only did he run about 90% of that section, but there were a couple times where he mentioned, like, this is a running race. Like this is a running race, even though it's 250 miles long. He pulled away from Ryan Sands on the descent out of Sedona, and intentionally did that because he had taken a nap and was in second place and knew he had to hammer a section. And so he ran it hard. And that is just something we're seeing more and more. The first 100 miles of this race this year, they ran in 18 hours and 36 minutes.
And there's a ton of vert with that.
Ton of vert.
Too, which is
like
unreal.
15,000 feet.
And the fact, you explained how well he was running. You paced 6 miles with him, right?
I did. Yeah, he was moving great. He was very intentional about, continuing to try to run, and he did. And then I think we saw, Elden, of course, was a challenge, I think, and has been for everyone. It's just, man, what a way to finish 250 miles with that climb. And this year, runners are descending Elden on the really technical portion of the trail. So that has been... It looks so challenging when we're seeing runners come down it with their poles, just trying to be careful not to take a fall. Tell us a little bit about Elden. You've been on Elden.
I'm very familiar with that. As the camera here shifts from just about to show Elden, we have Humphrey and the other peaks behind. Beautiful morning. You can see snow dusted and looking gorgeous. We were admiring it yesterday, just with the cloud cover, and it just looked kind of misty. And I think it's going to be a little bit sunnier today.
Yeah, I think it is clearing up. That has been absolutely. We're going to go through the folks that had finished here in just a minute when our internet decides to work. I could probably say them off the top of my head, but I'd rather have it in front of me because it's 5:30 in the morning. But yeah, that's been a story of this year's Cocodona. Everyone came here prepared for the heat and the sun and the dryness, and instead we got cool to cold temperatures. We got rain, we got mud, and it just was a very unique year. I can't wait to see a lot of the photos that come out of this year because they're going to be beautiful. There was fog everywhere. I mean, last night in Heritage Square we saw a full rainbow basically over the finish line. It was not there for long, but has just been some really unique weathering conditions. And we have seen that affect the runners. We've had multiple runners who have encountered, kind of hypothermic type issues, runners that have had issues with cramping or chafing due to, just being wet constantly or the electrolyte imbalances. So it's been a unique challenge. And I think we've had some notable drops based on, maybe injuries that popped up due to those conditions. You slip over and over again in the mud, like sometimes that really irritates the body.
Yeah, any niggles or pains you've had are bound to be exacerbated by the unsteady terrain. I know I have some ankle issues, and mud is probably my least favorite terrain and can be really difficult to navigate, especially that late into a race.
And I talked to Dan a little bit about it because both Ryan Sands, we heard many people saying how challenging that mud was. And, Dan was like, it's just, you can't really run in it. You can't run through it. It's pointless to, and it takes too much out of you. So, he even last night after finishing was like, yeah, I mean, I think I could have gone faster if the mud was, if not for the mud. But at the same time, like, did it slow him down enough to make it consistent and, not, I don't know, maybe in a way it was a blessing in disguise. It's really hard to know.
Keep him in check. And,
yeah, exactly.
The cooler temps came with that too. So
yeah,
that remains to be seen as we compare each season. And as you can see, we're waking up here and in our part of the country, Arizona, kind of unique. We have, it's always hard to keep track of time. Versus other parts of the coast. I know we got viewers from all over, worldwide, and we're just kind of waiting a moment here to see if our results will load, and it looks like I do have a little bit of an update. But before I do that, I just want to confirm this is correct. Let's just let's tap in, see who we're waking up with, or maybe people are other parts of the world ending their workday.
Yeah, let us know where you're tuning in from.
As we have this little gap in finishers. That's also why we're kind of taking in the scenery here, catching up a little bit with my friend Corinne here. So again, this is Rory Moynihan on the microphone, and I think my results have loaded. Are yours?
Oh, I'm going to keep working on it. But we know that Dan Green won this race. We're going to try to give you a bit of a recap as you share with us in the chat. All 1,800 of you watching, where you're tuning in from. Are you following a runner? Let us know. And we will be going through the finishers we've had thus far and who we're expecting to have finishing, in the coming hours here. So yeah, Dan Green, I'll start with just top two. Dan Green out of Huntington, West Virginia, 28 years old. Dan set a new course record by around an hour this year, and he he cracked a Coors Light at the finish line and was just kind of like in good spirits for the entire race. He slept for a total of about 20 minutes over the course of 58 hours. So just impressive.
And he shotgunned one a few moments later. Yeah, so I think exactly. He had two Coors.
Yeah.
Shortly afterwards.
He did. Second place was Ryan Sands. Ryan Sands out of Cape Town, South Africa. We famously heard him saying beforehand this was a way for him he just got so excited about taking on this new challenge because he's done so much in the sport already. He's a legend. He has won Western States 100 in the past, has had some amazing chapters and things go down in his career. And this year, this was exciting him. This was something he could chase and that was motivating him to train hard. And he came out here and really executed and showed up in a big way, taking second place.
Yeah, his experience definitely paid off there. Coming in third overall and third male was Edgar Ramirez. And yeah, I feel like I got to learn a lot about him via his interview. If you caught that with his wife, just really highlighting his hardworking spirit, just being a family man, but still prioritizing that training. And yeah, he came in looking pretty good. There was a beautiful moment there where he was obviously reunited with his family, hugged the kids, and yeah, super strong performance, obviously, to round out the podium. Is there anything else you want to add about what you saw from him? I know you've been on the
so it was
longer than me. It
was cool to learn that Adair had done a backyard ultra in Mexico. It's like you can't always learn everything about someone from their ultra sign up or UTMB pages, and so we learned that he had done over 200 miles. I think 57 yards or laps at a backyard ultra, a little bit different format apparently, but in Mexico, where he is originally from. He's been in Las Vegas, Nevada area for many years, couple decades, but it was really cool to hear just that he loves doing this, loves running, has been an athlete his whole life, and showed up to Cocodona, a new challenge for him, and now everybody knows his name. He was on the podium at this race, and that is really impressive. He was maybe this year's kind of random baller.
Hey, that's all it takes. It's just one breakout performance like that, and he totally deserves it for how well he ran.
Yeah, I believe he's a professional. They said he's a businessman, so working full time and getting in the training. And yeah, you could just see the pride and kind of admiration from his wife and crew, his partner and his whole crew out there. And then really cool to see, of course, also a father just setting an amazing example for their kids.
You and Caleb did a great job with that interview and just getting that story out of his wife. So,
it made everybody in the chat cry. Yeah. Everybody was crying. But it was so cool because we didn't know that much about him, and then we kind of got to hear firsthand, from his family, and just feel through the live stream and through the cameras, just how happy they were for him. That was really cool.
Yeah, it's such a contrast in a way to see how you feel like from watching it. You can definitely feel the emotion when I saw that interview, and then versus we're lucky here. We get to just pop down to the square and then feel the energy in person. So coming in shortly after him was our first female, 4th overall, Rachel Entrekin, of course. Definitely a household name by now, having been a 2-time champion. And she was just a powerhouse. And I think people already referenced it, but we were down at the square to see that. Some big names came out to watch her because it was such a big moment. And people were chanting her name very early, like in anticipation. We thought she was around the corner and it was a little bit longer. And wow, that was powerful.
It was. I mean, the community showed up and it was packed. It was packed down there, rightfully so. She did something really incredible. Pushed her own limits as she had said she wanted to do. She was chasing the GOAT of our sport for a while, and she was not very far away from Courtney Dauwalter. And even to do that is not only kind of courageous and admirable and gutsy, but it's also like a risk. And Rachel just stuck with it. Unfortunately, Courtney had to drop from the race, and that allowed Rachel to just have set kind of a pace early on that was going to set her up for a massive increase in the course record on the women's side. So try to figure out exactly how much that was. I'll look for her finish time, but the previous course record for women was 72 hours and 50 minutes by Sarah Ostazooki on the similar course. And Rachel coming in 4th overall. Just to put it in perspective, she has beat let's put it this way, we haven't seen the second female come in yet, and Rachel finished yesterday evening. So she put about 40 miles on the rest of the women's field, which is a massive delta. So Rachel, she looked so happy. She was bawling at the finish line, and I don't know, it was just kind of coming out and showing that this wasn't a fluke that I won last year. I'm a damn good runner, and I'm able to execute on this course and at this distance really well.
And she is a fellow Aravaipa teammate.
Yeah, she's our teammate, man. Shout out Aravaipa Racing Team. Let's
Aravaipa
go.
Racing Team. Man,
I mean, she might not be for long. We'll see. No doubt. There have been some people on the team that have secured really great sponsorships because of that exposure. But right now, we will claim her. We're happy to have her as part of the team.
We're going to claim her as long as we can. That is the purpose, both being members of the Aravaipa Racing Team, you and I.
Yeah.
It's just a nice opportunity. It can be that launching point where, you get some expenses covered, get into races, get the gear you need, and you have moments like this. But I think her future is looking really solid after a second win. I did want to reference, since we're talking about the females, and we're waking up here with a beautiful sunrise over the peaks here. We're looking at Elden right here in Flagstaff. We have Lindsay Dwyer, who's currently looking like she'll be the second female. According to my last update. Now, people might have a more specific number. I last had her at about 241 miles.
Yeah, I think that's probably...
We're just having a little bit of connectivity issue here.
And trackers don't update, for a little bit of time. So she is in that. But I do believe that's correct, that we're anticipating that she's starting to head up Elden.
Yeah, and what's also happened overnight, it looks like Sarah Ostazooki, also a former Aravaipa Racing Team member, runner for Satisfy. She has moved up really well. I know some of the people who've paced her, so they must have done a tremendous job. Of course, she's just a powerhouse in what's supposed to be her last Cocodona, her 4th running of it. Last time I saw her distance was at 229.5 miles. So she pulled ahead of Catherine Edwards, who is just under 220 miles. Again, might not be up to the exact second here, but that looks like it's going to be the battle for those next few spots.
Yeah, and just to go back to, as we have eyes here at, is that the top of? No, this is a Wildcat? Trinity Heights. Yeah, so this is getting real close. Trinity Heights is the final aid station. Yeah, no, it looks like this looks like Wildcat. No, it is. Hold on, give us 1 second. I was at Trinity Heights last night, but it was dark. It's right behind a Methodist church. But obviously we've got a runner here. We're going to try to ID this runner. I do not recognize him by sight, but there's a bib. We're trying to get a bit. Okay, this is Wildcat.
This is Wildcat.
All right. So this is Pete's Meats. This is Wildcat aid station. This is
right around 237.
Yeah, mile 237. So this is where I finished up with Dan. From Walnut Canyon to Wildcat is a nice 6-7 mile stretch that pretty mild, pretty runnable. Kind of just meandering through a bit of the forest there on some single track.
Yeah, it's Michael Puett.
Hey, shout out Michael Puett
from Idaho.
Let's go. He is the 11th male right now in the race. He's saying hey to everybody.
You can hear us.
Warming up.
Waking up with Flagstaff.
Oh, do we have audio?
It would be awesome if we could get some audio.
We have our little thingies.
Anything for your feet?
No, just leave.
Okay, so I'm going to bring you an iPod.
We have audio.
Your GoPro.
Yes.
How's your charger on your phone? Where's your phone power?
It's like 50.
So you left whatchamacallit at 60.
75. But this next section is long.
Yeah, it's 20 miles. 18-ish. 18, 19.
Should I put on airplane mode?
You could, but you could also call us at any time you need to. We don't need to tell you anything, but we won't see you again until the finish line.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let me go get your water and bring back your equipment. Okay.
All right, Michael. Good job. You're crushing it. Sounds like he will not have a pacer.
You can't hear you guys, but
this next session.
they're saying that you're crushing.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Thanks for relaying
Tell
that.
him I'm worried
Appreciate
that
you.
Kevin Goldberg is going to pass me. Tell him that. I don't know.
They can
tell
hear
him
you.
that.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm worried Kevin Goldberg is going to pass me.
Well, hold him
He's
off.
famous and everything.
Yeah, you don't want to spend too much
like a good
time
runner,
talking to
so
us.
I think he's going to pass me. I just want to get sub 80. That's all I care about. I had so much. Okay, sure.
There we go.
Right.
All right, tune in with Michael Puett here. I think you have Aaron Young in between you and Kevin Goldberg, and you have a couple miles on him, so you probably don't want to spend too much time here.
Me and Aaron were both chit-chatting too, and Aaron's kind of over the placement stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if Aaron wants to get sub 80 though, because I wanted to get sub 80 with all this rain and mud and stuff. That was my main goal, was to get sub 80, and then just getting hit with all these. And then they changed the course in Munns Park. The final course was a long loop around, but do you remember? If you looked at the course map in say January 2025, they cut off a section. They're like, okay, this year we're going to cut off a section. I uploaded that map to a spreadsheet, like the Ultra Pacer. Everyone loves this new Ultra Pacer.
Right.
And then I was going off those times. And I didn't realize, oh man. As I was leaving Foxborough, they're like, oh, you got 16. And my sheet said 12. And I was like, you got to be kidding. There's an extra 4 miles now I have to account for. And I was in a bad mental space going around Munns Park. And actually, I was kind of trying to talk myself. I was like, how am I going to create a sense of plausible deniability or whatever. And then my dad's like, work hard, try harder. And that lit a fire under my butt. And from Kelly Canyon, or from Munspark aid station to Kelly Canyon, I think that was my best. I caught up all the time that I needed. And I'm pretty sure I'll get sub 80 hours. So
shout out to your dad.
Go for it.
He really kept you going. And it's so interesting to hear your insight that you're noticing Aaron Young had that feeling where he wanted to tap out. He's not concerned about place, yet you still seem really motivated by the sub 80 hour mark. Was that because of what your dad said?
Oh, I don't know what I know. I just that was sort of like my goal coming into it. I was like, okay, I know this is something that I could do, is sub 80, so I just want to do it. But I mean, I don't know what Aaron's motivations are, so like I don't want to like say that he's not motivated. But I was talking to him. He's like, yeah, 17th place, 15th place. Like I don't care, like whatever.
So I see why. That's why you might be more afraid of Kevin Goldberg. Again, since you are concerned about trying to beat him, let us know if you want to dip out. Did you have any exchanges with Kevin Goldberg you could share with us? A little back and forth?
No, I didn't. I didn't even know where he was. I only met him at the beginning in the Bradshaws. I saw him in the Bradshaws, and I never saw him again. And apparently he just like had a nap at Walnut. But he's more of like a competitor, so I'm like, okay, well, I can see him passing me and me just being like,
we know he's going for it, but we got faith in you, Michael. So it sounds like, do you not have Pacers?
I don't, no. I'm just going up there with my iPod.
That's
and
awesome.
A GoPro.
That's
a GoPro. And
that's sweet.
Yeah.
Well, good for you. You're
it's
looking
a
really
day,
good.
Finally, you know.
Yeah, it's going to be a nice day.
Thanks,
Might be
guys.
a little
Thank
bit
you.
of sun. Enjoy the sun. Enjoy the day. Take care of yourself.
Blue skies. Cheers. Bye-bye.
It's a clear day.
Thanks for jumping on. Go get it, Michael.
Here. Am I still live or?
Oh, love that.
You're good.
Wait, do you guys have
All right, so looks like we're going to do a stream swap. Nope, sorry. That was old news. No stream swap. We're staying here. We're here with you.
We just finished up talking with Michael Puett from Idaho, so he's definitely familiar with running at higher elevations and seems to be serving him well. Really unique glimpse into just a mindset of a runner. Pretty impressive at this point in the race. You know, he's just outside that top 10, and that can be kind of a barrier now. Everyone has their goal going into a race. It could be time or place. Again, so I'd say in this type of race, most people are just trying to finish. But when you're in that top part of the pack, you know, there can be that point. I can remember a specific point where I raced with Corinne at Canyons 100K, and you know, it was a golden ticket race. I didn't necessarily think I'd get a golden ticket, but I think thought top 10 or top 15 would be feasible. And, you know, when things go south or go poorly, you just shift your mindset. And, you know, I just totally tapped out, kind of like he mentioned Aaron Young had. And I just was concerned about finishing and not place. But he is still in that just killer mindset, just sub 80, sub
Love
80.
to see
His
it.
dad fired him up, and sometimes just what you need, just a little phrase from a teammate, spectator, your crew.
Somebody who knows you for sure. I love how you went into coach mode there. You're like switch gears. Here's coach mode. Don't spend too much time here. If you need to bounce,
yeah.
Looks like he's gonna
take
in some chocolate milk.
Hey, getting that dairy.
I mean, it's not a bad move to definitely like fuel up right here because you're about to go do a big climb. Okay, he's checking out the course.
Yeah, he expressed that sentiment about having the older course map, and there have been even some changes since then. And I think I don't get the emails that the runners do. I know they send out a last-minute changes in the last few days, last week or so, just because you can see weather shifts at other factors. And
Yeah.
Yeah, that can be discouraging in the moment when you have the old map and you're not at the mile you think you are.
Yeah, this course is actually 256 to 257 miles too. So we don't, hopefully these runners know that and they're not looking at their watch going, I'm at mile 250 and I am nowhere near the finish line. But yeah, this is a aid station where we had Pete's Meats. Pete Mortimer out there cooking some delicious, looks like he's having a burger. Little morning burger.
Love it. So he's maybe focused on getting some protein intake.
It's a great sign that he's eating.
The fact his stomach's able to handle that is excellent. I think he can hear us, but yeah, absolutely. And there can be some logic there when you're this far into a race. We're on day 4. You need some recovery. So you're actually running so long that you're not just focusing on the carbs and fluid intake. You need to actually repair muscles while you're still doing a hard effort. And
exactly.
That could be some of the reasoning behind you see people drinking milk, high protein source. Obviously has some carbs, but heavy on the protein. And then he probably got this burger served up at the Pete's Meats aid station. A little tweak with this aid station. I've heard, it's hard to beat the previous location at the top of Elden, but I mean, if anyone can recreate the party vibes, I think it would be Peter Mortimer, and then just providing the excellent, the meals to die for.
Totally. Famously, last year, I was up at top of Elden. Arlen Glick came in 3rd place. Knew he probably was going to stay in 3rd place, so decided to just have one of everything that Pete had cooked up. Ate a lot of
one of everything.
Of everything. There was sausage, there was pulled pork, there was brisket. So he took full advantage of that. And thank you guys for being here. If you're just joining us, we're at Wildcat Hill, aid station mile 237. We are on our 11th place male right now, Michael Puett, who is from Boise, Idaho. He's 34 years old. And he is running a super strong, looking like he's taking maybe some bacon to go, definitely some food to go, which I think is a smart move. He's going to have a big climb.
Power
coming
up. No pacer. You got to take what you can get at the aid stations, even just that interaction. I always try to force myself to exchange a few words with the volunteers.
Do we think this is Mom?
They were hugging earlier. It looks like they could be family, parents.
That's awesome.
Definitely does not have a pacer to accompany him, which, at this point in the race could really help if he's trying to stay ahead of Goldberg.
Yeah, he said he's worried about Kevin Goldberg catching him, and he is chasing a sub 80-hour finish. So he's got just over 8 hours to get that goal. I don't know. I think he can do this.
Yeah, it's a little under 8 hours, 7.5 hours. He's got it.
He's got around 20 miles. Big climb in there. Technical descent, but also some runnable sections. Everyone's talking about, they love this guy. This guy's awesome. He's super coherent for mile 230. Totally agree.
Slamming milk. Yep, staying motivated by those goals. And how about those people in the chat when you're at this stage in a race? Maybe you're not at this high of mileage, but how does your mindset shift? Are you adjusting the goalpost, so to speak, with your times? Are you still thinking about place?
Are you his mom?
Is it just getting to the finish line? Because this seems to be keeping him going here to get that sub 80.
He's also probably looking at some nice weather ahead. I mean, we saw rain showers and a little bit of hail, some snow for sure last night and yesterday afternoon on Elden. Looks like it could be drying out a little bit. We're seeing the sun there hasn't been much sun in this year's race until this point, so that's exciting.
And just him stopping to note that, admiring the clear skies. That's just such important self-talk. Keeps you in that positive frame of mind. And I know a lot of people might just be grumpy at this point. They have to embark in the last 20 miles solo, and he's able to keep himself going.
So ahead of Michael, we do have a few men ahead of him right now who have not finished the race. Chad Sellier is ahead of him at maybe... Oh, hold on. I got to update this again. Don't want to give false information. All right. So we've had a number of men finish. Dan Green, Ryan Sands, Adair Ramirez, Rachel Entrekin again coming in 4th overall, first female. Harry Schubertes, last year's champion, Geraldus Schubertes. We had Finn Melanson finish, Cody Poskin, DJ Fox, and Michael McKnight. We are now expecting Jeff Garmeyer to be our next finisher. We know that it shows in the tracker that Max Joliffe has finished the race or is at mile 237. That is accurate, that he has stopped at mile 237. Maybe he has left the course, perhaps receiving medical attention, dealing with some medical issues. Kind of depending on how that goes, there is a chance we will see him return to the course if he has not accepted, any medical attention that would disqualify him. So TBD on Max. We do not know. He could be coming back. He could be calling his race, but we do not have official word on either of those right now. What we do know is that he has made it about 237, 238 miles at this point. So yeah, expecting Jeff Garmeyer. And then we're going to be expecting Lindsay Dwyer, our second female.
And in 3rd, it's looking like Sarah Ostazooki.
Sarah Ostazooki on the women's side, and Catherine Edwards Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
Shelby Farrell is up there.
Love that.
Absolutely getting it done, coming back from injury.
Fellow friend who also had a foot injury and along the similar timeline. And yeah, I love to see that kind of come back. Anyone else in the chat injured? IPOS? Watching this? I use that lovingly. That's how you feel sometimes, though. And this stream can kind of light that fire and, hopefully not make you rush recovery, but just, if you've been not running for a few weeks.
It can also be a way to help you stay connected. I've been at races where I haven't been able to run for one reason or another, if I'm sick or I have an injury, but I can go and participate. I can crew. You were going to pace. You have athletes running the race this year, Rory. So it's awesome to just stay connected and be part of it in one way or another.
Absolutely. So many ways you can do that at this race. Volunteering. That's a great way. These volunteers here, can be as tired as the runners. Second burger? I think you might be right. I don't know. He'll definitely get a sub 80, but if he's concerned about beating Kevin Goldberg here, I'd say take that to go. That's just what I would do. It does look like he's confirming there might be his parents' suite or surmising. Just something with the course there. That's good, since he's not going to have the pacer. I want to make sure. And he has that older map version of the map. Maybe it's worth the time. I take that back.
This is like when you're doing the painter's tape around what you're going to paint so that it goes really quick when you do paint. This is what's needed so that he can just get out there and execute these last 20 miles. All right, here's the hug. Looks like he's getting ready to go. Kind of got the sun hat on. Poles in hand.
All right.
Yes, fueled by Pete's Meats. Irresistible. So we put him at 11th place for now. I think Max Joliffe is still listed at 10th, but as we've referenced, we're not going to speak specifically to the issues he's having.
Oh, cowbell as he exits.
Sending him off the cowbell.
Love that. And he will have one more aid station between here and the finish. That's that Trinity Heights, mile 252. But he's about to go off on a big section, which is why he was probably fueling up. He's headed right there where that camera is showing, to the top of Mount Elden. Thanks for that footage. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Andreas. That is our cameraman.
Yeah.
Giving us
shouts to Andreas.
Scenery.
Someone said it was the same burger. I'm disappointed. I wanted it to be another burger.
Zooming in on where he is headed. A long journey up and around Elden, back down. And you were asking me a while ago, as we were still waking up, what Elden is like that descent. As we're taking a look here. Actually, I've done it pretty much every way. There's many different routes to get up there. Whether it's Blue Dot, you can run up Elden Lookout Road. You can do the slabs, as some locals know it. Or you can just head up the main Elden Lookout Trail, which is just chunky boulders. It's like a stair stepper at times, some loose rock, and that's the route they're actually going to descend. So that's the most common way hikers and runners will take on Elden. There is a trail called Fat Man's Loop that kind of circumnavigates it or goes around the bottom, but most people head up Elden Lookout Trail to get up it, but the runners are coming back down that versus last year where they would do that climb first and descend Elden Lookout Road. One thing I wanted to point out, there is an event called Hero de Elden.
Hero de Elden. Hero de Elden.
You know about that. It's based around the bike race that takes place in Italy, and a local trail runner, Caleb Schiff, who is the owner of Pizza Coletta and many other awesome restaurants, eateries in town. He put together this awesome challenge, and it follows the dates. Every date there is a bike race. You can choose your journey up Elden, which is what Mike Puett is doing here, making his way to Elden, 11th place male. But anyway, you pick your adventure. You just have to get to the top of Elden by 8 a.m.
By 8 a.m. And then you get a free pizza, right?
And you get a free Pizza Coletta pizza, which is...
That's worth it.
A local favorite. And
I had it last night. I almost had it for breakfast.
Wait, are you saying you had leftovers? You didn't finish it?
Well, I bought a lot of pies for a lot of people, so we did have some. We had some leftovers, but I forgot them in the fridge this morning. But I do have some bee's knees leftovers. That's one of the famous.
Bee's knees is top notch. I think it is the best pizza in town.
Yeah, it's like a sourdough crust, and the bee's knees pie has a white sauce, mozzarella. It's got honey,
a honey drizzle,
and
over
sausage.
The fennel sausage or something
like sausage, something. Yeah, it's good.
A lot of the ingredients inspired by Caleb's travels to Italy, and that's why he's also a cyclist, so he lined up this event. How do you say it? Hero?
I think it's the Hero. I think if you're talking Italian, you don't pronounce the G. I think it's Hero de Elden.
I've been there once, but I didn't even...
Hero de Elden.
Get any of the pronunciation right, but... I love that event. It's such a great...
You want to Americanize it. It's good. Giro de Elden.
Well, the point is, it's already started there. So if you follow that bike race schedule, you get to the top of Elden. I don't know if it's happening today. It might be this week.
Really?
I don't know if he would have it coinciding with the race. He might avoid that. Yeah. This race, I mean.
Yeah.
It times up with the cycling race. But... Actually, I think it was last year when I got to the top, I took the route via slabs, which is this bouldery route.
Yeah.
I was with one of our former teammates, Austin Horn, local runner here. Mm-hmm. And we just started late. I was also taking some videos, just enjoying the views too much. I missed it by about...
Starts Friday, May 9th.
Oh, Friday, May 9th. Yeah, so that should be... pretty good timing. I know there'll still be some runners at Elden, but he will have the Pizza Coletta challenge where
tomorrow.
Sorry, tomorrow.
Tomorrow is May 9th.
Correct.
Yeah.
So starting tomorrow, you can, if you're in town visiting for the race or a local, you get to the top of Elden by 8 a.m. And like I was saying last year, Jim Walmsley and Courtney DeWalter were up there that day. I took slabs.
Nice.
And got there 5 minutes late. It's kind of
They got there 5 minutes late? So did they give it? Oh, you got there 5 minutes late.
It's kind of honor system. So the deal is when Caleb gets to the top, the owner of Pizzacletta, he will take a group photo and then he hands out the Pizzacletta. I think he's done tokens or a little slip of paper with the logo, and you can redeem that. Usually he likes you to do it the same day or within a few days to get that pizza.
Cool.
But there's kind of this cutoff where I feel like, yeah, if you miss the photo, he might still give you the coupon, but I decided not to accept it because I took a little bit longer than I thought. But it was amazing to see those two goats of trail running at the top. I had no idea they were both in town, and
that's very cool.
Chose to conquer Elden, and Jim Walmsley has crazy routes, like ones that we probably don't even know about. And I think one time I heard him say that he refused to run up Elden Lookout Road because it was like too easy for him.
Mm-hmm.
So he only goes the hard way.
That's the way I went. I did the road, and then
I've done the road.
I mean, the road is a good training run. Come
I like
on.
it.
I think it's good. Anyways, I need to go do Blue Dot and the slabs because I have not done those yet, but I will at some point. And just if you're joining us, we're just getting some beautiful views of the morning. And hey, throw in the chat. We were just talking about pizza. We see pizza emojis. Throw in the chat what your favorite pizza is. I mean, we got lots of love for the bee's knees, but what is your favorite type of pizza? Let us know. I'm sure there's probably Italians in this chat. There's probably what's the best thing? Yes, sourdough crust. Absolutely. Love it. Love it. And
age-old question. Pineapple on pizza?
I say yes.
I'm for it.
I'm for it. I'm here for it. My husband, no. He's like,
did I do that in Italy, the home of pizza? I don't know. Can you get one there like that?
I'm sure you can.
You can. Maybe that's more of a Americanized thing.
It probably is prosciutto and pineapple instead of ham and pineapple, but
true. Ham.
Yeah. Thank you guys for joining us. Great to have you here. We're on day 4 of the Cocodona 250. We've seen 2 records go down.
2 course records.
2 course records, as it seems to be the case in most races in ultra running these days. New records being set.
Yeah, it's amazing to see that bar set higher and higher. You know, when we started on day 1, a lot of people, I think, were calling Courtney DeWalter to be that.
I did.
The woman to just
and the person to beat overall
winner course record. I had that as my prediction, and quite the shakeup.
We it has been a shakeup, but we saw her in that lead position overall, actually, for a while in the race. So, you know, we don't know exact details. We're gonna let her share that if she wishes to, but something did, you know, kind of cause her to make that decision to call the race right around mile 108 around Mingus Mountain Camp. And we also had Jack Scott from the UK, who he dedicated so much. We heard left or really reduced work hours to focus on training for Cocodona 250 specifically. Jack is someone who had a really impressive course record time by about 10 hours on the Winter Spine race, which is a 268-mile race in the UK. And we were really excited to see him show up here. You know, we saw him on camera kind of hobbling into Camp Kippa, holding his leg, holding his high hamstring, and it was devastating to watch. It was so heartbreaking because he just put his head in his hands and you could see the frustration of, man, I wanted to be able to do this so bad, and something's popped up that's preventing that from happening. And it was tough to watch, but things happen in this race, and in any race. So, unfortunately, that has been the case with a few runners here.
It's tough, you know. When do you decide to pull that plug?
Yeah, it is, but it is it's a personal decision. It is something that, we are not going to judge anyone on, and we are just hopeful that those folks are doing well.
Yeah, and what is interesting, you know, some athletes you hear more specifics, like we knew that was hamstring. And other athletes, you know, we don't know the full story. I know that Callie Vincent shared, too, unfortunately, capping anywhere in the pack. You know, she had some migraines that held her back.
Yeah.
Which I can imagine is just devastating. I've had some stress-related migraines, and it takes you out. You have to lay down. You know, any light exposure hurts. If you're already kind of at the point where making a cutoff is a concern, you got to lay down for too long. That's it.
And I think Callie ran with that migraine for a long, long time, really tried to work through it, and it just was not getting better. So she made a smart call. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw her yesterday at the finish line. She came out to cheer on runners, cheer on fellow John G athletes. So kudos to her and Scott for doing that and coming out. And yeah, she was still dealing with the kind of the aftermath of it, having trouble, even when I was talking to her saying, I can't look at that screen right now. So that's brutal. And sometimes those things just, you know, you get sick. Georgia Porter's dealing with a viral infection. They are trying to take a little time, go home to Flagstaff, maybe rest up and come back on the course, because that is something you can do if you have the time to do it, and you know, leave your tracking chip at a aid station. But sickness, illness, we talked about the mud, you know, mid-race injuries, falls, you know, people falling and hitting their head, that happens. And this is the course that could happen many, many places on. One change out of Sedona this year was, instead of going up the Kasner climb, they went, right, runners are going up the Hangover Trail. And even just talking to Dan, I heard him saying, man, that Hangover Trail, that could be dangerous for some folks in the middle of the night, especially if it's slick, if it's wet, just from the exposure, like the consequential exposure. So there's a lot to navigate, and we're just in awe of these runners making their way through.
Yeah, I've run that loop. It's aptly named the Hangover Trail. Basically, this trail, yeah, there's a lot of areas where you can fall right off, and a few sections that are just massive boulders, and a descent that has become a really popular mountain biking route for some advanced mountain bikers. And I just can't even believe they can get down that trail. So having to navigate that at night is brutal. And speaking of Sedona, I just wanted to point this out because we were referencing cutoffs and people, you know, just hoping to finish. Sedona Posse Grounds, this would be a major cutoff coming up at mile 162. Runners need to be out of there by noon.
Okay.
So if you're tracking a runner, a loved one, a friend, if they're in that back of the pack and, you know, just chasing the cutoffs.
5 hours and 45 minutes.
5 hours and 45
to get to Sedona.
Minutes. I mean, that could be a little stressful. I think that's a great time to be in Sedona. Speaking of like doing the Hangover Trail, that's such a gorgeous loop. I would want to see that. One, to be safe in the daytime.
Yeah.
And two, just to
see
enjoy
it,
the
to be
view.
able to see it for sure. We heard people might be resting if it was nighttime and waiting to do it in the light.
I might do that if I'm not concerned about time or placement.
Yep.
Deer Pass Trailhead. Again, we're trying to refresh some of our results, which are lagging just a little bit. I'm guessing we lost some runners at Deer Pass Trailhead in terms of missing that cutoff. 4:45 a.m. That could have been a close one.
Yeah, for sure. We do know as we look at Wildcat Hill here, we got the little fire going. I'm sure it's a bit chilly. It was chilly when I left the Airbnb this morning for sure here in Flagstaff. But we've got Aaron Young about a half mile out of Wildcat, Chad Sillier a mile out, and Kevin Goldberg 1.2 miles out of Wildcat. So for all intensive purposes, who do we see? Puett?
Mike Puett.
Mike Puett. Mike Puett probably still has a couple mile, 2.5 mile lead over Kevin Goldberg right now. So that's a nice little gap he's got.
With did he leave with that burger? I know he had about two hamburgers at what we'll call Wildcat, the Pete's Meat aid station. So
I think he did. He either finished it before or he left. How awesome is Mountain Outpost? Thank you, Hunter, for the $50 donation. Flying to Phoenix, then driving to Flagstaff to support. Shout out Emily Flynn, number 72. How cool. Watching the race from 30,000 feet. Thank you for tuning in, for the donation to go back to the live stream. It does take a lot to make this happen. And, we really appreciate and are honored to be part of the Mountain Outpost team, being able to bring it to you all.
Love to hear that. We wish Emily Flynn a great race. Awesome that you're going to make that drive too. A quicker way to do this course, you could just drive from Phoenix to Flagstaff, take the I-17. It's actually a gorgeous route as well.
Yeah.
I'd say the best way to drive it if you have time is the 89.
Oh, really?
This winding road.
Okay. Longer
you get
than
to go
the
through
17.
Sedona, yes.
Nice.
There's even a little, do you know about that spring spot where you can stop and get spring water? Sedona spring water?
I've heard of this. Mm-hmm. So would that make sense if they're going to try to find a runner on the course to take 89 versus 17? Kind of depends on where they're going.
I don't think it would line up too well with pacing duties, but maybe if you're, visiting here for the race and
kind of want to,
you could take the long way back, the scenic route.
Yeah.
Absolutely, the scenic route. I think they're actually doing some construction to repave it, but a lot of cyclists like to take that route. It goes along the creek there, and you can enjoy some swimming, pick many spots to go, run, hike. There's some awesome climbing spots, and one of the most gorgeous sections of highway, I'd say, you can have. Some ones in Colorado I've been on probably compete for sure, but it's gorgeous.
Nice. All right. Thank you guys so much for being here. Appreciate you all. I am Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Rory Moynihan. Did I say it right, Rory?
You sure did.
All right.
Or Lil Runner Boy, or Trail Gangstas.
Yeah, one of your three names.
Isn't it funny how we know a lot of people by their
Instagram handles? Yeah, like, your Instagram handle is Lil Runner Boy, BOI.
Yeah, 3 eyes.
3 eyes, boy.
Lil Runner Boy,
boy. Or Trail Gangsters AZ.
Yeah, or you're just at a race like, are you Trail Runner 69?
Yeah.
Are you Runners High? No, who would add that?
Yeah, you guys.
Are you Runners High? That's you.
Mine's a little more in line with my actual name, Corinne Shalvoy. Corinne Shalvoyage on Instagram. So. And
now you're synonymous with the Woman Can movement. So.
Women Can, yeah. That actually was born kind of out of Cocodona. So last year, at last year's race, when I was commentating, I was wearing a shirt that I had made that said Women Can.
That was the first time you wore it,
That was the first time I wore it, and there was a lot of interest in the chat, and people just kind of loving that message. And I said, hell yeah, let's go. I'm going to make this for everybody. So it's turned into a brand. And yeah, we're just celebrating. We're lifting women up. Someone who was in this race, unfortunately had to drop, did a design for us. Brianna Cornell, amazing artist, did a really beautiful design. And I love that. We're doing this. We're featuring female artists and their interpretation of the message. And hers was just so profound and inspiring. It's actually still on our website if you want to check it out and give Bree some support. But just loved, kind of what she came up with. And there's a whole detailed description of what it meant, what the design means. But essentially, it's a woman running, through the mountains and the canyons. And we've got Aaron Young. We're going to come back to this in a sec. But Aaron Young coming in. He is 38 years old. Australian.
We got an Aussie.
We got an Aussie. He's 14th male. And this is, he's coming into Wildcat.
Here we go. Moving well as the sun is pretty much risen by now. Clear skies.
Looks like he's with Pacer. Energizing. Looks like he's got a Pacer there.
He has a Pacer, maybe urging him onward. And this is going to be a good aid station to fuel up. Breakfast sandwiches, Pete's Meats. A burger is a breakfast sandwich, right? That's what one of our last runners was eating.
Oh, Jen Lefebvre, wearing my Women Can shirt today. Love it. Thank you so much. And yeah, we have seen some serious women representing here at Cocodona 250. It's so inspiring. I met a couple of women last night, and they wanted stickers. I had some stickers, and I was talking to them, and one of them had done this race twice. I'm like, what? You're amazing. And was it like top 10? Casual. I know. I'm like, wow, you're so, and she was like, I kind of wish I'd done it this year because I kind of would have enjoyed this weather, but just so inspiring. It's amazing what women are doing out there. You guys are so inspiring.
I like the profiles, the little athlete highlights you've been doing, because you have crushers, and obviously you're celebrating women who have just done incredible things, whether it's, just being a mom who's trying to train, or I think you've highlighted people who've dealt with pregnancy issues, miscarriages, and just come back and
anything and everything. Just kind of the message really is whatever you're passionate about, you can pursue it with full steam, and you can accomplish it, and that's different for everyone, and it all should be celebrated. So really it's just a message of empowerment and kind of celebration. Okay, we've got audio.
What are you feeling to eat?
Yeah, we're gonna get some audio here at Wildcat. See if we can get some accents.
I might just go try a hamburger, please.
Okay.
I might just try a hamburger.
Yes.
All over it.
Can get some Aussie slang here.
What about you?
Yeah,
Hamburger?
I'll take burger.
I wonder if he's knackered. Is that an Aussie thing or is that British? Both, right?
As in tired.
How was that?
Knackered, yeah.
Oh, it's fine. Was. It's what it was. Yeah, back.
We'll see how it compares to our last runner, who's looking very coherent with it. This is Aaron Young,
That late in the game.
Aussie from
I wouldn't say it's dangerous. It's just repetitive. Like you're eating around.
He's like, I felt like I was going in circles.
Yeah.
Then I'd lay down and I was cold.
Yeah.
currently in 14th place, deciding what he might want to fuel up here. Pretty critical section. One of the toughest climbs that he's got to endure. Is he going with protein here? Is he going to get something from Pete's Meats?
I didn't actually drink them.
He's going to focus on
so probably not
hydration.
And I'll fill up this third one so you have it.
So you have you have the extra one in there. Okay. Yeah, I've got a good spot for the third bottle in my back.
Dialed in. I've seen so many runners posting their Ziploc bags of what they packed, and this is where it comes to fruition. Did you put the right thing in here that you needed? If not, does your crew have the item you need?
Cheeseburgers, okay?
Cheeseburgers.
Can't imagine not having crew in this situation.
It's tough. We do have a handful of runners. Jamie Glaze comes to mind who is doing this. Callie was going unsupported and just relying on drop bags too. So that's just another level of doing the Cocodona 250. You eliminate the stress of logistics with a crew, but you
get chemical cream
inherit
and
the stress
sugar.
of knowing
It'll
that
be good.
it's on you throughout this entire thing. Hey, shout out to Sarah. Thank you so much, Sarah. It's great to see you. Sarah's a friend through Free Trail Femmes. I've gotten to know, and yeah, I really love seeing that you're out there.
Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, let me know.
We're getting some Aussie.
I was like, what's not icy
See how this goes. I think he's gonna have burgers. He just requested burgers. They're cooking that up on demand, fresh burger, made to order.
Listen to that sizzle. Hey, if that's one thing that could wake me up, smell of coffee and maybe some sizzling meat on the griddle. It's not actually Pete cooking there, but
we know Pete's Meats is there. Like there is some of his, some of his smoked meats are out there, if the runners want them. I mean, how cool is this? I want to know, why did Aaron decide to come to the U.S. and run this race, right? That's a long trip.
I'd love to ask him if
guys,
he can
I
get a
found the
chance
easiest
here,
thing.
but
He's gonna want.
I gotta say it's doing parts of the coverage.
I found the easiest
As
thing
we were
is
talking
strip the
about
corner.
earlier, I think the coverage is really
That's right.
what's
You've already
making
done
this
it
race
already.
pick up steam.
Oh, the quarter of the bag.
You can just see it locally where people who don't even run at the
that's the last
shops
time you gotta
know
fill
about
one
the
up.
race. They're even like, oh, I heard the first
Next time.
guy
Next year.
came through, the first girl's
Yeah.
about to come through. I
He's
heard
like,
this yesterday, whereas before
All
they
right,
might
that's
not
fine.
have even known a race was happening. The setup's bigger, of course, at the finish, which helps. But yeah, I think the live stream coverage is moving
let
the
me have
sport
some sleep
forward, and
Before I sign up for anything.
I'd also say social media plays a role in that as well. You know, and a lot of times for the better, there can be some negative sides, but just people showing the amazing trails that Arizona has to offer. And Cocodona is really a crown jewel here, boasting these sections like Sedona. The Hangover Trail is a nice addition, which is world-renowned for mountain bikers and trail runners and hikers alike.
And that was absolutely 100% the intent. When Jamil, thank you, Jeanette, for that donation. We really appreciate it.
Ultra running tearaway.
That was the intent when Jamil created the group, Showcase Arizona.
Oh yeah, they kind of already have that, don't they?
Just the
A
basketball.
little bit European style in that instead of just sticking to the trails.
Aaron, I wanted to know why
you
you
get
are
to
running this
experience
race,
the vibe of
like why
each
you came to
section.
the US for this.
Here we go.
So I ran 3 200 milers in Australia last year, and while I was running one of them, my friend who was pacing me at the time we started talking about this race as like a bucket list race, and so we agreed that we were going to kind of do it together. But then he didn't end up signing up, and by the time I kind of thought about it, I was like, I'm definitely going to see if I can get into it, and that was it. It was kind of like I think coming over here and just seeing some of like the caliber of like runners that are doing this race, and being able to run alongside them is pretty epic. So I'm pretty excited that I came over. And look, the kind of the places we've got to see as well throughout the journey. Yeah, some of them pretty stunning as well.
Awesome, thank you.
Well, tell Aaron for us from the live stream studio that he is doing amazing. We are in awe of him, mad respect, and we hope he has an amazing last couple of 20, 30 miles here. He's doing great.
Yeah, everyone's cheering, yeah.
Yeah, cheers.
Just striking.
Oh, that's wicked. I've been getting messages for those cheering. I've been getting messages from my girlfriend and my friend John. They've been kind of sharing it with me when they call me. So thank you for all the support. I really do appreciate it. We got less than 20 miles to go just to climb over Mount Elden, and then that's all that stands between me and the finish line at the moment. So I'm definitely looking forward to getting up to the top. And I've been up there twice, and I'm looking forward to looking over Flagstaff from the top. Yeah.
Well, have fun out there.
We're good.
Okay, here's Chad. Sillier?
One climb between us.
Sallier? How do you think you say the last name? Probably butchering it. Sorry,
Coming down
Chad.
could be worse.
It says Cellular on the screen. S.A. Cellular.
Keep going down.
38 from Fort Worth, Texas. Just a Texan and an Aussie hanging out at mile 237 of this race.
Exchanging
Every
a little
step.
conversation there.
War stories.
I'd be curious if they see some similar terrain. Might be some landscapes that are comparable in Texas to Australia.
Yeah.
Looks like as we were talking to Aaron there, he's the one that
Marshall
Puett
is the other
actually
runner.
said had kind of tapped out in
Yeah.
terms of
He's like, I don't care if you
had
beat me.
thoughts of
Yeah.
being the top
That's what he told me.
Now
I
it's
was
just
like, I don't care if you beat me either.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not raising my
It
legs.
sounds like he does have the experience.
I just want to get to the end.
I'm just
now.
trying to get, yeah.
And just I'll do my best effort and whatever.
That should carry him well.
Exactly.
Looks like it is.
Coming
Like
down
the
on that
calm, like
concrete is
that.
going to be so fancy.
Yeah.
The streets, the concrete is killing me.
Yeah.
You could be at that point. You know, it depends on the runner.
So if you're with us and you end up
You
with
know,
us,
your comrades, maybe it's like that throughout the race, but there's less.
Yeah, we'll see how I feel. Y'all might be out front.
You might be
Get out of there, and some of these conversations can really not only power you up, but I know people who've made lifelong friends from races. I'm sure
Totally.
you have too, just from sharing a few miles together or these conversations at the aid station.
Yeah, let's listen in for a sec here, see if we can hear what they're talking about.
Let's do it.
Taser?
Thanks for that donation, Carson.
I have sunscreen on me. Okay, good.
Yeah, sugar.
Pack if I get stuck. Also, used the buff yesterday as like a finger in there, so I'm not that worried.
How far is that first aid station?
From here,
Yeah.
16.
The first aid from
The whole day?
It's like 16.9 miles. Something like that. And then it's only about. Then it's like 3.9 miles from there to the finish.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes, please. To both.
Oh, yeah, because it's like 9 miles.
Awesome, thanks, Chris.
To get to the climb or somewhat far.
Appreciate that donation as we watch our Texan here power up Coca-Cola and some
Pancakes.
Advil?
Pancakes. No, we're gonna say Tylenol.
Tylenol. Yeah, Advil. I don't.
We're gonna say Tylenol.
Tylenol.
Where's that other bottle, Sean?
Liver versus kidneys.
It's in,
Yeah.
it's in the RV. Yeah, I'll bring it.
We're trying to pick up some snippets of conversation here too when we can.
It smells like smoke or something. Better than what I smell like.
Entire pancake in one bite. That was impressive. With a fork. I mean, Dan was just using his fingers, but
These runners have some strong stomachs. Seems like their stomachs are holding up well. At least the last three guys we've seen come through, slamming burgers, pancakes in a single bite. Typically a good sign.
Got my food, got a drink, so as soon as we got that burger, we can
This
head off
late in,
now.
you're in good shape.
yeah. You're gonna need that energy to power yourself up.
Oh
Elden.
no, it's still my face.
Yeah, I know. You did everything?
Yeah, I'd say the top issues that are causing the drops from what I've heard and seen would be feet issues, stomach issues.
Yeah, that's part of
1 and 2.
Maybe injury and hypothermia kind of situations.
Body temperature regulation,
Yep.
especially with this weather. Could be the other way with the heat. And then a couple instances, you know, lung issues, breathing issues. I know I talked to Jeff Browning at Heritage Square, and he was doing some pacing and forgetting the runner's pace. He's very well known. But he went to drop.
Well, look at
Jesse
that.
Haynes.
Jesse Haynes, yes.
Going down the street.
Had some breathing issues, and he attributed it to
shower.
being made worse by the elevation, coming from essentially sea level, and you already have that cold that you can't kick, and you're struggling with
How long you
elevation.
here
It's
in
taken
the
you out.
stage
I fly back to Australia
Person,
Sunday.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Go
I've
Chad,
been in
he
six
says.
months,
Oh, okay.
Texas flag.
so I've been in like 6.5 weeks.
And
Oh, okay.
if we do have runners coming into the finish,
At
we
least
will
you have
go
some
to them.
time to
We've got
cover a
cameras
little
and
bit.
eyes on that, so we're going to see people finishing. But right now we're on Wildcat 8th Station.
Oh. Hey, what's up, man?
Chad Sellier and Aaron Young, both there,
How you doing?
refueling
not
before the
bad.
big
Ready to
climb
be
up
done.
Elden.
You're close.
Yeah. It's a little climb, eh? Where is RV?
Right over here. Just got by there real quick. Come right over.
We are also expecting Kevin Goldberg to be rolling into this aid station soon. Kevin, a absolute veteran of 200s. He's run 10 of them, and he's run Cocodona every single year. This is 5th year.
Looking at 5 for 5 coming up.
Now it's looking on.
Not surprising, looking pretty coherent. He knows what you're going to be feeling at this point in the race. Probably knows what he wants. Let's
There he
see
is.
here.
There's Kevin. Hey, Kevin.
You want to check in, Kevin?
Hey, there you go. It's not my best. But I'll get there.
Now I'm going to do your crash.
Duncan brought in for
an
him.
injury outside of here. You
good. Just this race this time. Okay. So, I'll get to the finish line, but I kind of gave up on racing around mile 180 or something.
Yeah. Well, I hope for your sake it's not too bad, man.
Hopefully it's staying good.
Yeah.
I'll get there. If it wasn't for the 1,000-mile buckle, I might get going.
Yeah. Well, you're not fine now, man.
No, I'll get there. It's fine.
Yeah.
Here's what it is.
Well, I might see you up there.
I'll see you in Hermitage Square.
Yeah.
Good work. Awesome job.
San Francisco Run Coach shouts out to Lindsay
Audio?
Dwyer, second place female.
You can talk
here
to him
comes
if you
Kevin
want.
Goldberg.
I'll leave that there.
Hold it or put it on?
Yeah.
Hope your leg holds up.
Thanks, Chad. Put it on?
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin.
Hold on, he can't hear us yet.
Hello, how's it going?
Kevin, it's Corinne and Rory.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
I can
Awesome
hear
to
you,
see
yes.
out there. So this is Corinne and Rory.
Thank you. I'm supposed to say hi to...
We'll find him. As long as you don't have him.
I'm supposed to say hi to Michael Bamer. I've been ordered to say hi to Michael Bamer.
Okay. Hi to Michael Bamer. Great, great.
What up, Michael?
Thank you.
Yeah, all right, we got it. How are you guys doing?
Man, we're doing great. How are you?
Oh,
Are you,
yeah.
Are you
I wanna hear about
rocking
you.
glitter?
I had glitter on at one point, and I got my glitter nails.
You still have glitter on your face.
All these things
You
are
look
supposed to
great.
make me smile and feel good, but it's not quite working.
But I was making you smile and feel good.
Yeah, but Peter was like, "Oh my God, the smoke is killing me."
We heard you say that you were dealing with a little maybe ankle issue.
I have a shin, like
Shin.
my shin's like swollen and I can't even get it all off. Yeah, it started pretty early in the race and it's like the balloon right now, but it is what it is. I'm gonna get there.
Man, you're inspiring.
And year 5, how would you draw on past races to power you through at this point? Are you thinking back to last year or the first year? Like, what's carrying you right now with your experience?
Pretty much just the 1,000-mile buckle.
Okay, so going for 4. This will be 4.
Oh, that's right.
Big Goldberg.
Yeah, I mean,
energy.
there's a lot of things. I don't like. I can make it. Yeah.
Hey, also,
Well, thanks for
oriented.
keeping the hype going in the chat and doing the commentating, and catch you guys at the finish line.
Yeah, feel free to pop in whenever. We're cheering for you. So much love for you in the chat. Get it done.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The zipper pouch doesn't have a jacket.
Way to go, Kevin Goldberg.
Got the big Goldberg energy. going in the chat.
Thank you, Mike Thomas. Keep it up, indeed. I love to hear what's motivating these runners this late in a race.
Thank you. David is mentioning that Kevin Pastier won. He's been part of the race, but hasn't run the official race. Thanks, David.
I know I've seen him out there every dang year. So for him, it is another number that's motivating him. We had Mike Puett. He was motivated by getting sub 80 hours and also staying ahead of Kevin Goldberg. And then Kevin Goldberg is just telling him
the big 110, the big
get
Mountain
that
Dew.
fourth buckle, get the 1,000 miles. He's going to round out.
What do you think about chugging the chocolate milk?
Sarah Ostazooki, she had a similar goal, and she is looking like going to round out the podium at this point for the women, which we've mentioned her, and then we had to shout out, of course, Lindsay Dwyer, who is in second place. So things are shaping up with our podiums on the female side.
That's right.
It does stick up a little bit.
You're just waking
All
up.
right.
Joining
Let's
the
get
chat.
the chat.
Thanks for being here. It's 6:41 local time. 6:40.
Drive and distance empty hat somewhere.
We're looking at Wildcat aid station here, 237. Fan favorite. Someone who loves this race and loves it so much he did a whole series on his podcast about it leading in. This is Kevin Goldberg. Said he was dealing with some shin issues from fairly early on in the race, but actually has been able to navigate those, is going to complete it. I heard him say it's not my best, but we're going to get it done. That is so admirable to continue moving forward when you got something really bugging you.
Who knows? He could be hopping in the chat here. Maybe he'll respond to some of your DMs on Instagram. See? Yeah, I knew it. Famously, in past years, has been hopping in the chat mid-race. He definitely gets power, gets that fuel from his supporters. So show him some love.
Okay.
Is he doing the do?
Fuel of Champions, Mountain Dew. I have an uncle. Many people in this chat may know the name Rick Trujillo, who famously fueled his Hard Rock on Mountain Dew and Oreos.
Legendary. I don't know.
I'm watching myself. This is like Inception.
I'm watching myself.
Yeah,
it's like delayed enough that he can watch the replay.
Yeah. What is this?
Inception. Glitter Inception.
I hope we don't hurt his ability to get out of this aid station.
He can take us with him.
What's up?
We'll distract him a little bit longer for Mike Puett so we can put another mile on. Slow man.
Eat that sandwich.
Talking to myself.
Kevin, little do you know.
You have definitely hurting me at my ability to get out of the aid station.
Mike Puett is scared you're going to catch him, so.
I think you could snap this to the back of the pack somewhere.
Sure. Anything else? Hot water to go.
You know, I thought you were going to say your uncle, this is how you could really date it. Was he drinking Surge?
Should we take the axe?
Didn't that have a little extra caffeine? I think that would be an ultimate ultra energy drink.
I'm not looking to catch people
No,
anymore.
it was Mountain Dew, straight up Mountain Dew.
Put it up high on this.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm sure there's been somebody who's run an ultra with Surge. Finished that Mountain Dew. Done and dusted. Working on a second one.
There it is.
Oh, Mike. Shout out to your 8-year-old Magnolia. That's a great name. Saying go girls and boys.
Boys.
And shout out to you for showing your daughter the Cocodona 250.
Did you do any drugs overnight?
I did Tylenol, yeah.
Yeah, or you have enough in it.
Yeah, you never know what impact, especially at a young age, seeing this. Kids can be inspired and our next Cocodona
My
winner
favorite part of
could
the
be
race.
watching.
We're allowed to drink nothing but soda and eat nothing but candy.
We're seeing the participants get younger and younger. Cody Poskin finished in the top 5, I believe, here, and 23 years old.
A youngin'.
A race winner's 28. I remember it was only a handful of years ago that really we were talking about everybody participating in ultras being in their 30s and 40s. And so I think, you know, we've seen also with the shorter distances, you know, just individuals coming straight out of college and jumping right into the sport. And it's really cool. Actually, that's Cody Poskin's story. He wanted to run in college, couldn't make the team, decided to do this instead.
It's incredible. There's no one way to do it, but is trending younger as we continue to get our chat taken over by Goldberg.
He's our third commentator. Thank you, Brian.
Appreciate it, Brian. Did you
Appreciate
say from
you.
Crown King?
Tuning in from Crown King, or since Crown King?
Since
I don't
Crown
know,
King.
since. But we're
That one
glad
popped
you're
up
here.
Quick there.
I mean, you get to just hang out, watch these runners doing something so hard, look at beautiful views of the state of Arizona.
Hey, Brett Hornig.
What's up, Brett? Big Goldberg energy.
Let's go.
Shout
is
out
right.
Conversational Pace.
Nothing. It's time to go.
Check your sandwich.
I think he's telling himself as much as he's telling us that he has to go.
Exactly.
No on your glasses because you got your glasses. Right?
Kevin Goldberg is a fellow Coloradan. He's in
Actually, do you
Westminster,
mind if I wear your glasses?
probably 30, 40 minutes away from where I live in Castle Rock, Colorado.
Yeah, you link up for any training
Exactly,
runs?
that's true.
Well, he's been invited down to run with Castle Rock Run Club anytime. He said he's going to take us up on that. So funny how you can
Thumbs
live
away.
30, 40,
Sad.
Sadly, we must go.
live like 30, 40 minutes apart, and it's really hard to get together.
Should we do Humphreys
But
instead?
yeah,
Yeah, we're gonna go do Humphreys instead.
Oh, yeah? Some extrovert.
Oh, no, actually, I put them here.
The Fearsome Four is a challenge here in Flagstaff. You bag all 4 peaks.
what for?
Humphreys, Elden, O'Leary, and Kendrick.
Okay.
Go.
Not necessarily in that order.
Right.
Hey. See you later.
Same way we came in?
Kevin Glitterbug, that's right.
Glitterberg.
Glitterberg, sorry. Glitterbug.
Kevin Glitterberg.
Berg.
New nickname.
Yeah, Brett has seen it up close. He was made for these late miles. His 4th Cocodona, he knows exactly what he's in for. Having fun with it, slamming Mountain Dew. I think that's going to allow him to finish strong like he did in 23 and 24. He did it.
Yeah.
Every year except the first year when he paced.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, Brett mentioned that he witnessed him running 6-minute pace at the end of Cocodona 2023. Similarly, I also witnessed Jeff Garmeyer, followed him in running 6:30s down those streets of Flagstaff. It's really cool to see when after this amount of time on feet, you can just roll into a 6 to 7 minute pace. The very end of this race, it's impressive, inspiring.
He's got glitter and legs. I think we're gonna
And Mountain Dew.
And Mountain Dew. I think we're gonna get ready for a little ad break here, though, as we're waiting to round out our women's podium and have about the top 15 guys just about through.
Yeah, we will be right back with you.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin. and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushion trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
Hey, I'm Steve, Cocodona Race Director. Some parts of the Cocodona course are hot, really hot. So when we were looking for our runner shirts for the Cocodona 250, we wanted something that would protect our runners from the intense Arizona sun. Our search led us to the Janchi Sun Chaser, the perfect hoodie for a desert ultra. UPF 50 that doesn't sweat off, cool to the touch and cling-free fabric even when you're sweating, scuba style hood, integrated thumb slits. It's lightweight and super breathable. Thank you so much, Janchi. Chase the sun, but don't let the sun chase you. Happy running.
All right, we're back. What's up, everybody? It's Corinne Chalvoy and Rory Moynihan coming to you live at 6:54 a.m. on day 4 of the Cocodona 250.
Day 4, powering up with coffee.
Yeah.
We had Goldberg powering up with Mountain Dew. Just caught a little glimpse of him leaving the aid station.
We did. And we have recently had Michael McKnight finish. He was our last finisher. Our internet is a little spotty here, so we are going to try to keep up with the chat. If we miss you, we are sorry. We are trying to keep track and answer questions. So Jeff has not finished. I see a question in there. Jeff Garmeyer will be our next finisher, but he is, 7 or so miles out of the Trinity Heights aid station, which is
252
and 4 miles out from the finish.
Yes.
So he's 11 miles out or so. Also have second place female Lindsay Dwyer currently behind Jeff. Sorry, I'm getting a little feedback in my ear here. And so we're expecting second place. We're still yet to round out the women's podium, but at this point it is looking like it's going to be Rachel Entrekin, who finished yesterday in a staggeringly impressive time on the women's side, new course record by multiple hours. And then we are looking at Lindsay Dwyer, and at this point it appears to be Sarah Ostazooki, potentially rounded out in third place. So for those who do not know, Rory is also, aka Trail Gangsters, really good at creating some awesome, clever, it's just great content. He's the raconteur here, not I. So we're gonna maybe do some, I don't know, we're gonna do some entertaining. So I don't know, you have stuff prepared, Rory, right? Maybe off the cuff. We're going to spit some bars here in the studio to get everybody going. There's like 2,800 people watching.
Prepared freestyle, depends how you define
Prepared
a freestyle rap.
Okay, so do you need a couple minutes, or you want to do this thing?
Oh, you want to do it now?
Okay, we need to. Let's wait for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to have Rory doing some bars, and we want you to tell everyone to join the chat, jump in here. Give Trail Gangsters some love. This happened last year with AJW, and everyone enjoyed it so much that that's the reason we had you back. If you want to, I don't know. Are you taking requests?
Request? Do you have a request? For
No.
a song
Are you taking requests from the chat on what you rap about?
Oh,
or is that too a topic?
Ooh, I have done that. Joining this morning chat, this live stream, has been a little bit tougher for me, so doing off the cuff and we're live could be a recipe for disaster. I am scheduled to do a nighttime live stream tomorrow with Chris Warden. I think I'd be more likely to...
This is the warm-up.
This is my warm-up,
okay.
So I might stick with something I know a little bit better. I appreciate the suggestions, though. I've definitely done those raps where a true freestyle right off the dome is where you're rapping about stuff in front of you. People give words, suggestions, and that's the hardest form of rapping to do. So
yeah, people want me to beatbox. I don't know if I can do that. I can try, but you also brought you brought the
I have
the
my
speaker,
boombox.
the boombox.
It's become a part of my image, and it's just something that I've enjoyed doing for years. Actually, my high school grad party invite is me holding a boombox because at football games we really got into the spirit days and stuff, and one thing we did was wear these crazy outfits from like Savers and Goodwill thrift shop outfits with our school colors, and then one of my friends had this boombox powered by like D batteries, and we'd like hook up an iPod with the cassette adapter. And I kind of like that. So the senior kind of graduated, and I carried on the tradition with the boombox.
Nice.
And it continued through college into teaching, and it just became a thing where, yeah, I had the boombox in my classroom. Students knew I could rap. I'd rap for them, and I figured, why not rap about trail running? And I found my niche. Like a lot of people in this sport, there's always something to contribute, whether it be... your running ability, your running memes. I also dabble with that.
Yeah, I saw a couple good ones posted recently. Your writing, your artistry, so many ways to contribute. And we are absolutely going to keep track of the race. We just want you to know there's a little bit of time now before we have somebody finish, and there, if there is a runner coming into an aid station, we have a camera on. We will go to that. We are covering the race, but there's a good chance that's not going to be for a little while here. So about 3 runners here a mile outside of Sandy. Should have some drone coverage. So this is Sandy Seep. We will get this drone coverage going, try to identify these runners. That being said, we also have some space to fill here. I heard somebody requesting, I think it was one of Lindsay Dwyer's family members, can you rap about Lindsay Dwyer? And then Goldberg's glitter. I don't know. We'll give you some time to think about incorporating those, but those have been a couple of the requests so far.
Let's rap about chafing. Okay. I have done a collaborative song with Squirrel's Nut Butter, actually. It's just called Chafe.
Chafe.
It's a remix of Tyga's Taste.
Nice.
Chafe. You can get a chafe. I like it, but those are some good topics. Glitter.
What else?
Keep it 100 like Zach. Bitter. Glitter.
Right
like
there. Keep it 100 like Zach. Bitter, glitter. Bitter and glitter.
Sporting that glitter now. I'll do something legit here. I'm just kind of enjoying
this year
these.
Finn looked fitter because he was rocking that glitter. I don't think he had glitter on, but
honestly,
fitter.
We could throw some lines back and forth.
I know.
Round robin rap.
And I'm just gonna say that, like, my sons, I don't know if they're tuned in or not, or they're at school. But Stowe and Dash, 10 and 13 years old, are very inspired by Rory. You're inspiring the next generation. They, on their own, a couple of years ago, now Stowe would probably say it was cringe, but it wasn't. Came up with they did like a remake of Not Like Us.
Not Like Us, Kendrick Lamar. Hey, and just so you know, I'm really tuned into that rap beef. That was actually exactly a year ago. It was around this time that rap beef started and that song blew up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I saw that video. That
They
was
were inspired.
Super cute.
They wrote everything themselves. It was Western States Runners, They Not Like Us. And my favorite line of the whole thing that they 100% came up with on their own was at the end where they say, Walmsley, run this way, don't run that way. Run this way, don't run that way. And we threw up the Highway 49 sign.
A reference to Walmsley going off course at Western States. I love that. Team Kendrick, absolutely. I'm glad they chose that song. Clearly the winner there.
Yeah.
In that rap beef. And yeah, it's just about being silly with the rhymes and just embracing your own style. You know, I've definitely had comments, same thing, where like, oh, that's cringe, it's kind of weird. But for the most part, I've gotten really good feedback, and it's just my creative outlet. What I like to add to the sport, because there's so many content creators out there, you know, and we've got fast media in the race, and I think that market's kind of cornered. So rap is what I bring.
It's awesome. We're here for it. Absolutely. We got a drone shot of Sandy Seep right here. And just to let everyone know, we did have 3 runners leave the Wildcat aid station. Wildcat is mile 237 of this race. Those 3 runners were Chad Sellier, Aaron Young, and Kevin Goldberg, all out of Wildcat and making their way toward Mount Elden. About 20 miles to go in this race.
Indeed. And oh yeah, I mentioned media, and we did our recap this morning a little bit, but I don't think we got too far down the list. I wanted to shout out Finn Melanson for his strong finish. I don't know if you were still awake for that when he was rolling in pretty strong.
I did not see it live, but I rewatched it and looked like his wife and daughter were there, Sloan, and you know, it's been really cool. You know, Finn was fascinated with this race after commentating it one year and just decided he was gonna run it, and put a lot into it. Shares so many stories about it on his podcast Single Track, which everyone loves. And he seems to have had a great Cocodona 250 this year, so we're stoked for him to move up in placement. I think his prediction beforehand was that he was going to run faster but place lower, and I think. Well, I know he paced higher, but also I think we saw more carnage this year than at the front end of the field than maybe we have in years past. So while there were some seriously solid times and records being broken, there was also some shakeups and some big surprises.
Oh, that's Chad on the drone here. View of Sandy Seep. They just left Wildcat, so they're embarking on these trails here in Flagstaff. We got Sarah Ostazooki. She's about 2.8 miles, right? Mm-hmm. And she is still in 3rd place. You know, never set in stone. We've had some runners who have to stop completely, weird medical things come up, so you never know. But with her being so experienced, I think she's got a lock on the podium, and that would just be an incredible way to close out what she says is her final Cocodona race. She wants to round it out to a nice 1,000 miles, which really, if you factor in those extra 6 to 7 miles, we're going over that. But a similar motivating factor or similar motivation for Kevin Goldberg. When we asked him what was keeping him going, it was just get 1,000 miles, get that fourth buckle.
And Jeff Garmire, who's still out there and should be our next finisher, this is his 5th year. He has done it every single year. And it'll be so interesting to hear how it played out for him, because I know he had some big goals going in, and it sounds like had some things to navigate. I don't know if they were injury, physically related or what, but I don't think it panned out as well as he had hoped. That being said, it's super admirable just to see them continue, these runners continue on, especially people who, really want to be up in the front of the field and maybe find themselves not there during this particular race. It's just mad respect to them for continuing on and resetting goals mid-race and just continuing to move forward. That is not an easy thing to do.
Speaking of moving forward, we got Chad here with his pacer, just passing under the freeway. Moving pretty well. We got pretty brisk walk mixed in with some trotting here. About to enter the tunnel. Light at the end of the tunnel as they get closer to Heritage Square.
Yeah, just a little background on Sarah Ostazooki. As we said, previous winner of this race. She also won Moab 240 last year overall. Well, not overall in the women's field. She was 5th overall. So super impressive. Winner of that race. She's placed 3rd at High Lonesome. A very tough race out in Colorado that I believe Mountain Outpost will be streaming again later this year. She's won the Cruel Jewel 100. I believe she has a course record still at that race. Saddles 100. She's done the 50 every year and placed high up there. She was 11th at Run Rabbit Run last year. She's run the Uray 100 and won that race. May actually have that course record also. So, I know that she's always chasing that next big goal and just seems to be, super motivated by doing really, really hard things.
Yeah, what a resume she has put together in recent years. Really finding her spot with the multi-day races. Again, we're looking at Chad Salyer, right? That's how
we think it's Chad Salyer. Aaron Young and Kevin Goldberg are out there too, but right now Chad is moving right along, moving toward Elden. Look at this.
Thank you to John G. Skycam for these views. Got some red rocks here, so that looks
it's got to be a
like
Sedona area.
Yeah, that Sedona Posse grounds cutoff, as we've mentioned a couple times. For the back of the pack runners, I know we're talking about the leaders a lot. That cutoff is going to be noon. They need to leave Sedona with their posse.
Yeah, just so folks know, our next finisher, Jeff Garmire, still a number of miles out of the aid station as soon as we do have visuals out of the finish line, but out of the Trinity Heights aid station as well. If we get eyes on any runners, we will go to that. In the meantime, we're going to show you some of the views and some of the vistas that the runners get to experience throughout this course. And it has been a rainy, overcast first few days, so this sun and just being able to really see the landscapes is a treat. And we really appreciate all of our drone operators who are bringing these views to everyone at home.
And speaking of Jeff Garmire, he is 6 miles out of Trinity. I feel like just a few minutes ago we were saying 7 miles. So I think he's moving pretty well at this stage in the race, especially for starting sick. I know there's a few runners who have kind of shared later, maybe they're nervous to mention it the morning of the race or the day before that they're sick, but that's something stressful when you this cold and flu season has been really bad, and your body almost, has its defenses down during taper week. And when you feel that illness creep in, it's like you don't want to acknowledge you have it. But that is the case with some of these runners. And they are toughing it out. So props to Jeff Garmeyer and any others who, weren't feeling 100%.
Courageous to toe the line. Sometimes you hope maybe that little niggle or that illness kind of dissipates, and you never know. But just getting started is awesome. So we're about 10. We have 10 miles before we're going to see Jeff Garmeyer at the finish line. He will hit the Trinity Heights aid station in about 6 miles. That is the final aid station. We've seen a number of runners when they get to that one just kind of say, you know what, I'm not stopping. I'm just getting it done at this point in time. I'm so close now. Quick recap for those joining us, and thank you guys for being here. We appreciate you being kind in the chat. It's there's a lot of you out there. I think we're all in this to enjoy this sport and celebrate these runners. So let's keep those positive vibes going out there. But little recap for you all. We've had course records broken on the men's and women's side. Dan Green on the men's side and Rachel Entrekin on the women's side, both lowering the course records. Rachel Entrekin came in 4th overall. Our first 3 men were Dan Green, Ryan Sands, and Adair Ramirez.
Yes, and we're waiting for the women to round out this podium.
Right now it's looking like that's going to be Lindsay Dwyer and Sarah Ostazooki.
Correct, and our drone cameras have been awesome. We're just showing you some scenes a little bit further back on the course as we change out a battery. We're keeping the drones going. John G Skycam has been killing it, and these are some of my favorite views here. I think it could be worth mentioning the Sedona Canyons 125.
Oh yeah, let's talk a little bit about
I've been tuned in here. It's kind of hard to check texts of my athlete Angie Kemp, who is doing her longest race to date. But that's where my mind's kind of at. And just to reference that field, at least the leaders, as accurate as these numbers may be, we had our Air Vipa racing teammate. I know when I saw the coverage, Cole Crosby got out to a hot start. It appears that could have caught up with him because Nick Allen from California is in the lead with about 113 miles. So he is nearing the end of the course, also ending in Heritage Square. They're doing a different finish. They're going to be finishing on the FUTS, which is the local trails, urban trail system here. Flagstaff Urban Trail System, to be more specific. So not quite as intense as what the 250-mile runners have to do. In the second is Kevin Dye. It says he's at about 110 miles. And then I mentioned Cole Crosby. He should still round out the podium, and he's about a mile back of Kevin Dye. So those are the top 3 men. However, Andrea White is running pretty well. She probably has crossed the 100-mile threshold here. It said 99.9 miles when I last refreshed. So that is definitely the first female. Behind her, I'm seeing Brianna Boley at 91 miles, and then Christine Almond at also 91 miles and maybe a quarter mile behind as far as the tracker goes. So a pretty close battle for second and third there in the Sedona Canyons 125. Did want to mention that because we're going to have those finishers, coinciding at the same time.
Yeah.
And you might see people who, I will say the 250 runners have looked surprisingly good, but you might see those 125 look really sharp. And you're like, is that a 250? And no, they only did half.
Yeah.
Because I know Jeff Browning, before he obviously did the 250, he crushed that course. And I mean, just looked like a walk in the park.
Yeah. Yeah. And we talked about that's a great way to kind of build up over multiple years to maybe taking on the 250 if you're interested in that. run the Flagstaff Crest 40 miler, run now the Mingus Traverse 79 miler, hop in the Sedona Canyons 125, and really get some good course recon in there, get a taste of what these trails have to offer, and then keep building as you move toward maybe going after the 250 yourself.
And you never know, you could sign up for Cocodona. Maybe you've done it before. We've had many multi-time finishers, and the course changes, so it's never going to be the same experience, of course. And as we mentioned, there are some changes here. We have a drone shot. It just passed over, I believe, what was the Hangover Trail, and that proved to be a gnarly section, especially if you hit that at night. Definitely some concerns there, as there's a steep drop off. It lives up to its name. You have to sometimes hug the wall, especially if it's slick rock there, due to the rains we had. Look at that sun breaking through there. Gotta love that scenery. What do you think? Should we do some bars?
We want to do some bars. I think it's a good time. We don't
kind of have this little gap.
We don't have eyes on runners. Yeah. So for everyone preemptively who's going to say, hey, let's talk about the race. There's not too much to talk about right now. We're going to do some entertainment. We're going to get everybody going.
Why not?
Rory's going to break out the boom box.
Did I finish enough of my coffee? Maybe not, but we'll see what we got here for you. Yeah. I'll take my time setting up, too. I'm going to have my bar and spit some bars. Haha. Let's get my beat hooked up here.
Nice. Let's go.
I think that's the beat I want. Yeah. Got a little something. Did we switch the cam yet?
Here we are. All right.
Ooh. I'm feeling good. How you guys doing out there?
All right, so just so everyone knows, there is a sick beat, but the sick beat cannot happen because we do not want YouTube to get angry and we want this to live forever. So we're going acapella. Acapella here. Rory
so
Moynihan,
hard.
Trail Gangsters. Just everybody just imagine.
If you want to participate, it goes like this. I like running, I like pain.
Something's wrong inside my brain.
The way I train is quite insane.
You and I are not the same.
You got it?
I got it.
Here we go. All right. We'll pretend this sick beat is going. Definitely sounds better with that, but I think I can carry it a cappella. I like running, I like pain.
Something's wrong inside my brain.
The way I train is quite insane.
You and I are not the same.
I've run since Pampers, it's not a phase. Yo, I keep it 100 like Andrew Glaze. Not a smoker, but I'm known to blaze. A trail by you, check my Strava page. I make it look easy as I coast by. They all want to know who I'm coached by. They tell me slow down, but I at most guys can't feel these shoes cause they goat sized. I sign up for races like a lunatic. I even ask myself why I'm doing this. Is this a hobby or an affliction? A whole lot of miles, my prescription. I like running, I like pain.
Something's wrong inside my brain.
The way I train is quite insane.
You and I are not the same.
Hey.
Dun 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 dun
Yo, I'm a beast, yeah.
Shout out Goldberg's glitter, yeah. Dun dun dun.
I like it, I like it.
All right.
Tried to beat Finn, but he's fitter. I'm shining like Kevin Goldberg's glitter.
Shine like Goldberg's glitter.
Drinking the day-old coffee. It's a little bitter. It's okay. Corinne might need to get a sitter to run her races because she's a mom out there on the trails.
Yes. Good. So good.
Nah, I got to wake up. You'll catch me on that nighttime live stream.
Yeah, well, we're gonna figure out the audio. We're gonna bring some beats. That's gonna elevate it to the
approved beat.
Elevate it to the next level. But that's great. That's awesome. I know that Stowe and Dash tuned in. Thanks for doing that, Rory. Hope it was a little bit entertaining for you guys. And yeah, shout out Andy Glaze in your rap. He is out there. Andy Glaze, he did the Arizona Monster 300 3 weeks ago.
He's a monster.
He's a monster. Famously on 100-mile plus week streaks for 4.5 years at this point. He's nuts. But he's getting through it. He's making it happen out there. You can follow along with him and his journey. He is posting stuff pretty often on his Instagram. Doing it pacerless, doing it all drop bags, no crew. And we're super glad to have you guys here. Thank you for being with us. I'm Corinne Chalvoy. This is Rory Moynihan. We have a drone shot and eyes on some of our runners who are getting close to that base of Elden that they're going to start climbing up. It's called Sandy Seep. Flagstaff Tim says, go Rory, love it.
My chat's just a little bit behind, so I'm seeing the comments coming now. Hey, appreciate it. Trying to bring that energy for you, even if it's not morning where you're at. Oh, wrap the rest of the commentary. The next 40 hours.
Shoo!
There actually is a Guinness World Record for like longest freestyle, and it's more than a day. I think it's like almost 2 days.
What are the rules? Can you only have so much like gap?
Is there
like,
mic connect? Yeah.
There can't be like a delay in.
I don't know how long the delay is. Pretty short pauses between words. They were kind of eating. I think they were mic'd up and even went to the bathroom. Something crazy. The rapper's name is Watsky. You can look it up. That's actually
Watsky.
I don't want to go too deep here with the rap talk, but Watsky is my favorite rapper, a slam poet turned rapper from the Bay Area. So big inspiration. If you know him, you're super cool because so underrated.
Oh, Mercedes said maybe they couldn't hear us for the beginning. Hi, Mercedes. That's okay. We took a minute to get going. Maybe we'll do it again.
There's audio issues?
I think there's no audio. I saw some chatter, but I don't know. Maybe if we have a dead zone here, we'll 'cause that was only a couple minutes long. We'll do a do-over. Keep practicing.
Yeah. We got many hits. Short Shorts anthem. The first version was filmed in 2019. I have Georgia Porter in my video.
Yes.
So it's also a way for me to connect with the running community, which I love.
Yeah, and you put out an awesome video about No Sleep Till Flagstaff.
No Sleep
about
Till
Cocodona.
Flagstaff is the official Cocodona anthem.
What's up, Russ? He said it's the Rory and Corey show, since people call me Corey. Rory and Corey show.
I can work with that.
Yeah.
Actually, my college roommate's name was Corey, so we always got lumped together. Rory and Corey. We're still friends to this day, so.
All right, we'll give you guys a quick update here. You know, there is a little bit of lull in the action in terms of us getting visuals on runners, but there's still a lot going on out there. We've got, we have had Dan Green, Ryan Sands, and Eder Ramirez finish on as the top 3 males already. Real shortly after Eder, our first place female, Rachel Entrykin, came through in a blisteringly fast time, setting a new course record by multiple hours this year. I'm going to get her official time so we can tell you how much that was by. Needless to say, she surprised herself and put on a absolute clinic in this year's race. We've got second place female yet to finish, but getting there, making her way. That is Lindsay Dwyer. We talked about Lindsay yesterday, but Lindsay is someone who has been putting in up to 160-mile training weeks leading into this race. I believe also works a full-time job. So to do that on top of working a 9-to-5 is just insanely impressive. But we heard she did that because she wanted to make herself durable.
Right.
Really wanted to kind of create that resilience that she was going to need in this race. And I would say that's panning out. She is currently sitting in second place. And then right now in third place is Sarah Ostazooki. As soon as we have eyes on some of those female runners, we will also bring that to you. What else is going on? We've had a handful of notable drops. Unfortunately, according to Walter, dropped from the race. Jack Scott. We had our Spanish runner, Pau, drop from the race. Michael Versteeg made it really far. I think he was over 200 miles before he dropped, which is just heartbreaking. Thank you, Lindsay Dwyer's #1 fan, has been in the chat constantly.
I created a YouTube just for this.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Appreciate all the super fans out there as we get some live footage here. This is still Chad?
I think this is still Chad.
Chad Sellier.
Is that looks like Kevin's kid? Maybe it's Pacer. Okay, we think it's Pacer.
Yeah, I would.
Australian guy was Aaron Young. This could be Aaron Young, who was the first out of that Wildcat aid station. So he could be the first in that pack of 4. Aaron Young, Chad Sellier, Kevin Goldberg, and who else was in there? Oh, the name.
Mike.
Okay. Yeah. Mike.
Mike.
Just Mike.
No, the first name. Anyway, yeah, we have the Aussie who is inspired, like we said. By the chat.
Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. We got some eyes on third place female right now, Sarah Ostazooki. And she's making her way. I did this section with Dan Green. You know, they come off the trail and then they just need to go up to where the aid station is here at Wildcat Hill. This is a new aid station this year. Instead of having an aid station on the top of Elden, they have one at Wildcat Hill. And that is just, you know, a few miles before the base of Elden at mile 237 of the race. She's going to come in here and be greeted to, you know, there's a bit of a fire. Could be chilly out there still. I think it probably is. And this is starting to become really familiar territory for Sarah because she is from Flagstaff or lives in Flagstaff. Well, she's now in Durango, but lived in Flagstaff. Probably knows this area really well. So she's going to roll in here and we're going to maybe try to get a bit of audio and try to get a peek into how she seems to be doing.
About to earn that 4th buckle.
Okay.
Moving efficiently here.
Wait, you want anything to eat? Oh, I'm good. Hamburger, quesadilla. Maybe in a second.
I got you. ID or pacer at this stage in the race. I know a few other friends who were pacing her earlier on, but I don't know this particular pacer. So Sarah Ostazooki, third place female at this point, hoping to secure the podium. She's going straight to her vehicle. And being so experienced with the race, she probably has some specific items. She really has it dialed in and she knows what she needs. Sometimes the car setup is the way to go. A little less distractions. She does also, having paced her and just seen her in these races, she is a really positive, fun person. Actually, I think a couple years ago, maybe the first time she did Cocodona, she even had a similar thing to Kevin Goldberg, I know, where we knew she could compete for the win in these big races. She would spend a little too much time on her phone doing like an Instagram story update or just talking to people.
Socializing,
I mean, she
hanging
knows
out.
everyone. She'll talk to you about anything. She's just a lovely person. And, you know, we'd see her posting these stories and we're like, man, was that like 4 stories at the 8th station? You got to get going. So it reminds me of Kevin Goldberg talking to himself in the live chat. You know, it can be okay to spend that time, can be re-energizing in some ways, but when you're competing for a podium spot, it can cost you.
Yeah.
I don't think that will be an issue here with the gap she has over 4th place. I believe she passed 4th in the nighttime. And do you recall that name? I don't want to mess up my
our track
results here.
I know. Yes, I do. It's a hyphenated last name.
Definitely want to highlight those people in the bubble. Catherine Edwards.
Anderson. Catherine Edwards Anderson. And looks like Shelby Farrell is in front of Catherine at this point, too. Still a lot of race left, though. You know, a lot can happen. They're fairly close in all things considered, and in the scheme of things with a 200-miler. We've got also Jenny Chisholm up there, mom of Brody and Elliot Chisholm, who both dropped from the race. But Jenny is holding down the family name, rolling strong, looking at like I can't
go too far from my car.
Some respect on the Chisholms.
Oh, okay. So we can't go too far from the Starlink. We're just getting some images here. Thank you to our cameraman out there. Looks like Sarah's just changing clothes, maybe. Some fresh, dry clothes on.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's Maggie Gutierrez out there crewing her.
That is Maggie.
I know she was pacing her for some sections. Oh, is that Kyle Curtin?
Can you not do that for a couple minutes for us?
Yes, it is. And
I think that's his pacing.
And Fred. Makes sense. Kyle would close it out with her. Very accomplished runner himself. Going to great lengths, ending up in the hospital to get that
Colorado Trail
FKT.
Sub 6 days?
I believe so. Having paced Sarah, I've seen him up close and his style, and he keeps you moving. I'll say that. He's very dialed in. He can definitely have fun with it, but if he wants you to compete or stay in it, he'll get you back out on the course. So I think that could be part of the reason why Sarah's off. The vehicle has her precise setup. They just want to secure this 3rd place finish, bring it home to Flagstaff.
Yeah.
Her former home.
Former home. Welcome by, I'm sure, many friends.
And since we were a little bit far out from Sarah and she needs to get herself ready, we're going back to an earlier section of the course, Sedona.
Oh man, this is
What
that's
is-
AJW.
That's AJW.
He's waving at the drone. And this is the hangover. You can see this exposure.
Yes.
And how he's almost slanted and just being really careful to stay on the high side of the rocks here.
He's got that wide stance.
This is an excellent view of just like the consequences if you do slip off the side there. And he's doing it in the day. Doesn't look
goodness.
like it's wet, but he's still...
Look at that pan out. Gorgeous.
I mean, how cool that you get to traverse this. He's still got 160 miles on his legs. But it was encouraging to see him give a wave to the drone because that means he's probably in good spirits.
Focused on his firm footing there, but giving us a wave. I love it.
Let's go AJW. To everyone in the chat who's asking about Max Joliffe, Max is dealing with some medical issues. We don't know exactly what it is or what he's doing to try to remedy it. There is a chance he could come back on course at mile 237 and continue. But right now we're in a bit of a holding pattern. So, you know, any updates we get, we will share with everyone. Right now, we just hope that he's doing okay and taking care of himself.
Oh.
Are you sure? That looked like AJW.
I swear that was AJW.
It wasn't? Oh, man. I could have sworn by the way he was moving that looked like AJW. May have not been AJW. We're just going to pretend it was. Waving at the drone.
It looks like an AJW move.
We're still going to give love to AJW in the chat. Who knows if he is listening to the live stream right now and hearing us talking about him?
I could see him tuning in.
Absolutely. Wishing he'd be here. So one unique thing about the Cocodona 250 is that runners can leave the course. They can leave their tracker at an aid station. They can leave the course. They can go to a hotel. They can go have dinner at a restaurant. They can go do what they need to take care of themselves, and barring doing anything that is, you know, outside of the guidelines in terms of getting medical aid, they can return to the course. We are seeing that happening with Georgia Porter, who is dealing with a viral infection, and Georgia decided they were going to take a little bit of a break, try to get a little rest. And their intention is to return and try to finish ahead of the cutoffs. That is absolutely a choice that could be made by the runners out there. And so it does make it a little tricky to know what's going on with folks if you're looking at the tracker. But just so everyone knows, could be the case. If you see somebody not moving for a while, they could be sleeping. Really hard to know, but we're trying to get visuals on things, and we are trying to just, keep you informed of any news that we get that those teams are willing to share.
Yeah, and speaking of something our team shared, as far as AJW, that was not him because he had already passed through that hangover location 10 minutes prior. But we did get intel that he was looking great. He had a cold night. It was chilly, but he said he's feeling it now. And the sunshine looks like temperatures of upwards of 70 by the time you get to Flagstaff. That means a few degrees warmer here in Sedona, where we're seeing. Maybe not quite that warm yet so early, but that's great news. Love to get those text updates, and that's something we can confirm because it's our team. Other than that, in terms of, you know, certain updates, especially if it's medical related, we don't want to confirm or deny until we hear from the direct source. Having said that, it would be cool to some of those in the chat who have been tracking runners. Do you have any text updates? Kind of funny stories from a runner or their crew along the way. I have a runner I'm coaching, Angie Kemp, and I've been getting some video footage in and out of each aid station as she does the Sedona Canyons 125. And she took a or she's about to take a rest in Munns Park. She has a little connection there. This is where it pays to be from Arizona. You know, somewhere she's got a place to stay at Munns Park, so she can sleep in a real bed.
Look at this.
Oh, is this our AJW doppelganger?
Yeah, right. But do you have to descend down this?
I don't know if you're supposed to do that.
Maybe, and we've heard, right, that there's no ability to put a flag anywhere, so you got to follow the dots on the rocks here.
Yes.
This runner appears not to have a pacer. Just going to take a little seat, maybe scoot down. Maybe they got off of those markers above them and are trying to get back down to the dots.
And I'm not sure the color of the dots. They're probably white too.
Yeah.
When you're this tired, those lines look a little hypnotizing.
Oh my gosh.
It's hard to follow. So
needless to say, we hope this runner, this is what you have to work your way through in the Cocodona 250. I think you do this part also in the Sedona Canyons 125. This runner utilizing the poles. This is the infamous Hangover Trail, a new addition this year to the course.
You know, the butt slide's always safe. You don't want to risk a bad fall here, having to cut your day short. And it looked like when he waved to the camera earlier, I believe this is the same AJW lookalike. He kind of had the wide stance with the legs, was trying to stay upright on this Hangover Trail. Not worth taking risks.
Appears he found the dots and is now going parallel.
Yeah, it's a little far. I don't think we can get any bib number ID here with the drone. Unless we really get in his face.
But just look at how beautiful that is. What a gorgeous morning.
Yeah, as we've said, this is a world famous loop, the Hangover Loop. I think it's like 8 to 9 miles. I haven't done it for a couple years, but when I did it, definitely breathtaking. Some crazy sections if you do the full loop that you can't even imagine people bike down, let alone run or hike. So you can imagine doing this at night would be quite the situation, as this runner we just witnessed was struggling in the daytime looking for those dots.
Yeah, and just to fill everyone in on AJW, who we thought we were looking at, but we weren't. He's around mile 172 of the race.
There we go.
That's just, he has never gone further than 103 miles. So he's doing amazing. And our team, like you said that he was doing great, in great spirits. Again, just a really heartwarming story that he has a good friend that was a part of the Aravaipa, community that passed away, who he and that individual were supposed to run the Sedona Canyons 125 together. That individual passed away, and ADW said, you know what, we only have now, and I'm going to run double the distance because I'm going to run the 125 that my friend could not run and carry bib the whole way. So he's got one of the strongest Ys out there to complete this, and that is certainly going to be pulling him along.
Hey, and speaking of some updates, Jeff Garmeyer, is 5 miles out of Trinity Heights. Lindsay Dwyer is 7 miles out. Trinity Heights, again, is mile 252. So last aid station before they get to Heritage Square.
It's a race within a race. We might see Jeff Garmeyer and Lindsay Dwyer potentially in Trinity Heights together. Could see this coming down to the wire again.
And then another update, Michael Puett, who we had, if you were tuned in from the very beginning, we were speaking with him live at an aid station. He's a little under 2 miles ahead of those 3 runners chasing him. And that can be something you need at this point in the race.
He's the Aussie, right?
Michael Puett, no, is
Oh, that was Aaron.
He's from
Aaron
Idaho.
Young. Aaron Young.
Aaron Young is
Yeah.
the Aussie. Michael Puett from Idaho. The guy after the Aussie is from Texas.
Chad Salyer. And then we had Kevin Goldberg in that group as well. All right, we might be having a drone shutting down, so we're gonna switch to different views.
There we go.
And boom, Wildcat Hill aid station. Here we are. Somebody needs to go over and stoke that fire.
Yeah, we actually have Sarah O in this aid station. She opted to head to her car. She's with her crew, changing outfits, fueling up. I guess she opted not to go for Pete's Meats. This is... Oh, wait, no, this isn't where... That's Wildcat.
Yeah, this is
she's
Wildcat.
still Wildcat.
She's still at Wildcat, yep.
Oh, yeah, I'm thinking Trinity Heights. We just mentioned the other runners, so she is still at Wildcat. No Pete Mortimer in sight, but definitely his imprint is here. I'm sure he provided a lot of the cured meats, and some of the earlier runners were fueling up with that. We had people double fisting hamburgers. Sarah O, I haven't heard too much about her fueling strategy, but I know she has it dialed in. Oh, there's a fast runner. Love to get a tracker on that coyote.
Sweet, that's cool. Oh my God.
Go, go, go.
This guy's setting an FKT somewhere. Put a GPS watch on that dude or woman. Yeah, I see. I know so many people want to know. Max Joliffe was in the hospital. Looks like he is actually going to be not finishing the race. Mm-hmm. So for everyone following along, heartbreaking, brutal. That's what this sport, sometimes you have to do that. And so he said he'll be back. But this year it's Cocodona 251 and Max 0. We hope you're doing okay, Max. I know there's tons of fans in there sending you all the love. And if you're following along, we are just hoping you're going to be okay. And yeah, way to go. I mean, made it to, I don't know, super entertaining for so many people for many days. And we just hope you're going to be doing okay and getting the care you need.
Yeah, we wanted to, a lot of times you want to let the athlete make that announcement for themselves. You never know what's going on internally with the crew and how he's feeling. So since it's official, I know a lot of his fans in the chat are following him on Instagram. You saw the post a few minutes ago, so that's the final word.
Yeah, unfortunate, but a reality of our sport. Okay, looks like Sarah is getting ready to roll out of here with pacer Kyle Curtin, who we are guessing is going to be taking her to the finish.
Matching her outfit with the forecasted 70 degrees. We have clear skies today. She stripped down some layers, t-shirt and shorts, moving well.
She's moving great.
Kyle Curtin. She knows exactly what to do here. Getting her pointed in the right direction perhaps, but she knows how to manage her effort. She knows how her body feels at this point. I think she's got this locked. And she is very familiar with that descent. down Elden, so I don't have any worries about her there.
Here we are looking at Sarah Ostazooki, currently third place, rolling out of the Wildcat Hill aid station, mile 237. Looking to make her way toward Heritage Square and secure that podium spot on the female side of the race.
Yeah, I know. I'm not sure if her goal was, I'm sure her goal might have been the podium, but at least publicly she stated she wanted to get that fourth finish, run 1,000 miles on the course. And then also, I think she had mentioned this goal. I witnessed a little bit. She did have a low point at one section when I was pacing her the year she won. And she just said she wanted to keep a more positive outlook in these late miles, which sometimes is a good attainable goal, just shifting your outlook, not always numbers based like some of those other runners we interviewed.
I can relate to that. I mean, people react differently to stress, but it is so admirable if you're in pain or you're just working through something, struggling to keep a positive outlook and mindset and to be nice to the people around you and not get grumpy. It's a challenge, and I love that goal. We also see on this now on the full screen, this is Kevin Goldberg.
It's Kevin Goldberg.
Kevin making his way along.
We had a fun time with him at Wildcat aid station. Took some time to talk with us, talk to himself in the chat.
Inception moment. He said, "This is like Inception. I'm watching myself."
That was hilarious. And good morning, Maria from Eugene, Oregon. It's
Maria's
a nice
avatar is a floata.
Floata.
You know what's up if you've got a floata picture as your profile
Legit.
pic.
That's a trail running super fan. I saw Versteeg watching Rachel Entrekin bring it home for the win last night, and that was really cool despite him dropping out of the race just to be there to support the other runners. And I don't know if he had any floata on him. Is there word on that's still in production? I know some runners who are actually hanging on to
I'm hanging
cans
on
of
to
that.
a few
You are?
cans. I don't know that it's in production anymore, but I think there are a few cases that still exist and are floating around. I actually drank floata at Javelina. Every lap, I drank a floata and a pickle juice. So I utilized it.
Did the job.
It helped.
Hey, we have another Goldberg shouting out Kevin Goldberg.
Yeah.
Big Goldberg energy,
Big
indeed.
Goldberg energy, BGE. Let's go. The thing about floata is that I don't know how much caffeine's in it. There's nothing on the label about the caffeine content, so it's a little bit.
I'm not sure if it going flat minimizes the caffeine. I don't think so necessarily. It doesn't seem I tried it, as high powered as like maybe a Coca-Cola.
You don't think so?
I didn't think so. I mean, I wasn't trying it mid-race, but
we got so many runners still out there on this day 4. We're going to keep providing coverage all the way. We're going to pan away from this. Oh, Kevin Goldberg wondering if he can stop, and there we go. Perfect. This drone pilot knows where it's at, covering the runner strategically to let them pee. But yeah, this is amazing. I mean, these are things that, yeah, our drone pilots are awesome. Shout out to Mitch, Mitch, the drone pilot. Shout out, Mitch.
Mitch was helping us follow that coyote earlier. That was awesome.
Sick. They're going to use that in a recap. That's part of the highlight reel, man.
Fastest segment on that part of the course.
You and you've got to be an experienced drone pilot to be able to spot an animal just blends in with this terrain and this dirt. Like that was awesome. Trail runner, love the vibes you're bringing. Kevin Goldberg is an American hero. We agree.
the Heroes of Cocodona. He's definitely cemented his legacy, nearing his 4th finish. Been part of a race for all 5 years. Maybe that's how it got started. He paced the first year and inspired him to do it. He got hooked.
It's a great way to see the reality of it, get a little bit out there on the course, just help somebody else see firsthand kind of what people have to navigate. Also volunteering, because you see so many, you're out there for so many hours that you see so many different runners and kind of unique perspectives and situations.
Yeah, I definitely recommend that. I know some people get really excited by just going big and taking on the 250, but if you're a little hesitant in any way, first see what the race is about. Get on site by volunteering, pacing, crewing. That's a good start. You can start with the shorter distances, which we've mentioned, the 39-mile race. Work your way up. I'm also a big proponent of, you're a coach, Corinne. I like my athletes to actually race a lot. It doesn't mean you're racing hard, but even those shorter races, I think if you're new to trail running, don't think you just have to go for the 100-miler, because that's what I think especially now you're hearing the most excitement and press about. I love those weird off distances that Aravaipa has. I'm going to hop in the, I think it's the Sinister, their race at McDowell Mountain Regional Park next weekend, the 25K.
Nice. I
think a lot of times the sub-ultra trail races don't get as much love as they should. They're fun.
They're fun. They're great as a supported long run in your training block. I spent the first few years when I was really getting into trail running, after I, took a little bit of time away from running to have a couple kids, got back into the sport, and I spent a few years doing sub-ultra distances and, nothing longer than a marathon distance on trail before I kind of jumped up to a 50K. And yeah, so fun. Just you recover from them so much faster than the long distances that you can, like you said, you can race a lot of them. You can keep building, just experience a lot of different places and terrain. So, and we have so many of these runners. Wes Plate's out there. He's in his 50s, and he started trail running when he was 41.
Mm-hmm.
You can start anytime.
Never too late to start.
This
Anytime,
is Eli
any
Wiebe.
distance. Is this Fort Tut? No, wait.
I have not been to Fort Tut.
Yeah, I think it's Fort Tut.
It is.
Looks like Fort Tut based on the buildings there.
And I know Eli had also towed the line at Arizona Monster, but had to drop from that race. So he's back here to Cocodona trying to get it done out there. He and Andy Glaze seem to be friends and two individuals who run together and know each other well. Probably because they both race so much and show up at these long distances. Doing a little shoe change here, probably getting some fresh socks on. Fort Tut Hill, for anyone wondering, is mile 214 of the race.
Yeah, speaking of those shorter distances, this is the location for the Big Pine Trail Race put on by Aravaipa Running. Another way to introduce yourself to the Flagstaff area. I know it's really popular with the runners from Phoenix. Once things start to heat up, you can run, I believe, the 13, 26K, 50K. I don't think they have longer yet, but just beautiful trails out there. It's going to be cooler than it would be in Phoenix. Can still get surprisingly hot. You're closer to the sun up here at elevation. You can still get that sunburn if you're prone to that. But what's cool about this race, it usually lines up with a beer festival. So a lot of times people camp out.
Nice.
They can race at night, the night before. They can race the morning of. You can double up. And then that Saturday afternoon, the beer festival kicks off. You can limp from your tent if you're sore, and then go to the beer fest and stumble back.
Perfect. And
Good combo.
It's looking like it's maybe about 51 degrees right now in Fort Tut Hill. So that's one of the warmer temperatures, to be honest, that we've seen throughout the last few days.
Mm-hmm.
And again, with the sun, I'm sure that feels a little different than what the runners have been going through. But I think the sun is also life-giving. It's overcast and it was rainy, and that can be a little dreary. And tough on you mentally, especially if you are anticipating having a lot of sun out here in the desert.
Yeah, I think it's definitely giving the runners a boost, energizing them to see clear skies, the sun. A few runners we've spoken with have commented on that and pointing it out, and it can just be a shift in mindset.
So sounds like we might be able to talk a little bit with Eli in a few minutes here. He's willing to share some words on how it's been out there for him, and yeah, we're excited to hear what's going through the mind of somebody at mile 214 of Cocodona 250.
Yeah, that's been great just to hear what's carrying them through. They're running on fumes. Is it that time-based goal that's going to get them there? The buckle, people in the chat.
Does he want to just beat his friend Andy Glaze?
Does he want to beat Andy Glaze? Is he like Mike Puett, whose dad gave him these inspirational words? I believe it was him who lit the fire, got him going.
Shout out some East Coast races somebody wants us to. Okay, East Coast races that I know of. Boy, I haven't run too many of them. I did run Ultra Race of Champions, which used to be a big one out there in North Carolina area. I just heard about the Huracan 100K out there. I hear that's an amazing race, and also has a prize purse. I think, we've got things like the races that Aravaipa does up in the Whites, New Hampshire area. You can check out aravaiparunning.com for the races that they have out east. We've also got, I know that there's I'll actually point somebody to trailrunner.com. American Trail Running Association has a massive catalog of races, and you can search their database by location and see what's available near you.
Yeah, it's almost like you're inundated. It's a good problem to have. I feel the FOMO every weekend. I'm not racing as often as I'd like to as I come back from surgery, but just seeing people in this region of the country doing this type of race. I mean, you can find your specialty, whether it's the looped races, the super birdie short races with climbing, those long ultras. It's awesome. I mean,
yeah, we're getting some call outs. Thank you for helping us crowdsource this. Yeah, Mount Masochist. I just lost them.
Sure, we got some race directors.
Burning River 100, Old Dominion, Laurel Highlands. I know, shout out to Matt Hoadley's race. The Womp Romp is out east. Eastern States 100. World's End 100K, Vermont. Yeah, Mountain Masochist. Mohican in Ohio. The Promised Land 50K. Hellgate 100K. The No Business 100. Grindstone. There's a lot. Umstead, of course. Cruel Jewel.
Yeah, the Buffaloops Ultra at Buffalo Park on May 25th that I direct. I got to plug that race at least once.
Is that here?
That's here in Flagstaff.
Buffaloops Ultra. What date?
So it's May 25th. It's a Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
It's traditionally been May. It's actually called the Flagstaff Doggy Dash 5K and Buffaloops Ultra. So,
oh, yeah. I've seen this doggy dash. This is a famous doggy dash.
It's a famous doggy dash. I've had some famous pro runners from Flagstaff, trail and track and road marathoners alike do it. It started as a 5K, and as many of the race directors in the chat may know, getting permits is hard, and since I went through the work to get it, and I got into the ultras myself, I think this will be the 4th year of doing the timed races, so 3, 6, and 12-hour race. It's on Ultra Sign Up. So anyway.
Perfect. That's so cool too, because timed races, like, I haven't done one, but I really want to, because it's like, okay, I need to run. I want to run for 6 hours. Man, like, do a timed race. How cool. All right, Eli.
Perfect. This is what we were waiting on.
What's up, Eli? Can you hear us?
I'll scoot back a little bit. Yeah. All right. Let's see.
Hello, hello.
Oh, I need one of these in?
Yeah.
Oh, I do, huh? Let me take one of those out. Is that left?
Right.
I need left.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Switch up, man. Okay. I'm in.
Hey, Eli,
What's good?
can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Is this on?
What? Yeah, we can
You're
hear
set.
you. Perfect. What's happening? This is Corinne, Shalvoy, and Rory in the studio here. Thank you for taking a couple minutes to chat with us. Tell us, how's it been going for you? What's been happening the last few days out on course?
I've been broken. It's been, yeah, I just want to get it. I just want to get this done with. I honestly didn't think that I'd even make it this far. I honestly thought coming down Mingus, I was done. I was like, thought I almost caught hypothermia. I was like, just shivering the whole time down, slurring words. And I kept saying I was going to drop. Then I'd nap. I'm like, no, I'm not dropping. I'm finishing what I started. And even last night was miserable. Every night, this whole thing's been like most miserable race, but it's going to make it that much sweeter when I cross that finish line today.
For sure. No respect to you.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying a little bit of sunshine?
Yeah, it's awesome right now. I'm actually like excited to go run. I just slept for like 1.5 hours, and I feel like I slept like 10 hours. I'm ready to rock.
Perfect.
How were you able to mitigate the body temperature and just get back to normal when you were telling people you're going to drop?
My pacer was there, this guy Christian, and he literally treated me like I was his newborn baby, and just like kept like just being like, yo, come on, push. You're gonna get stuck up here. You can't go down. And he was trying to help me like zip up my clothes and everything. I was just drenched, and I was trying to put warm clothes on after. It was like idiotic of me. I didn't put it on before, and there was nothing else I knew. Whatever, I'm gonna freeze and die up there, or I'm gonna have to just roll myself down, and that was it. I'm so out of it. I'm like hallucinating still, but I'm ready to go run. I don't know. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you're good. We're excited for you. We're going to let you go run.
Yeah.
Thanks so much for jumping on. A lot of love in the chat for you.
Yeah.
Everyone just giving you shouts.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys, and I will. I'll see you guys all at the finish.
We're going to be excited to see you finish. Go get it.
Let's go. Thank you. All right, later, guys.
You got this.
Rad, man. Yeah. Oh, I would have. You know what's crazy? I think.
Yeah, it depends. We had some people staying for the interviews a little bit longer. Eli said he is hallucinating at this moment, and understandable. You don't want to spend too much more time. You got to keep it moving. I just wonder how those trails are looking if he's seeing things.
Yeah, and hopefully, I just kind of appreciate that interview because it was very real, right? He said, "Hey, you know what? It's been rough the whole time. This has not been particularly fun. It's been brutal. I was almost hypothermic. Really wanted to drop. That's a very real account of what some people are going through. But yeah, shout out to him to continue moving forward and just honorable and excited to see him kind of take those steps needed, take some sleep, get warm, do things to then turn around that mindset to say, hey, let's go. I'm going to get back out there.
Super impressive, keeping it real. I can relate to that as a runner. You revert to that infantile state. Your pacer has to literally take care of you.
All right, as you watch Eli, I was going to ask him pronounce your last name for us. I think it's Weeby, but I forgot to ask him. So Eli, Webby or Weeby, somebody in the chat knows and will tell me. He is leaving for Tut Hill, mile 214. Said he's going to finish what he started. All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Stay right where you're at. We're going to give some love to our incredible sponsors that make this happen. Go to a quick ad break, and Corinne and Rory, we will be right back with you. Thanks so much for being here.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new GSCCD from Speedland. Our GS franchise originally started and was proven out on the Cocodona Trail, so we made a commission specific for this amazing 250-mile course. All the elements you've come to know and love about Speedland, the HTPU beaded midsole, the double BOA fit system, the removable Carbitex carbon plate, but now with specific design elements to celebrate this incredible race. Go pick up a pair now, runspeedland.com, use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Hey everyone, welcome back to day 4 of the Cocodona live stream, brought to you by Mountain Outpost. I'm Roy Moynihan, and I'm here with Corinne Chalvoy. We're friends, Aravaipa racing team members, so it's a pleasure to share this live stream with you.
Totally. Needless to say, we're big fans of Aravaipa, big fans of Cocodona. You are a Flagstaff local. This is my 3rd year commentating this race. You also participated in the live stream last year, and we've both participated in various ways. You're coaching an athlete who's participating in one of the races this year. We've been out there as pacers. We've crewed. We've
raced together. I mean,
yeah.
We have stories. We have stories.
We do. It's awesome. And We are going to let you guys know all about what's going on in the race. If you're just joining us, let us know where you're tuning in from. We want to see who is out there, and let us know if there's a runner that you are following.
Yeah, and we've been talking a lot about the leaders, so it'd be cool to get some insight from those runners at the back of the pack, maybe mid-pack, back of the pack. We're, again, noting that cutoff time at Sedona Posse grounds. That's noon. Runners need to be out of there. We've flipped to some drone footage of that, and we're also bringing you some scenes here of runners closer to Flagstaff.
I think this is kind of a cool stat. Runners by category in all the races combined here this year, we've got 330 men and 200 women. That's a pretty good split. A lot of women out there crushing it. Shout out to the women. And real quick, we've got some eyes here on that looks.
We're going to try to get an ID here.
Okay, so this is coming into Wildcat Hill. We think this might be Brian Janizik.
Yes, from Arizona.
38 years old. He's sitting in 5th place on in the men's category right now. Way to go, Brian. And drone footage here of Sarah Ostazooki, previous winner of this race, currently sitting in 3rd place and making her way still out of Wildcat toward the base of Mount Elden for her last climb.
We have her tailed by Kyle Curtin. And just a pro at this stage, I mean, forward motion, powerful walk. She trotted out of the last aid station Wildcat, took her time with her crew at her vehicle, got what she needed, and looks like she's energized here running. Clear skies, sunny day. Still in the 50s, but we're going to top out about 70 degrees. I think it's bringing back a lot of these runners, bringing them back to life, because we talked to Eli Wavy, who he had a rough night.
Yeah.
It was a cold one. He thought about dropping.
Said kind of hypothermic conditions, and we definitely saw that. Temperatures dipping into the low 30s overnight, and there was some precipitation, even a bit of snow, something that most runners were maybe not anticipating, or really, you never know, depending on how wet you get from sweating, etc., when that might hit you and really cause some issues. I heard stories of a number of runners with kind of blue lips coming into Mingus aid station.
Absolutely. That's a case where you want to get to those heated aid stations, get your body temperature up, get in the vehicle, start the car, blast the heaters.
And that has been a unique aspect of this year's Cocodona 250, that, runners maybe could not take dirt naps because the conditions just didn't allow for it. So they had to really think strategically again. If that was originally the sleep strategy, now how am I going to adjust that and actually sleep, in a building or in a vehicle at an aid stop?
Here we are at Wildcat Hill once again. Looks like another runner who's going to rely on their vehicle over the delicious Pete's Meats. I don't know. I would grab a burger like some of those other runners were at 6:30 this morning. But you got to know what works for your stomach. If you're able to hold down anything at this point in the race, you're doing well. That's Brian Janizik. I think that's how you guys were saying his name. Tucson native. Typically, they are used to some colder temperatures with Mount Lemmon there. They see snow, but I'm sure he might have also been favoring a warmer year. Hotter temps, but that's not what we got.
Quick update on the women's race. Rachel Entrekin is your women's winner. She finished yesterday. Sorry, because our internet is out of, whack over here, but I got a chat or a text from my good friend Don Greenwald, who let me know that 63:50 was the finish time for Rachel, or just over, maybe 63:50, 54, and the previous course record was 72:50. So we're talking a 9-hour improvement on the women's course record this year.
9 hours over what we established was the previous course record by Sarah Ostazooki here. Still going to finish in a really strong podium placing for fourth finish. Yeah, that's a massive amount of time chopped off. You could argue it might have evened out, but some people also argued that the way you came off Elden was tougher. So either way, it would have definitely smashed that course record. Sarah O and Kyle Curtin, just a really good team here. Kyle, in a positive way, he can be a drill sergeant. He will make sure you keep going. He has put himself in the hospital for going so hard on his Colorado Trail FKT. He's no stranger to pain, and I'd be interested to hear some of the things I might be talking about.
What do you think they're talking about? You know Sarah pretty well.
I know Sarah Suzuki pretty well. When I paced her, I had this whole idea. I had jokes ready. I was gonna play some games. I asked her twin sister Melissa Ostazooki for some childhood stories. I had stories, a nickname from middle school that I tried to get something maybe no one would come up with yet. And I tried to throw these little things out there, and she was not having it at the time. So we had to just switch to being silent.
Yeah, everyone kind of has to go about it their own way. Some people are just don't want you to talk. Some people want you to tell them stories, sing to you, distract you. Sometimes I think it's fun just to kind of listen to music together.
Oh yeah, the AirPods. Each take an AirPod.
Yeah, that's a good move. This is the kind of race where you're probably not moving. Those things don't stay in my ears. I think I have a weird shaped ears.
Oh, there's Kyle waiting for her. I think we actually put together her and her crew, the Pacers. We put together a Spotify playlist. We could each put some of the tunes on there we liked, but also things we thought she might like. So that was cool.
Yeah. I know it's an interesting idea, but there are a couple pacerless sections during this year's race. Foxborough Ranch, this is a no pacer section, as well as Fort Tuthill into Walnut Canyon. So from Foxborough Ranch, mile 177 to 193, that's a long stretch with no pacer allowed due to the spotted owl that we are trying to protect. And Fort Tuthill into Walnut Canyon, also another 15 mile stretch without pacer. And I heard Kevin Goldberg mention that it might be a strategy to line up a virtual pacer and call somebody and ask them if they want to talk to you for a couple hours as a way to kind of have a pacer without having a pacer. It's a great idea.
That is creative. Just make sure they know what time it is. That can be hard to dial in. Oh yeah, I'll call you at 9 p.m.
Just have that friend who's going to be on standby.
Yeah.
Or have a couple so that you can text one and that person's not available. You go to the next and yeah. All right, Hannah, let's figure out an emoji for Sarah. Sarah probably better than I do. What kind of emoji should we put in the chat for Sarah?
Well, I know she is a big cat lover.
Her
cat's name is Avalanche.
Put a cat in there.
Cat or something to denote avalanche. Absolutely. She even created a separate Instagram account. She also has a dog, Fred, but she's definitely a cat person first, which I am as well. So I love that. Any other cat people in the chat? Wasn't quite an avalanche, but some of those scenes yesterday on Elden were pretty dramatic with the mist, the clouds, snow. You know, a lot of the summer, the mountain peaks will be capped with snow here. Humphreys most of the year. Maybe August, you know, it might melt off. But today you can see she switched from her long sleeve and pants to shorts and a tee. Probably in the mid-50s by now. It's going to warm up to 70. That's the crazy thing, as you know, Corinne, living in the mountains. Also, you get the same thing in the desert. Chilly at night, and then it just flips. Once the sun comes out, it does heat up quick. So another tough feature of this climate and having to navigate the race. Oh yeah, there's the cat emoji.
Yeah, there were some avalanches up above, like
my
just some
chat
mountains.
is behind, so I gotta sneak over a look at yours.
There's the avalanche mountains. Eddie McRae's in the chat. What's up, Eddie? Saw Sally in there a lot yesterday. This is eyes and an awesome drone shot of third place female Sarah Ostazooki. We know that Lindsay Dwyer is in front of Sarah. Lindsay Dwyer and Jeff Garmeyer are fairly close to one another. They're probably, you know, at this point, a handful of miles out, 4 to 5 miles out of, you know, the finish line. We will get you that coverage as soon as we can. All right, Rory is going to peace out. He is going to head out on course, pick up his athlete, and pace her. So we are going to say farewell. You want to? Is there a boombox emoji? Probably.
There should be.
I mean, if there's not, or a mic, throw that in the chat for Rory. Give him some love. It's been awesome spending some time here. Drop a mic.
I did spit some early morning bars. It's a little challenging. Didn't get the beat I wanted. I think the sound cut in late, so we'll make up for it tomorrow night. I'll close out the live stream with Chris Warden, so you can always expect some bars.
Yep, he'll be back.
I got to take the boombox though.
That's okay.
My athlete might request some tunes.
Are you going to carry it with you while pacing?
I have.
That'd be impressive.
I've done a javelina loop. I did the jackass
with
race.
that one or with an inflatable one?
I kind of cheated. I switched to inflatable.
Yeah.
But I always have this with me, so I think this is a good note to end on.
All right.
I wish I could finish out my time with you, but
that's okay. All good. You got to go.
As a coach, you got to put your athletes
Take care
first,
of the athlete. Take care of your athlete. Wish her luck for us and help get her to that finish line. So thanks, Rory. It's been great.
That was
awesome.
Fun, Corinne.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. All right. I'm going to keep it rolling solo here for a minute. Oh, it's cut? All right. I'm Corinne Shalvoy. It's awesome to be here with you all this morning. What a year it's been at Cocodona. Have you guys been following along all week? We are on hour 75 of this race. We've got some exciting things happening here. I know we are going to have some fun interviews. We're inviting folks in. Some of our top finishers are going to come into the studio, sit on the couch, share a little bit about their journeys with us. So you guys can look forward to that. We're going to continue to follow our finishers of the race here. We've got a runner, looks like, heading out of Wildcat Hill. That's, I think that's Brian. Yep, Brian Janizik heading out of Wildcat Mile 237. Just under 20 miles to go for this runner, but that includes a climb up and over Mount Elden. A little bit different than in last year's race due to some protection of spotted owl and permitting issues. And so this runner is going to make their way over to the base of Elden climb up kind of a side trail that will connect to the Elden Mountain Road near the top, and then the runner will descend down the backside of Elden, a highly technical section that we have seen be a bit brutal for our front runners to come down. It's very big rocks, very big steps, just so steep, and the type of terrain. Thank you so much for this. That is where that runner's going, to the top of that, to those towers. And then we'll be descending down the backside. About a 2,000 foot climb and a 2,000 foot descent. Then making their way around, looping into Buffalo Park just on the outskirts of Flagstaff. Thank you, Katie, following from the beginning. And we've been 24/7 for the last couple days. We had some static cams in the kind of 10 or 11 p.m. to early a.m. hours those first couple nights, but it's been 24/7 and will be from here on out to the very last runner, the 125-mile cutoff Saturday morning. Garmeyer is 3 miles out of Trinity. We've resorted to using hand gestures in the studio because our internet is so laggy. But that's okay. We can communicate. We're going back. We'll go back in time. Trinity Heights is mile 252, and we're going to be seeing Jeff Garmeyer get in there in just 3 miles. So you guys are tuning in. What do you want to know? How can we help? How can we be of service to you in the live chat this morning? Thank you, Quinn. That is very nice of you to say. We are here to tell this story of this year's Cocodona 250. It has been one for the record books, both sides. That is the big storyline. The men's record was lowered by around an hour by Dan Green, 28-year-old out of Huntington, West Virginia. And the women's record was lowered by a staggering 9-ish hours. I think there had been talk about can a woman go under 60 hours at this? And we certainly had a couple of women going after that kind of a goal. And Rachel Entricken came out on top and finished in around 62 hours, just over, maybe 62, 63.50. And the previous course record was 72.50, held by the person that you did have on your screen in the drone cam, Sarah Ostazooki. All right, 5 miles from Trinity, we've got our second female F2 currently. That is Lindsay Dwyer. Okay, Annalise, any cutoffs coming up? Yes, we do. We do have, got to figure out what day we're on. Sedona. Is it the 8th of May? Yes, it is. Sedona at 12 noon today, local time. Runners need to make it there. So Sedona Posse Grounds is the aid station. It's mile 162, and runners need to be there before 12 noon today in order to meet that cutoff. Let's talk about Jenny Chisholm sitting in the top 10 women. Jenny is the mother of Brody and Elliot Chisholm, who were both also in this race, 17 and 18-year-old boys. The two boys have decided to end their races, but Jenny Chisholm is holding down the household name and rolling in the top 10 women, just doing an amazing job out there. Guaranteed that her sons might be popping out on course to now go support their mother. It's an awesome story. Did Cody find a girlfriend? Cody Poskin, 23 years old. He literally put in one of the correspondence with us that during the live he wanted us to shout out that he needs a girlfriend. So we're just doing what we're told. I don't know. Cody probably needs to get a little sleep before he replies to any messages that he got. Okay, Georgia Porter. Last we heard, Georgia was experiencing some medical issues. They let me know they had a viral infection and they were going to go home to Flagstaff, take a little break, try to get some rest, see if they could start feeling better, and then come back out on course and continue in the race. That is currently the status for Georgia. Max Joliffe is a DNF at mile 237 after also experiencing some medical issues, needing to get some attention, and ultimately sharing on his own Instagram that he decided to end his race. This is footage of a section of the course, believe it or not. This is the Hangover Trail, and you can see runners right there making their way across that plateau, and you can see why it's called the Hangover Trail. Just incredible drone footage here. Thank you to our drone pilots out there working hard to bring you guys these views. And as we follow these runners making their way along the Hangover Trail, we are also going to get a quick interview here in a couple minutes with the crew of Adam Williams. Adam is bib 163. He just did the Arizona Monster. I know there were a handful of people in the field who were running both the Arizona Monster 300 and then 3 weeks later towing the line here at Cocodona 250. But this is a next level because we understand that Adam is doing 7 200s in 2025. I want to know if he is taking a sabbatical from work, because that's a lot of time to be out there running races. And wow, just wow. Who says let's just Triple Crown's not enough, 4 200s is not enough. We are going to do 2. We're going to do 7. So I'm going to see if we can get audio here. Hello. Are you guys listening to me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, awesome.
Hi.
So you guys are crew of Adam Williams?
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about Adam. Where is he from?
He's based in Pullman, Washington. He's doing 7 200s this year, possibly 8 with Mammoth, and as well as Javelina what is it, like 2 weeks after Moab 240. So absolutely crazy guy. He's doing good.
Yeah.
Taking a little nap here. It's a cold night. It was pretty brutal, but he's moving strong and still good spirits. So
Yeah. I think the sun will be good today. He'll get out there and get moving before he gets up to Elden tonight, and hopefully we're looking for him to finish tonight. So I think that's the goal. So I'm Josh Coleman. I paced with him from Whiskey Row, and he was in good shape there. Took a little nap, and then I took him all the way up to Mingus, and we dealt with the rain and the mud, and we got up there and got it done. And then we had some other paces that took him down from there. And then I think you also jumped in there for a little bit. And so yeah, it's been good. He's just kind of steady, you know. He's never too high, never too low, and just always moving and
real consistent,
and just ready to get it done. Because I think he knows like he's going to do these 7, so he's kind of pacing himself with that in mind, I believe. So
yeah, a lot more miles ahead for him. So I think he's just trying to be thoughtful with it all and keep crushing.
Yep.
So, okay, my first question for you guys is, are you going to crew and pace him at every single one of these races?
That's too much.
Yeah,
I gotta work.
I'm actually going to be doing 3 of the races with him. So I'm actually doing the Triple Crown with Destination Trail. So I'll be doing Tahoe with him next, and then Bigfoot, and then Moab 240. But maybe some of the ones in between, if I have time, I might try to get out and crew with him if the timing works out.
Amazing. Okay, does he work?
Yeah. I think so. He works for the
He's a full-time job, works for university, Pullman University, or
I think it's in Washington. Yeah.
Okay.
Wazoo. Yeah, Wazoo.
I mean, the summertime may be kind of off if you're in the academic world.
Yeah, and the education. So but I think he just makes it work. I think he can do a little bit of remote, but I know he's got to do some office time from what I understand. So
he just likes to grind.
And get it done. So he got a new truck this year, so I think he's ready to put it to use.
What?
That's amazing. Do you guys know how long, tell us a little bit about his running history. How long's he been running? Has he done many other 200s before this?
The craziest part about Adam is, so he was signed up for the Grand Slam last year. He ran Cocodona. I believe this is his 3rd time running Cocodona. After Tahoe, I believe, last year, he was up in Washington on a training run. I think it was like 20 miles in a scree field. And a wild goat knocked a boulder onto his leg, and it shattered his leg. So he had surgery, couldn't do the rest of the Triple Crown last year, or Grand Slam, so deferred it to this year, and then had already signed. Crazy. 1 year ago from his surgery, or what?
Yeah, and I think he even tried Javelina last year, but I think he ended up having to drop after 4 rounds. I think it was just too much on his leg because I think the accident happened in July, and I think he had to hike out about 6 miles before he found somebody, and I think from what I understand he self-rescue, had to break his pole in half and use it as a stent, and just
he fought the goats. He fought the goats. Maybe didn't win that one, but
he fought the goats, and the goats did not win.
The goats did not win.
Yeah, he's still out there crushing. So it'll be interesting.
Amazing.
Bigfoot with all those goats on the course.
Yeah,
it might be a little PTSD.
The revenge of the goats.
So
okay, so you guys are at Tut Hill. You're at mile 214 here.
Yep.
Did he have time goals? Was he just going to go, like you said, by kind of feel and try to keep this effort level such that he could continue racing, after this?
100%. I think at Whiskey, he told me, he was like, I feel Arizona monster. I'm not fully recovered. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense still. So and I think it's progressively actually gotten better, where he's moving better and better after the last 2 days. So he's about on schedule right now, maybe a couple hours behind, but that weather, just decimated him. Came into Jerome absolutely soaked and very, very close to hypothermic, and just like all the other runners there were on the verge of hypothermia and wanting to drop. So pushed through there and has been good energy since. He's got some Normatec boots on, and he's getting
in the van,
getting the legs ready to keep crushing.
How much do you guys think he's slept so far?
first night, whiskey, it was 2 hours. Second night was just under 3 hours. And then today he's doing an hour.
About 90 minutes.
An hour and a half here.
Actually, about ready to wake him up here in about 40 minutes.
So.
Okay.
He's been getting
6.5 hours total so far?
Yeah.
That sounds right. Yep.
And it's night and day after he gets up after that. He's able to, cook.
Yeah.
Do some fast miles versus those last end of the day miles. So.
Yeah. That's an interesting strategy, and sounds like it's working well for him. He's at mile 214, right? And he's had 6.5 hours of sleep. Like, that is, I think that's representative of, maybe somebody kind of at this point in the race, like utilizing sleep as a tool and really making it something that is helping you to be able to crush miles in between those sleeps.
Absolutely.
And especially with Tahoe, like Tahoe 200,
yeah.
I think it's 3 weeks out or something, less than a month, So I think he's already thinking of this sleep as recovery has begun for Tahoe.
Yeah. And I know in the past, from other 200s, he's done the same thing. He knows he's got to get some sleep.
Yeah.
Can't just power through it. You got to get the sleep.
He's done quite a few 200s, so he knows the sleep schedule. He's got it down. He knows when he needs it, and he's pretty dialed in.
That's so cool. So here's the amazing thing is that you're telling us that, here Adam Williams, his journey through this race started with not being recovered from his last race, kind of gaining fitness in the middle of the race. And now he is starting to recover for the next race, all within the Cocodona 250. I love it.
Yeah. That's right.
And still has less than 40 miles to go.
In the home stretch now.
So should be interesting to.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Thanks for sharing a little bit about him. Thanks for being out there crewing him. We will all be cheering him on, and we'll certainly watch him cross the finish line here as he keeps moving. Tell him good job and that people are cheering for him.
One last question, Corinne, from David here. Quick question for you guys. You guys have seen a lot of 200s. Yeah. For people thinking about 200s, what's kind of the strategy of, showing up and having a good race? And what do you guys see that works well for people when they show up the first time?
Yeah, I would say I think the biggest thing is definitely keeping up with your calories. Don't get in the calorie deficit early. Making sure you're getting the fluids in. And when you need to sleep, and don't give up. When you come in, you think you're done. Like, just get that rest, lay down if you got to, and then just get ready to go. So don't get discouraged. It's going to be the natural. There's ebbs and flows of all these races. And so you just got to know that it's going to come at some point. There's going to be a low, but the highs are going to come back. So that would be my advice to people, for sure.
There's a couple things to say. It's an eating competition.
Yeah,
you just got to keep eating. As long as you can keep eating, you're in good shape. And as a thru hiker, there's another saying: "Hike your own hike."
Yeah,
and I think that's a clear case this year, especially with if you have a goals and your plans, stick to it. Don't let other people get into your head and mess with your, projections and everything, and stick to the plan and head down and just keep grinding.
Yeah.
Great advice. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Curtin.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. Have a great one.
Good question, David. Giving the people at home some insights and some on the fly knowledge and education on if they're going to attempt something like a 200 for themselves. As we see runners making their way through the beautiful, beautiful rocks of Sedona. Shouts in the chat for Eli Wiebe. We saw him mentioning that this race had been tough from the start. really nothing easy, and a couple of brutal nights, and really on the verge of dropping out and hypothermia. You think the desert in May, you think hot temperatures. That has not been the case at this year's Cocodona 250. It's been a tale of rain, mud, just kind of sloppy, misty, humid. All the things that you usually don't associate with Arizona have been thrown at these runners. We even have some snow on Elden, the final climb. That's not that unusual, but the temperatures in particular have been, and they've made it really challenging for runners this year. We are expecting Jeff Garmeyer and Lindsay Dwyer to be coming in as our next finishers. Lindsay will be securing second place in this year's Cocodona 250. And Jeff Garmeyer will be the 9th male finishing. Lindsay Dwyer sitting in second right now. Sarah Ostazooki is sitting in that third place position pretty squarely. But Shelby Farrell has moved into fourth. She is surging. She has moved ahead by a couple miles at this point of Melissa Brown. And then we've got Jenny Chisholm, Catherine Edwards Anderson, Callie Demerjian, Rachel Buzzard, Maya Detmer, I may have missed this. Go Dante Love from North Carolina. Yeah, thank you guys for chiming in here. We've got some internet stuff we're troubleshooting in the studio and on a bit of a lag in the chat and some of these updates. So apologies if we miss your donations. This is an aerial view of the Hangover Trail. Runners are traversing this as part of the course. Just after mile 162. Really great visuals on why it is named the Hangover Trail. Yes, Val, Sarah O is still sponsored by Satisfy. It's a new aid station for me, Foxborough Ranch. This is what some of our aid stations look like. This is mile 177. And if you're just jumping in, we are going to continue to follow runners as we find them out on course or at the finish line. All right, I want to welcome my co-host here, Mr. Troy Meadows. Troy, how are we doing this morning?
Hello, friends. I am okay. I'm okay. I had a long day yesterday, did a shift in the studio, and then grabbed a backpack cam and followed in Dan Green and Ryan Sands to the finish. Logged 20-something miles with a 20-something pound backpack on. It was fun. I needed the training, so.
One way to get the run in for the day, a long run, midweek long run. That's what we're talking about.
But yeah, excited. I mean, honestly, good friend of mine, Lindsay Dwyer, is coming in, expected at some point in the not too distant future, and I'm excited to watch her finish. Got a chance to do a shakeout run with her before the start of the race. Yeah, I mean, I've said it a couple times during my shifts, but her twin sister is my neighbor in Asheville, so that's how I know Lindsay, and it's going to be really cool to see her cover the distance and get it done. From what it looks like, just battling and working really hard to try to hold on to that F2 position.
Yeah, she's crushing it. Troy, we might need to turn up your volume a little bit because you're so quiet, or put that closer to your mouth.
Let me get it closer. I'll try to talk a little louder. My voice is not in the best condition when I woke up this morning, but I'll do my best for everyone following along at home and in the chat. Excited to engage with everyone, and I'm excited. I've got a busy day today. I'll be doing Aerovipa after. I guess it's not really Aerovipa after dark, but I have the
evening shift.
I have the late night shift. Yeah, so I'm going 11 to 5 p.m. 5 a.m. 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. tonight. So I'm gonna try to squeeze in a run after the shift.
Yep.
Maybe nap, maybe not, and then we'll see how loopy I get through the early morning.
Well, if anyone in the chat has really good throat healing remedies, throw them in. I mean, we've got some drops here on the table, but honey, lemon, tea. Let us know if you have secret remedies to bring Troy's voice back. It's not gone yet, but to keep it from going away.
It's not. It's extra raspy this morning. Extra raspy. I did go and grab some like lemon ginger something drink and brought some throat coat lozenges. So I was trying to prepare for the not the worst here, but to try to bring things back in the right direction. So
lots of bourbon in the chat.
Oh, let's go.
Grand Marnier.
Maybe that's a after run. My after run delight before I come back onto the stream later this evening. So, I love this. So, most people are 70% water, but Jeff Garmile is 70% tailwind and 30% gels.
It's great. We're looking at Wildcat Hill. Looks like a crew preparing for their runner to be coming in. Wildcat Hill is the new Elden aid station, home of Pete's Meats. I had myself a brisket breakfast burrito there yesterday after running Dan in. That was awesome. And the cutoff for this aid station, which is mile 237, is tomorrow at 10:45 p.m. We're looking at folks trying to get to Sedona Posse grounds today before noon to avoid the cutoff.
Yeah, I will say, Corinne, yesterday was it was quite the experience running Dan Green into the finish line. I definitely felt like, let's just say my heart rate was a lot higher than I would have liked it to be for a long run. After 250 miles ish, he was still putting on a pretty good pace once we got down Elden and into the flats. And I haven't confirmed because I haven't checked his Strava, but the man's had a run streak since 2019, and he definitely said he would be running at least a mile today.
I can speak to that. We are going to have Dan in the studio here in a few minutes. He's going to come in and do a little interview on the couch, so everyone stay tuned for that. You're going to hear from your race winner and new record holder in a bit. Along those lines, though, before he comes in to do the interview, he plans to run a mile. So he's keeping the streak alive.
My man. I love to hear that.
Have it on good word from him directly. We're going to go run a mile, then we can stop by.
Yeah, it looks like we have a crew waiting for their runner.
And we've seen this a lot. Aid station setups out of vehicles, as opposed to them kind of hanging out at the tent area. So we've seen our last handful of runners going over to vehicles to be crewed, versus 100 yards away is the aid station technically. Teaspoon of honey, Vicks Vapor Cool Sore Throat Spray. People are trying to help you out.
Oh, I appreciate all the love, friends.
Boy, the Jeff Garmeyer jokes are killing me. Jeff Garmeyer walked across water, but only to stay dry. Jeff Garmeyer doesn't need waypoints. He is the destination. We're bringing some Chuck Norris energy here.
Yeah, the Chuck Norris jokes are always great too. Yeah, while we're on the subject of the chat and the viewing audience, there's about 3,000 of you watching or tuning in. We only have just under 700 likes. You think maybe we could get some love on the like button? Go ahead and smash the like button. Let's see if we can't go over 1,000 in the next couple minutes, friends.
Great call out. I'm going to hit that like button myself right now because I was just 680. Because we know that there were upwards of 12 to 13,000 people tuning in for our winner yesterday. And this live stream this year has seen record numbers of viewership. And it's just a testament to what this race has become.
Yeah, it's really cool to see the year-over-year growth, and just how the community, honestly, people at this point, people are blocking out the calendar and waiting for Cocodona week so they can tune in. And hard to argue with a statement like this is the best week of running coverage in ultra running. So
it's totally worth it. Even if you can't come out for the whole week, come out for a couple days, do some volunteering, jump into some pacing, just go check out. I've always wanted to say somebody's always wanted to see Sedona, see, Jerome, some of these historic areas. Just come out and check those out, hang out at that aid station and help out for a day. Volunteer on the live stream, volunteer, out in the field.
This is the northern part of Arizona is a destination of destinations. And so like planning a week-long or 2-week-long vacation around Cocodona and then, plugging into a volunteer shift, that sounds like the best ultra-focused vacation. Plus the running here is amazing. As someone who came from about 2,500 feet, I will say that climb up to Elden when you get to about 8,000 feet is not as much fun as it was when you were down at 7,000 feet. And then even running here at 7,000 feet definitely puts a couple minutes on every mile that you think is supposed to be an easy run. So
yeah, and that's what the runners are faced with at the end of this race. Not only a big climb, but that altitude. You get up to about 9,300 feet, and That's definitely adds to the challenge here. You know, we've heard that some runners are dealing with, lung issues or breathing issues, and, not surprising. We didn't really have the dust this year, but we had humidity. We had, some kind of interesting factors that just being out in the elements for days is going to take a toll. So let alone moving forward and running. It's really impressive what folks are doing out there. We also have the Sedona Canyons 125 race going on. That is happening. And tomorrow morning, the Flagstaff Crest 39 or 40-ish mile race will also happen.
Yeah, I believe our friend and colleague Aid Station Fireball will be towing the line at the Flagstaff Crest.
He sure will.
We'll have to make sure we add extra spice to the chat just for him.
Yeah.
While he's running.
And going back to just talking about the growth of the race year over year, we started to get a hint of that last year when during the live stream we opened registration for this year, and the race sold out within a couple weeks. This year they're going to do that a little differently. You can register starting on May 20th for next year's Cocodona 250. So if you have your eyes on it, maybe mark that on your calendar. All the details can be found at airviperrunning.com or cocodona250.com.
Yeah, and you make a good point about calling out the other distances. So if 250 miles feels like a lot to chew off, there's kind of a distance for everyone, and it just makes that coming out and booking a trip, spending a week in the northern Arizona, Prescott, Sedona, Flagstaff area, so enjoyable if you're an ultra runner. Maybe not enjoyable for your family unless they're really into that, but I think we all can appreciate dragging the loved ones along for a ultra runcation of sorts. We've all been there, friends. I was watching these shots this morning when I was kind of getting ready to come into the studio, and I was saying, obviously I want to see the runner cams when people are finishing. I want to see the drone cams of the runners, but I could handle a drone feed of just the Sedona hangover trail all day and be kind of okay with it.
Yeah, pretty beautiful. Cocodona 250, there is no qualifier, there is no previous requirements that I'm aware of. I believe it's open, and I think some people say that it's a bit more of an approachable, even though it's 250 miles from a cutoff standpoint. If you break this down, you can do 50 miles a day and complete this in under the cutoffs. So in some ways, it might be more approachable than, say, a 100-miler with a 30-hour cutoff or something like that. So no requirements to enter the race.
You just have to be crazy enough to hit to hit the yes, I agree to enter the race button. And to Corinne's point, I don't ever see myself running this race, but if I did, I would run 50 miles a day, and I would stay in a bed. I would have a hot shower every night. I would eat whatever my favorite meal that I'm thinking about over the 12 or 14 hours of quote air quotes running that I would be doing, and then repeat for 5 days.
That is certainly an option and a strategy, and I don't disagree that might be a great way to just test yourself, and you have a supported kind of a route and course laid out here for you. If you think of this as a very long through hike, you can break it down however you want. So do we think that Cocodona will go to a lottery? Yeah, we actually, on our podcast, Ultra Uncovered, we actually interviewed Jamil and asked him this question. He does think that at some point it will become a lottery race. We're not there yet, but that is probably something that he feels could happen in the near future. So wouldn't be surprised. And especially with, the amazing coverage that we have and, so many stories of folks just this race changing their lives. I think that, it's only going to grow, and that demand's only going to increase.
yeah, if the engagement that we're getting on the live stream is any indication of the popularity of the race, yeah, it's definitely not a if, it's a when. I love the stark contrast of the green and the red. That's going on in Sedona right now.
That's awesome. And so, yeah, a lot of people have been mentioning just how green it is. And, are we really looking at the desert? But that's what, a little bit of rain we've heard that there's been, a fair amount of rain in the last few weeks here. So, it's looking lush in the desert and lush in Sedona at the moment.
Yeah, and Sedona is like another one of those, just kind of, you got to go there at least once in your life. It's a pretty epic and legendary place to recreate, and there's a little bit for everyone, like you can take relatively short hikes with a family and still get out to see some really, really epic, breathtaking red rocks. And then obviously, as we've been like showcasing with the Hangover Trail, there's just miles and miles and miles and miles of amazing single track to be had in the Sedona area.
All right, everyone, we are maybe looking at an interview incoming with Bib 37's crew chief. We're going to find out who Bib 37 is.
Hi, I'm Keegan. I've been crewing for Wyatt Barrett. He's doing the 250 race.
Okay, hey, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, say his name again. Wyatt, last name?
Wyatt Barrett.
Okay, Wyatt Barrett. Tell us a little bit about Wyatt, where are you guys from? What inspired him to want to do the race this year?
We live in Yosemite Valley, and he was inspired to do the race. He was out in Arizona guiding last season when Cocodona was coming through Flagstaff and saw Harry finish and was just super inspired and was like, I want to do that race, and just signed up for it.
Okay, is this the Wyatt Barrett who on Ultra Sign Up, he's 27 years old?
Yes.
Okay. Is this, what's the longest thing he's done before this?
Well, probably his intro to like doing races and stuff like this was he was hiking the PCT in 2023 and going pretty fast and decided to try and set an unsupported FKT for the state of Washington. So that was about 500 miles. And I think it took like 11 days and some hours. I forget the exact number. And that kind of like brought him into the world of racing and running, kind of from a through hiking perspective.
Amazing. And that was 2023, it looks like?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you his only crew?
Yeah, I am the only crew. We have like 2 pacers, but I've been like organizing everything.
Wow, you're incredible. We're bowing down to you in the studio. Good job. Are you surviving?
I'm surviving. I got the most sleep I got last night, so that was really nice, and I'm feeling very rested for today.
Hey Keegan, this is Troy here. We met at Packet Pickup. How you doing?
Yes, I remember you.
Yeah, I did a little. I was saying how I did a shakeout run with Lindsay. Wyatt actually joined us, kind of impromptu. We parked next to each other.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
Yeah, Wyatt's. How's he doing?
He's doing good. I feel like there's been some like really high points and then some low points, but he's looking really strong, and I'm just like. I feel like before this race, I knew that it was like 250 miles and I knew that it was going to be really crazy, but like being here and like in it, I like am just beyond impressed with like everyone that's doing this, but especially him, like just the perseverance and like intensity to do something like this is really amazing. And I'm so proud.
That's awesome. That's a through line we've heard from all the crews. Yeah, tell us a little bit. Everyone wants to know about sleep. How much has he slept so far? Do you know?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely taken some dirt naps. We kind of consider him a pro at those because he has a lot of experience. But in the actual aid stations, he's only slept for like about 2 hours. So yeah,
nice.
I think he'll be really excited to be done and get some sleep.
That's amazing. Any complaints about kind of the weather conditions, the mud, anything that's been particularly challenging for him, do you think?
Yeah, I think like the rain on the first 2 days, or maybe 2.5, I don't know how long it was like more emotionally draining than anything. Just like not seeing the sun and like being really bogged down by the rain was like really tough. Like he was like, if I could just see some sun, like this would be so much better. Like I feel like I would be fine. So I think like when the sun finally came out, it was like a big turning point and like really revitalizing.
Yeah, we've heard that the sun is bringing people back to life. It's giving them life and warmth and just energy to keep moving along, which is awesome.
Yes, and we can dry stuff out.
Where are you waiting for Wyatt right now?
We're at Fort Tuthill right now.
Nice.
So this is my second to last aid station.
Yeah.
Are you you expecting him to finish in the daylight today?
I would be so stoked. That would be really impressive, but I think more likely it'll be in the nighttime.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well,
amazing.
He's making short work of the course, and he had such a great vibe when we were running together. We did like 3.5 miles, and it was really cool to get his perspective, because he's young to the ultra world, but he's got so much experience with multi-day that I was definitely just really impressed with his candor and demeanor, but then also very interested to see how he was going to do at something that was a little bit more organized than like a through hike.
Yeah, that's like a really interesting difference. Like it's his first time doing something like so organized and like having the aid stations, and it's also my first time like crewing something like this, and it's just totally different than what he normally does, which is just like going off into the backcountry for like 3 days by himself and like going really far. So I think it's like a really interesting experience. I'm excited to see like once he's like lucid again, like what his perspective on it is.
Yeah, for sure. I think just different things, like we know Georgia Porter has the FKT on 800-mile Arizona trail. And it's like, how do you compare these long trails? We have many thru hikers, people that have done the AT out there. And it's like, how do you compare that to a quote unquote shorter race type environment in terms of effort or difficulty? So yeah, let us know if you get anything from him on kind of that comparison. And also, look, if he finishes up and wants to come over to the studio, just reach out, let us know, throw it in the chat. We'd love to hear a little bit about his background and his race. So would love to get that perspective, and he's always welcome to come by and chat with everybody after he's done and rested up.
Yeah, after a nap. I bet he'll be stoked to do that.
Awesome. For sure. Well, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing a little bit about Wyatt. We are cheering him on as he gets close to you there at Fort Tuthill.
Yay! Thank you.
Thank you. Take care.
Yeah, so cool that we had an interview with her, because like I said, I randomly met them in the parking lot before packet pickup.
Just to let you all know, we are coordinating some in-studio interviews with some of your top runners, some of our sponsors. Man, it's going to be great. The rest of the day is going to have some good content, wide variety of finishers, follow cams, drone shots, in-studio interviews. Going to bring all that. And yes, Dan Green is going to be coming in here in the next little bit. Shout out to Women Can. Thanks, Trail Goods Co. Dan Green. Okay. We'll maybe try to pull a few of these. If you guys have questions for Dan, before he gets in here, throw them in that chat, and we'll try to make a little doc and cover a few of your questions from the field.
We are back at the Foxborough Ranch aid station. Yep. Smiles and vibes.
I think I saw in Foxborough there Joshua Rogers, bib 96. Shout out to Joshua.
Oh, here we have someone working through it, and really just focusing on putting one foot in front of the other, and really leaning on their pacer to help make sure that they're staying on course. And it's just interesting, what the distance can do to people. And you have your highs and you have your lows in ultra, and it's really it's nice that we get to show just how hard this sport can be.
Question about West Plate, how he's doing and any risk of not hitting cutoffs. No, Wes is ahead of, he's at mile 170, and the mile 162 cutoff is at 12 noon today. So he's got a big cushion of time. He's doing fine. Hope that's helpful, Daniel. Drake asked that question. Again, we are going to be expecting Jeff Garmeyer and Lindsay Dwyer as your next finishers in the race. As soon as we have eyes on them, we will bring that to you. And someone was asking about Jose Sosa. We actually have him for an interview. We're going to find out how he's feeling here straight from the source shortly. Hello, Jose. Can you hear us?
Hi, yeah. What's up?
People in the chat want to know how you're doing. So this is Corinne and Troy. Thanks for taking a couple minutes with us.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
He's a man on a mission, but he's going to take a second for us.
Hi.
Hi. Tell us how you're doing. How's the race been for you so far?
Yeah, well, it's been a cooler year. It's been a different race. I tell a few people every year it's a different race course, and it's always full of surprises, as Cocodona always is. So this one was a cold one, a lot of rain and mud down the Mingus mountain descent. I think that's gonna probably have a lot of people talking for a while. It was rough. And my other take would be like the after Sedona. It was beautiful. What's it called? I'm sorry. I'm
Hangover Trail.
A little out of it still. Yeah, that Hangover Trail is. I definitely recommend it. It's beautiful. And
all right.
Well, now my goal is to get to Flagstaff. That's about it. Mm-hmm.
You're gonna get there. You're gonna get there. Was that mud challenging physically, mentally, both? What made it tough?
Well, mentally, I kind of felt like as soon as I started descending and then it started raining a little harder, and then the mud started getting like clay where it would slide on my feet. So I kind of got like on high alert because it got dangerous, and I actually did fall on my butt like twice. And so I had very calculated how to use my poles to kind of balance my shoes and all that. And you couldn't get around it. That's the other thing. It's like a single track downhill, and it's either you're going off the cliff or you're going right in between the water, and then there's kind of like in the middle, there would be like a little island where the mud would be. And that was the slippery thing. So it's beautiful. It was beautiful. That's what we do this for.
Way
anyway.
Stay positive about it. Love the positivity. So Jose, this is your fifth Cocodona, correct? You've done it every single year?
Yeah. I'm a legacy guy now.
You're a legacy guy. Are you going to go for like 10 finishes? What's the thought here? Are you going to keep this streak going? And maybe I shouldn't ask you that in the middle of the race.
Well, we have a little inside group, a few of us, and you might know him. Andy Glaze he's always challenging us that he wants us not to do it next year so he could win. So I think we're still gonna challenge him. So we'll find out, right? He has to get here, so I'm beating him to that right now.
Yeah,
thank you. I'm gonna have to take off already before he gets me.
Going. Go get after it. Thanks for taking the time, Jose. You got a lot of love in the chat. Keep it up. We're all rooting for you, and stay strong.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Love that, rocking the Mexican flag across the dome under the hat.
Yeah, as the sunshade for the back of the neck.
What a legend, as he is a legend. But man, we're just giving the people what they want. Ask how Jose is doing, and we just line up an interview for him.
Yeah, we are connected with the live stream. We the production crew is on the vibe with the live stream. Looks like we had our first finisher come in for the 125.
Oh, did we? Sedona Canyon's 125 finisher?
Yeah, I believe.
Was that?
I believe, and this is just going on the tracker. So I mean, but it looks like Nick Allen looks like he's there down there in the heart of Flagstaff.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like he's got quite a gap on the next runner, who's about.
Is that Cole Crosby?
No, looks like Kevin Dye is 4
no.
minutes out, and then Cole Crosby. Looks like Kevin passed Cole.
Okay. A lot of love for Jose Sosa.
Yeah, he was actually paced by Sam Pate, who's the founder of Bare Butt Wipes, and I know that they have wipes on the course for all the runners this year, which is really cool.
That's super cool.
Yeah, I'm not sure how those two got connected, but I had Sam on the podcast recently.
Yeah, I saw that.
He was talking about coming out to Cocodona to, you know, as a sponsor of the race, but also to support Jose. So
very cool. Again, you're looking at Fort Tuthill right now. This is what. Oh, now we're not looking at Fort Tuthill. We're looking at Trinity Heights from the air.
yeah, I was gonna say shout out to Christine Aumann, who was the runner right there in the bottom corner at Fort Tuthill. Looks like she's getting ready to head out for that pacerless section. I think that's a very interesting part about a new addition to the race this year. Is just the permit required limited numbers through that section due to some wildlife, due to some, I think it's spotted owl breeding in migration grounds. And so, yeah, the runners have this 14-mile section where they have to go without pacers. And I'm definitely, I'm interested to talk to some of the middle and back of the pack runners about this, you know, as they kind of come in and finish, and just see the dynamic, how that affected them, and like what that dynamic was like for them. Because as you can see, some of the runners that are, you know, really working through some suffering toward the middle of the race. We saw that runner on the drone cam somewhere near Sedona. You know what that section is going to be like for them when they don't have that pacer to really help keep them motivated and keep them on the right track. Yeah, and for the 250 race, looks like I have an update. I need to update this. It looks like Jeff is likely in the Trinity Heights aid station at this point, depending on how fast he's moving, but we'll see. He was about a mile out 13 minutes ago, though maybe he's getting close to that.
We're going to get eyes on Jeff Garmeyer
as he comes into Trinity.
At Trinity Heights.
Awesome. Yeah, I know we were having some technical issues with the camera that's been following him, and that's kind of just the nature of the beast.
Also, quick update: 120, the Sedona Canyons 125. We actually don't think our winner has crossed the finish line yet, so we will. We do have eyes on the finish line, and as soon as we see runners over there, we will switch over to that. Hopefully, we'll welcome in the victor of the Sedona Canyons 125. Peace out to that runner at Fort Tuthill.
Yeah, I wonder what's the deal with Nick Allen then. Well, I know and that's the thing about the tracker
On our
too.
producer's tracker, he's 4 miles out 10 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they know more. They know better than I do.
We think that maybe the Wi-Fi over in the production area is a little better than ours, so we're doing the best we can.
Yeah, no, true enough. If you're just tuning in too, we definitely we had the Wi-Fi crash here where we're producing from, and then we're actually working off of a Starlink for the commentators to have access to the stream and access to all the sites. So,
Troy, Samantha wants to know, how do your legs feel after running in the leaders?
I feel really good. I mean, I needed the training. I will say the backpack that I was carrying that has a GoPro attached to it, it's got a bunch of equipment inside of it, and it really boosts the signal so we could bring in some really crisp shots. That thing weighs like 15 to 20 pounds. And so I'm interested. I guess I would say ask me again tonight or tomorrow. But right now,
if you're going to get some DOMs.
Yeah, right now I feel pretty good. I will say, Dan was moving really, once we got off of Elden, Dan was moving really well. And I was working hard. I mean, I wasn't like maxing out my heart rate or anything, but I was definitely running a lot faster than I would have liked to, knowing that I was going to be covering, close to 20 miles to have to go back out and get Ryan. And then running in with Ryan was really, really awesome because I've been following his career. He's been in the game for over 2 decades. He had Lucy. Lucy was his pacer, and she was cracking the whip on him at mile 150 something.
It's like a joyful, upbeat whip, whipping.
Yes. Her
crack whipping.
Yeah, her
whip cracking. God, can't talk.
I think we have Jeff coming in right now.
All right.
But she had really, really good vibes with Ryan, but you could tell she was definitely trying to keep him motivated.
We're also planning to line up an interview with Ryan and Lucy.
Awesome.
Coordinating that, hoping to bring that to you all, as well as a interview with Callie Vincent.
Yeah, it looks like Jeff is just running right through the aid station. This is same thing Dan did too.
A lot of people they're just skipping this aid station. This is Trinity Heights, mile 252. You're basically in like Flagstaff proper. You're going to go over to Buff Park, but a short 4 miles from the finish line.
Yeah,
really
just
not
under.
A whole lot of reason to stop there.
Yeah, just under. I think yesterday evening, Ryan stopped to take his jacket off. He got a little bit of Coke in a bottle. I think Lucy was suggesting that to him, hey, you should just take in some calories. And as anyone who has run an ultra, Coke goes down really easy at the end of an ultra usually. And then he just continued on, but he took a minute there just to kind of reset himself, remove some layers and kind of get comfortable for the 4 miles. But Dan was like, yeah, I'm good, and just rolled, right through. And that's to be expected, I think, with a lot of the elite athletes who still have some legs, is maybe you need a little bit of water, maybe you need, something, but for the most part, I think most of the elites have what they need. And they look at 4 miles and they're like, okay, well, we could just get this. Let's just get this done. I think the front, the middle, and the back of the pack is probably there'll be a lot more resets at that aid station as they deal with that descent. The descent on Elden for these runners is going to be quite interesting as the race plays out for the middle and the back of the pack. And here you can, Jeff can smell the barn. And this section is relatively runnable. There's a couple little bumps. There's a decent little climb out up into Buffalo Park. You have to kind of go up this fire road that's got a decent pitch. But for the most part, it's all very runnable trail.
Okay, we're back to updating. We do think Nick finished. It was not our internet. It was our producer's internet that was lagging. We apologize for missing that finish. It happens. We cannot catch everything. There are lags in internet. So our apologies for missing that. Really just want to give some love to Nick for winning the Sedona Canyons 125. Awesome job.
Yeah, that distance, I will say the 125 distance seems just a little bit it's like seems foreign to me, that whole like,
Yeah.
you know, because 100 miles is
It's 100 plus another marathon.
Yeah, like the 100-miler is something that I can wrap my head around because I've done one, but the idea of like, man, how do you add 25 miles to that?
Yeah.
And try to run it at 100, you know, you're at that point you're kind of going out at 100-mile effort, and then it's like, okay, plus I have to make sure I have legs for 25 more miles.
Yep. All right, throw a tiger in the chat for Jeff Garmeyer. Let's give him some love.
There we go.
This is going to be his 5th consecutive finish at Cocodona.
Does that make him one of the
He's a legend.
He's a legend.
He's one of the legends.
He's a legacy, huh?
We've learned that Andy Glaze is the captain of the legacy team.
Oh man, I can't imagine having Andy rib you a little bit though, like telling you like, "Come on, guys, you know you don't want to show up this year," with a smile on his face.
Saw something recently from him saying, "Yeah, I'm at mile 150. I had a horrible night, but we've been born again, and we're going to continue, and let's go." So just constant, persistent forward motion with that guy.
Yeah, so if Jeff just left Huddle.
No, Jeff just left Trinity Heights.
Thank you. Trinity Heights. Then we probably have him coming into the finish in around the next 35-40 minutes. Here we have a little bit of a view. Is it Humphreys? Is the tallest peak in the background out of the valley from Flagstaff? Is that correct? I should do
Humphreys
some research.
Humphreys is one of them, but I don't know if it's higher than Elden.
I don't know which one it was, but this peak here, snow covered in the background. I got a really the view from that today when the skies were clear, was pretty amazing. Driving to the studio, looks like we're gonna go to an interview here in a couple minutes at Fort Tuttle with
Kelly Demerjian.
Thank you.
Callie has completed Javelina 100 and Brazos Bend 100, but this is her first 200 miler. Hey, Callie, how you doing?
I'm kind of in a rough patch right now. I just got through that last leg, kind of just limping. Kind of gonna sit here and reevaluate what I'm gonna do at this point, just because my shin's kind of little overstretched at the moment, so I'm icing it, just kind of soak in the sun and eat some food. Good. And see how I feel in a little bit. But yeah, it's been a really fun course so far.
Awesome. Well, you're sitting in 8th place on the women's field, so you're absolutely crushing it in your first 200 here.
Here. What got me excited about the course was obviously just like the views and the trails, like Sedona especially. That was a really cool section of the course. It had some cool views.
What's the biggest difference right now in your mind between
so I'm living in
200s
Savannah at
and
the
100s?
moment. So my training was a lot of like uphill power hiking on the treadmill with a 10-pound weighted vest. That was pretty much all I had for like climbing in Savannah. It's very flat there, so I just did a lot of miles, but a lot of power hiking on a treadmill.
And what's been the highlight so far on this course? The people, the terrain. Obviously it's hard, but like doing hard things is so rewarding, right?
Yeah. I mean, the biggest part was having my boyfriend out here supporting me and like doing parts of the course with me and like sharing that with him and those experiences. Like when we went through Sedona, we were just like, he was taking photos, thank you, and like having those memories, you know, whether I'm like, you know, sitting here injured or not, like I still have those memories of us sharing those climbs and those highs and lows together. But yeah, I would say sharing memories with people that I love, and then also, you know, the views.
Nice. Do you use mantras, or what's kind of been something that's kind of been helping you move along throughout the course?
I mean, honestly, I've really been struggling. I think the past couple climbs, I was really like having a good time with the first half of the race. Now I'm definitely in a rut of like, you know, feeling it. And, you know, I have Sean, my boyfriend, who's like helping pace me. So he's been, you know, just put one foot in front of the other, and like, that's kind of been my thing, is just kind of taking baby step at a time. And, you know, if I need to rest more, then I just need to rest more and not push it. And like, you know, just to be careful.
I talked to the medics. They said, yeah, you have to stretch.
Okay, Dad, I'm sorry. Doing a little, sorry.
We got a little update from the medical team there. But, you got some watermelon. What food's been tasting good for you?
Yeah, watermelon. I was eating some chicken nuggets on the course. I started to put a lot of more solid food in me, just because all the sugars are kind of messing me up a bit with my stomach. So a lot of solid foods. Had a burger the last little leg. But yeah, watermelon.
Well, we'll let you get back to recovering. Thanks so
Thank
much
you.
for taking a moment to talk with us. We'll be cheering you on, and hopefully we'll see you at the aid stations and definitely the finish.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
It looks like we're going to the finish line, Cam, as our second place runner for the 125 is expected.
That's the one and only Jubilee Page and Mr. Fox, the dog.
The dog.
The dog, Fox.
But yeah, it looks like we have thank you, Kevin Dye, bib for 07 for the 125 is expected any minute. And yeah, big ups to Callie. Hopefully she can pull it together. I know you go through these rough patches and ups and downs, but sometimes the body just says, you know, no. And we've seen that. We saw that happen a lot with quite a few runners in the kind of elite field or the pro field. And, you know, it kind of happens to everyone. And I said this a lot yesterday. You just don't know what the day's going to bring you, or the days are going to bring you. So, and that's what it's like. What's great and what's not so great about our sport is you can do all the right things, show up feeling really good, and just not have the day that you expect. So.
Or have something happen to you. So, yeah, clarification here, and just want to get our Flagstaff knowledge and facts accurate. Humphreys Peak is 12,000 feet, over 12,000 feet, and Elden is about 9,300, as I saw on the, yeah.
And I don't know for sure, but I believe it was Humphreys with, like, it's just this amazing snow-peaked, you know, snow-covered peak as I was driving into the studio with, like, clear blue skies, and I was like, oh, yeah, this is really cool. Like, and especially in stark contrast to what we were seeing all week, where you had this inversion layer, and you pretty much could not see the mountains in town. It was just, like, sunken in clouds, and every mountain was sunken in with basically fog. And really nice to finally get some of those sunny days that we love so much, that everyone talks about this race having.
It's also nice for the finish line vibes, for it not to be pouring rain.
100%.
Troy Meadows and Corinne Chalvoy here with you on the Cocodona 250 live stream, brought to you by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running. We're getting ready to line up some awesome interviews with folks. We're going to continue following. We are awaiting second place female Lindsay Dwyer, as well as Cocodona veteran Jeff Garmeyer, to finish up their races. And as you can see here on the finish line screen, that the gate is closed there again. That means that runners are going to have to take a slightly different direction to get into the finish line than they normally would.
Would they can then come in from the alley?
They're going to come down the alley.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, friends. Looks like we had to go away from the field cam on the finish line due to some internet issues, but we're working on that. To answer your question.
Those are individuals. It's a prison transport, actually.
Oh.
That's why it's highly secured. Thanks, Chris. I should know this, but the runners have to turn on LaRue half a block short of the alley. So it is a prison transport area. The interview with Dan Green is coming up whenever Dan Green wants to come into the studio. We're on his time. We all live in Dan's world. And he needs to get a mile run in. So that could be a 30-minute mile or it could be an 8-minute mile. I wouldn't be surprised at either of those.
He told me when we were running in and I was asking him about it, and he said he would like to run a 14 to 15 minute mile would be ideal for him the day after.
I'm going to say that's winning.
Cocodona. I'm telling you.
That sounds like, what would we call it? Cocodona adjusted pace? Cap? Cocodona adjusted pace.
That's actually hilarious. I was like, I didn't realize he had the running streak, so I kind of made the joke, you gonna go for a run tomorrow? He's like, absolutely. I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, yeah, we got to keep the streak alive. I was like, oh, cool, you have a running streak. And then I found out from his brother last night that he's been on a running streak since 2019.
Yeah, he has. Thank you guys for joining us. As you see a view of the studio here, we got a little bit of sampling from our sponsors here on the screen. NAC, you're going to hear from them. You're going to hear from the founder, John G, later on. Got some sweet Speedland Cocodona 250 edition shoes. We know Cameron Haynes is out there. Speaking of, is that Cameron Haynes?
Yeah, there he is.
I mean, am I like a...
Corinne is the savant of the live stream feed today. Also want to give a shout out to Ultraspire, Tailwind, Kahatula.
Katula.
Thank you.
Katula.
Squirrel's Nut Butter, as well as Satisfy.
And Satisfy. Somebody tell me if they've been out to the Fain Ranch aid station, if there are Cocodona shirts out there. Because, man, under this Women Can hoodie, I've got my Cocodona 250 Satisfy shirt from last year. What is Cam Haynes wearing? He is pointing to his shirt. Who is that on the shirt? Is that a Frank Sinatra shirt? No.
Hank Williams. Frank Williams.
Hank Williams.
Excuse
Hank
me.
Williams. See if we can get some audio and if Cam wants to say anything to us out there. Lots of hammers showing up. It's looking pretty happy.
Yeah,
it's always impressive. It's just always impressive to see people smiling.
Yeah, and laughing too. For a man with a broken foot, he's not doing too bad out there.
Have we confirmed that?
That's what he said. I heard him say it at Packet Pickup.
Oh, before the race
Before
started?
the race, yeah. He straight said, well, I got a broken foot, so we'll see how this goes, right? And I mean, broken foot can mean a lot of things. We
learned there's 26 bones in the
there's 26 bones in the foot, and it could be one of those things that he can still weight bear, but technically it's broken, and we'll see. And some of these things you can't really do anything about either. You just have to let it do its thing. So interested to see how the body mends itself after running Cocodona 250 with one of the 26 bones in your foot broken.
Yeah,
so.
26 bones, yeah. Do we have audio at Wildcat?
Is there a use? Use spot for this? No, just put it on that blue bag right over there. Copy that. Oh.
Cam's short game is on point. I will say that.
His mobility game's on point too. He popped right up out of that chair.
Yeah.
Cam seems to be getting some good calories down. Maybe in the form of lots of kind of like baby food type squeezes.
It's probably those neck squeezes that are on course.
I could see that going down pretty easily at this point.
But it's good to know. I've never tried anything like big season.
Cam is 57 years old. He's got 41 results on Ultra Sign Up.
Someone in the chat asked us to interview Cam's foot.
That's what Cam Haynes' foot in the chat is for.
Yeah, I believe there is someone in the chat named Cam Haynes' foot, so you guys can talk amongst yourself.
Cam's been running ultras since 2005.
Thank you to Cam. Cam Haynes is still hammering for the donation. Hammers for Cam. Let's go. Let's see the hammers in the chat, friends.
Oh yeah. Is there somebody up there?
Another runner here too. So that's a racer bib.
Puett?
30, 50.
Yeah.
Ryan?
50.
Where's Ryan at?
Blake?
Who? Oh, Michael.
Ryan Coons, bib 58.
Yeah. Shoe ain't getting. I don't think it's getting 80 hours.
Not gonna happen. I mean, that was my goal.
Seagulls. What's their seagull?
That's what I say.
Let's belt buckle.
Let's finish.
Yeah.
That's a seagull.
Let's make it down the mountain.
It's a bird at the beach.
Have a good time.
242. Now this is how we want to end it. What a great experience.
Yeah.
In the sun. Finishes.
Yeah.
He's not quite up.
Here Cam saying, this is what we wanted. What a great experience. Basically, this is what I came for.
4?
I think you mentioned his son was out there, his son Puett, who I was informed by my friend, Rusty Worth, guru, running nerd, that Puett Haynes runs marathons in jeans and runs.
He must have got a big
230s,
snooze in somewhere.
sub 230s.
Like cut off jean shorts or straight?
No, full jeans.
Oh my gosh. As someone who would love to have a sub 3-hour marathon on his record and not sure that'll ever happen for himself, these people that run 230s in jeans are just like, yeah, you gotta show off like that, you know, like.
And then Ryan Coons here in the aid station. He's 42. He is
Today I couldn't
also
do it. 2 hours.
Very experienced ultra runner. Been running ultras and trail races since 2014, according to Ultra Sign Up.
Yeah, he's an engineering student at the ripe old age of 42.
Hey, never too late to go back to school.
He's got to finish at Bigfoot.
Oh, we have info on him from the runner. Yeah, what were some of his goals? Did we get something like that?
Yeah, he said he's competed two 200s and dropped 2 200s, and I want to make it happen this time. It looks like.
Yeah, it looks like.
What's the furthest distance you've run before? 209 miles at Bigfoot. And he wants to get to Jerome, starting the countdown.
I got gels, water,
and then entering new territory after 209.
See you guys at the
Oh, this is interesting. He made his first marathon at the South Pole.
Wow. New territory at 209. He's at 237.
Yeah, he's doing it.
You know what? Take some chips. Chips? I think this is all I need. This is gonna get me to the end.
I'm good.
I'm gonna eat this on the top.
They're got to get to electrolytes.
I've had some chips. I've had some chips over the last couple of days, but I've not had a cheeseburger, and I've been asking.
Ryan holding this cheeseburger like it is gold in his hand. He said he's going to eat it at the top of Elden. It's going to get him to the top. So,
all right,
love that. Sometimes your motivation is a cheeseburger.
I would love to see the condition of that cheeseburger by the time he gets to the top of Elden.
I've had it since Kippa.
I believe you.
It's that way. Ryan.
Our boss makes me ask that question. We don't start.
Okay. We'll see you guys.
And yeah,
Thank
Ryan's
you.
out. Looks like Ryan and Cam have linked up, and they're running together.
And Cam is leaving aid with no pack. Maybe just a waist belt.
Hammer on, Cam.
Yes,
Hammer
just
on.
a waist belt.
Yes, just a waist belt. Thank you for confirming. All right. There goes Cam's foot. Yes, there it goes, down the trail. 2 of them, actually, in fact. Feet. Cammy's supposed to see you later, everyone. I'm broken, but we're still going. I think it might have been a fanny pack, Jason. I agree. Might not have been a full belt. Might have been a fanny pack, straight up fanny pack.
Yeah, right. Following these guys around for 250 miles. Yeah. Seriously.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the mandatory gear list, and yeah, I mean, you could definitely do the section that they just left on.
Yeah, there's only really mandatory gear in certain sections, right?
Yeah, and even then, like, you can shove gloves, a warm hat, a long sleeve, and a small installation area into most. I mean, not all vests, but in basically if you're wearing Janji and a waist vest, you got plenty of pockets to shove mandatory gear into. So, and it just really comes down to personal preference. I think obviously most runners like the vest because of the capacity and what you can carry with you. But I love a good race where you can just carry 2 handhelds and have a couple things in your pockets and call it a day. Kind of go a little old school.
Or going back and forth. That's a strategy I deployed during Javelina is 1 loop of the pack, then switch to handhelds and give your back a break, you give your arms a break, go back and forth. And
cooler in the morning too, so you can wear the vest and not worry about overheating, and then drop the vest when it's hot and carry everything either in your hands or tuck it, in the back of your shorts. I mean, that's
exactly.
Yeah. You're a smart racer.
I try.
Yeah, I've been going back and forth on whether I'm going to do Laurel Highlands this year and just go like old school and bust out the UD handhelds.
The hard.
Yeah, the hard UD with the red
hard-sided
collapsible nipples.
These are views of the incredible Hangover Trail.
Wow.
Looks like you're walking on Mars. Some tourists out there. Hey, what are you doing? Oh, I'm running 250 miles. What are you doing? I'm hiking 1.5 miles.
We're the same. I had some fun sightings yesterday when I was running in the leaders, but Jim Walmsley was definitely out there cheering in Dan and cheering in Ryan. Heard him tell Ryan he was proud of him. And then I got to give Rob Carr a high five. It was kind of cool.
Craig Engel showed up at the finish line. Also said good job to Dan, 1,500 meter runner, almost Olympian.
And then Abby Hall was all over the place in
Nice.
the last 3 miles. Kind of kept showing up, like running down and around. You know, she knows the trails really well here. Lucy kept making the joke, 3 stripes, 1 person.
Nice.
Yeah. Really cool. I mean, Flagstaff is kind of the place to be for endurance. You know, a lot of elite athletes live here, and it's cool to see them come out and support the runners.
And it's probably going to get only busier from this point on, as you're going to see a lot of people kind of descend on Flag as a place they stay in the lead up to Western States.
Yeah.
A lot of people, you know, Ida Nielsen, went to school here, went to NAU, but came back and spent a couple months here before Western, I believe last year. And yeah, so I think it's only going to get busier as we get closer to that little race in Auburn. Which, by the way, Mountain Outpost does the live stream for. In collaboration with the Western States Endurance Run. Let's do a little recap. You want to do a recap, Troy?
Let's go.
I can do it. Okay. We're going to just fill you in on what's been happening. This is day 4, hour 77 of the Cocodona 250. Yesterday we saw the course record go down, broken by Dan Green, who we are going to have in studio here for an interview soon. If you have additional questions for Dan, feel free to pop those in the chat. Dan ran about an hour faster than the course record, and he was the first man across the finish line. Second place went to Ryan Sands out of Cape Town, South Africa. Third was Adair Ramirez. Fourth was our first woman, Rachel Entrekin, lowering the previous women's course record by around 9 hours. Harry Schibertes came in 4th, male, and 5th overall. Then we had Finn Melanson, DJ Fox, Cody Poskin, and Michael McKnight, who have all finished. We are anticipating Jeff Garmeyer to finish soon here. And then our second place female, Lindsay Dwyer, is en route. Michael Puett, Chad Sellier, Aaron Young, Kevin Goldberg, and then we are going to be expecting Sarah Ostazooki, currently sitting in 3rd place at this year's race.
Yeah, it was interesting to see as the race played out for the front of the pack how, you know, Harry was actually able to rally. I think he slipped down to somewhere in 10th place and was able to, you know, pull it together and like take that, call it 4th place position. But, you know, he set a blistering pace, kind of blew the field open. And then you saw many names that you really aren't accustomed to seeing, like kind of walk into that or run into that top 10. And then the attrition that happened as people were kind of leapfrogging, and then all of the sleep games that happened, and who's taking naps who, and when are they getting past. And it was a really interesting dynamic to see, and getting to kind of learn a little bit more about DJ Fox, get to learn a little bit more about Cody Poskin. Yeah, it was like it's really cool to see the new names that are coming into the sport that have the durability to show up and have a good day at Cocodona.
Yeah, if anybody had Adair Ramirez in their fantasy free trail, they should win the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think he was on anyone's radar. We had an interview with his whole family, and they said his wife shared with us that he's been an athlete his entire life. He just loves running. He sets his mind to something, goes after it. He trains every day while also being a full-time professional and a dad of 2. So it was, yeah, really, really cool to see him. We're going to talk to, this is a great shot. That's a nice place to take a chill. All right, we're going to talk to Cam Hanes' crew and just get a little insight on how he is doing. Hello there. Can you hear us?
Am I supposed to say hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
Amazing. Introduce yourself, and then we got a few questions for you, if you don't mind.
All right. My name is James Williams, otherwise known as Gideon from the Keep Hammering Collective podcast. Kind of out here doing the media side for Cam's run, and yeah, it's been great.
Awesome. Well, first question, we just want to clear things up. Can you give us a status? Tell us about what was going on with his foot. Does he actually have a broken foot? Can you give us any insight into that?
Yeah, so his foot is definitely broken. I was with him when he broke it last year. So yeah, he's running on a broken foot and has been for the last year or so. And we're not talking about like a hairline fracture. It's completely separated. So, but you know, there's a bunch of other, let's say, things that he's feeling. So that's just one of the many.
He seemed like he's in pretty good spirits. What do you attribute that to? Is it normal? I'm sure you know him quite well. Give us a little insight into what you think's going on in his mind.
Man, he's had a ton of supporters come out for the race just along the way. People with signs with his mantra, you know, keep hammering. And I think those people, the people that he's inspired, have also inspired him. Knowing Cam, that's why he does what he does. You know, he wants to help others. He wants to be of service to those that need it. And you know, he came into the aid station last night pretty tired, but woke up this morning after a little nap. The sun came out. You know, he's getting some energy from that, and he's ready to get this thing done. And man, he's been in great mood basically the whole time.
That's awesome. Any other shout outs to his crew, pacers? You want to name anyone and give some love to them, of the team that's helping him get through this?
Yeah, so we'll start with the media coverage. We got Brandon Shockey. He's the head of the whole deal. We got Caleb Marmolejo in the back. I think he was on the feed a little bit earlier. We've got Connor Westlake. He's also helping with the media. And then on the crew side, Rihanna Stark and Logan Stark. They've been just a huge help and you know, sacrificing their sleep to show up for Cam when he needed it. And then also the Recover Strong guys, the Shaws, they showed up, and man, everyone has just kind of made their sacrifices so that Cam could get the help that he needed and show up to the aid stations without having to think, getting his liquids and his food, and just keep moving and plugging along. So we've had a great team, and I know Cam is super supportive, or not supportive, but he's super grateful for everybody's help. Yeah. And yeah, it's been a fun time.
Amazing. Two more super quick questions for you here. He's sitting around 14th, 15th. He's up there in the field. He's running a really strong race. Has there been any go-tos? Well, the first question, sleep. How much has he slept? How does that align to what he thought he would do?
So he slept for about 30 minutes the first night. And then the second night he laid down but couldn't sleep. And last night he laid down for 2 hours actually. And I don't know how much of that was sleep, but he woke up feeling rested and ready to go. So sleep has been minimal, like it has been for everybody, but it's been enough. And I think that's the important part. Yeah. Was there a second part to that question?
Yeah. And then the second part, or the other question, is just, have there been any go-tos from a nutrition, fueling standpoint, things that are really working for him?
Sorry, you cut out a little bit there.
Yeah. What's working for him on the nutrition front? What is he enjoying? What is he able to consume this late into the race?
So we've got a little interesting mix here in the bottles. We've got one with half Gatorade, half water, and the other one with half Mountain Dew, half water. So yeah, interesting combo. He's also been getting his electrolytes, ketone IQ, and then some gels and some real food when he can. And then I you know, you said that he's sitting in that 15, 16 spot. And I just want to give a little bit of a shout out. There were some doubters and some haters in the beginning that questioned whether he would even finish this thing. And I think the fact that he's come out and he's in the top 20 is pretty undeniable. So he just launched his most recent book on Tuesday while running this race, and it's all about being undeniable. And I can't think of a better way to make an ad for that book. He's pretty much written it himself, the story here. So yeah, pretty incredible.
That's awesome. He is absolutely walking the talk, and folks should go check that out. Shout out to
I think they're cut now. I can't hear.
the book, and man, give him all of
Hello?
our love and kudos. There'll be a big crowd cheering him in at the finish.
Can't hear you on this side if you're saying something.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. Just heard from Cam Haynes' crew.
Yeah, it looks like we still have a prisoner transfer in process with the gate closed, and I'm interested to. I would really like to see a runner come in from the alleyway just to see what that looks like from the camera angle.
Probably going to happen.
I'm thinking really soon.
Garmeyer.
Yeah.
Someone's saying that our audio drops every 3 seconds. We'll try to troubleshoot that. We'll look into that. Bear with us. Technology is hard.
Or at least non-cooperative 100% of the time. Yeah, Jeff. So if you can see on the screen that the gate is shut and the van is where the runners would usually come into the finish, and I guess that's where they do prison transfers from, I'm assuming, the police station that's downtown. Yeah, here we're back at the Fort Tuttle aid station. This is where runners will come in. It's their last opportunity to see their crew before they have a no pacer section of about 14 miles. And this is where we saw a lot of the front of the pack do some pretty hard resets, and like really solid resets as they got ready for that last push into Flagstaff.
Yeah, to answer the question in the chat, we've had 9 runners finish the race so far. One of those was Rachel Entricken, who finished in 4th overall and as our first female. So there have been 8 men, 1 woman come in. I can't speak. Woman can.
Women
Women can. Ian, woman can too, if you want to be singular. But yeah, 8 men. 1 woman. I can't talk. That's kind of, now I have the yips.
Yeah, and we're expecting our second female to come in, Lindsay Dwyer. Dwyer, sorry.
We're all like, yeah, neither of us could talk anymore.
Well,
Lindsay Dwyer, 2nd place. She will be finishing after Jeff Garmeyer, we believe. See, we can no longer pronunciate names. It just doesn't work. We need a commentary switch out ASAP.
And it looks like Jeff is making his way. He's about 2 minutes out. He's just hitting that long flat section above Buffalo Park. Actually, no, my tracker hasn't updated in 11 minutes, so he should be probably closer to a mile out. And
getting close.
Yeah, getting close.
Getting very close. And if I know Jeff from last year, he likes to hammer the very end. He likes to run fast and hard at the very end of this race. So I could see him getting out of Buff Park, cresting that by the hospital, and trying to drop some low 6-minute pace at the very end of this thing.
Well, that's what I was seeing before I went to bed. Finn was dropping 6-minute miles to the finish, dropping the cameraman. Yeah.
No trail runner Jeff has not crossed the finish yet. We will have a live cam on the finish for that finish. Of course, we want to celebrate Jeff Garmeyer, his 5th finish of the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, it looks like we're back to the John G. Sky cam with the look of the look at the Hangover Trail in Sedona.
I have an idea. I think John G should like just screenshot this, and they should make a shirt with just that on the back of the shirt. That'd be sweet. Just that image.
Really sweet.
It's very artistic.
Yeah, and this is a really difficult off-camper section. I can only imagine what this was like when it was pouring rain in Sedona over the last 2 days for the runners. And I hear good things. I've been told many times this week that I need to go check out this trail before I leave town.
Yeah, I'm going to try to possibly go over there on the way down to the airport this afternoon myself. And do not worry. Don't fret in the chat. We will have the camera on every 250 finisher here. The 250 is the priority. We missed the finish of the winner of the 125. That was super unintentional due to a lag in the tracking and the cameras. But we got it going now. We're going to be on Jeff. We're absolutely going to celebrate Lindsay Dwyer's 2nd place this year as she gets into Flagstaff and through town. So what mile roughly is the Hangover Trail? That's going to be just after Sedona Posse Grounds, just after mile 162. So probably between that 163, 165-ish range is where they're encountering this section of the course.
Now that's the view.
All right, I pulled my stats from one of our previous podcasts where we did talk about the legacy or the legends. There are 6 people who already before this year have a 1,000-mile buckle who are also entered into this year's 2025 race. Those are Jeff Garmeyer, Andy Glaze, Aaron Fleischer, Wes Plate, Brian Genezik, who we actually saw on screen just a little bit ago. Jose Sosa, who we did an on-course interview with just a bit ago as well. That's the club right now. So put in the chat who you guys think is going to get the first 2,500-mile buckle. That would be 10 finishes. Out of that group of runners, who do you think is going to complete 10 Cocodonas? Let us know in the chat. Again, the list is Andy Glaze, Jeff Garmeyer, Aaron Fleischer, Wes Plate, Brian Genezik, and Jose Sosa. Who you got for the 2,500-mile buckle, Troy?
That's tough. I would say hard not to put your money on Andy Glaze as he just continues to rack up 100-mile weeks like it's no one's business. So.
And he's getting a lot of love. We got some 10 Tiger Cocodonas, Jeff Garmeyer, Glazer Jose. Strong votes for both Garmeyer and Andy Glaze. Oh, there's a West Plate. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a West Plate fan. Had him on the pod not too long ago, and he's just has an awesome story. And just he went kind of, I did 100, and then I did a couple hundreds, and now I'm like, I'm just gonna do 200s. It's kind of his thing now. So.
As we wait for our next finishers and take a look at the Hangover Trail and which one of our runners is just running across that terrain. That looks like that's Sarah. I think that was Sarah. No. That's way earlier. I don't know. I don't know who we're looking at here, but
the group of them are moving really well.
is that AJW? No, we know he went through there already. I keep thinking everybody is AJW because they're starting to have a little bit of a form that, this is like, where do we go? Do we follow? We got to follow the white dots. Where do we go? Back up. There we go. Back on the trail. That person just ran up. This is impressive.
If you're just tuning in, we've got some really epic drone shots of some runners kind of in the Sedona area running on the Hangover Trail, and we'll be definitely tracking Jeff. We'll be cutting to the finish line here shortly so we can watch Jeff's finish. And Jeff's probably 5 or 6 minutes from finishing.
I agree, Andrew. Let's go, Jeff. Let's go, Lindsay. We're anticipating Jeff Garmeyer and Lindsay Dwyer
as our next two finishers here. It looks like Lindsay just got down from the Elden descent and is making her way to the Trinity Heights aid station. I can attest that descent is gruesome, especially I found it difficult on fresh legs yesterday, and I can only imagine how the runners are feeling with over 250 miles on their legs at that point.
Yeah, the race this year is not a 250. It's a 256.5 or a 257. It's a little bit long due to some of the route adjustments and modifications that were needed to be done based on permitting and protection of the spotted owl. I love it. I think we have a t-shirt in the merch shop that says "Save an Owl, Run Cocodona." Yeah, as soon as we have eyes on runners, folks, we'll get you the footage, but we do not have a runner cam out there at the moment. We are working on that. Right now, we are just going to be able to see Jeff and Lindsay as they make that final little stretch across the finish line. Love it. Shout out to John G. In the chat for sure. Love to all our sponsors.
Yeah, it looks like these two ladies just got down off the Hangover Trail. And then I believe this is really close to that spot. We saw those two runners taking a little, the runner was taking a siesta and
under one of those trees right there, like on that rock?
Either on this tree or it's across the wash, but yeah, we saw a pretty cool spot for a siesta and a picnic. Yeah, I love seeing all the love for Lindsay in the chat right now. And we, as Corinne said just a couple minutes ago, we're definitely working on getting some field cams up and operational as we have more and more runners approaching the finish line.
We're not super busy right now in terms of coverage, but it's going to get real busy here real soon. We're going to have multiple interviews happening. We got folks coming in about 25, 30 minutes, including, I think, Bree Sullivan from NAC, Dan Green, our winner for a post-race interview here in studio. We're lining up a number of other interviews with both our sponsors and some of the top athletes. If you have questions for Dan, or if you have questions about NAC, feel free to drop them. We'll try to pull them. Then we're also going to have finishers, and I think when the interviews are happening, it's always fun because it's like we're interviewing, but we will cut and show the finishers and interrupt those as needed.
Yeah, here we're back at Fort Tuttle. Looks like a runner here, probably checking in on his messages, eating some 11sies, a little late breakfast, taking a load off.
Did you say some 11sies?
11sies, yeah.
What's an 11sie?
No, it's a Hobbit talk. They have 7 meals a day, so they have first breakfast and second breakfast, and then they have 11sies.
Nice. When you start commentary at 5 a.m., that's needed. First breakfast, second breakfast, and 11sies. I think a lot of us as ultra runners need 11sies.
Second breakfast for the win. We got Jeff coming in, friends.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming across the Cocodona 250.
Jeff is stoked.
Jeff Garmeyer. That's right. He did do that 555. Let's get a high five or a 5 fingers or a number 5 in the chat for Jeff.
Oh, he's getting the big boy buckle.
Is that a 2,500 buckle?
Yeah, that's the 5 finisher
Sweet.
buckle. Man, Jeff walking away with all kinds of hardware today. Yeah, I love that in the chat. First to 5.
Yeah, that's a good call out. Gonna get a photo with the supporting cast.
We call this building a picture. Oh, well done, Jeff.
Congratulations to Jeff Garmeyer.
We got
Scott Trayer.
Yeah, the man himself, Run Fasta.
Out there in the overalls, snapping some shots.
In my humble opinion, the best voice in ultra running
He does have a good voice.
is Mr. Trayer.
He's a John G teammate of Jeff Garmire's.
Yeah, he was playing the support role for many of the athletes that were out there for John G. For Cocodona 2025.
As we are waiting for Lindsay Dwyer to also arrive, second place female. So many people excited to see Lindsay cross that finish line. We'll give a quick shout out to the winner of our Sedona Canyon 125. That was Mr. Nick Allen from Los Angeles, California. Nick crushed the course in an incredible time, 26:24 for 125 miles. Don't compare that to a 100-mile time. Traversing, some wild and rugged miles. From Jerome to Flagstaff. Amazing job, Nick. And if you guys want to check out some photos, since we didn't get the visuals of Nick Allen, you can check out the Cocodona 250 and Air Viper Running Instagram pages. There we've got some great shots of Mr. Nick Allen, the winner of the Sedona Canyons 125.
Yeah, that's pretty fast for 125 miles.
That is fast.
Nice, Jeff, with all the photo ops.
Yeah, I remember last year when Jeff finished and he was just chilling out. Went over and said, "How you doing?" and took his shoes off. And it's like, I got a few blisters. And, he paints his toenails for every one of his races. So they were a nice pink color last year. I don't know. Anybody in the chat guesses on what color he painted his toenails this year? Throw that in there. I don't know how we're going to fact check it unless we get a visual on his feet, but guesses are always good. I think they're like a nice sky blue. I'm going with that.
Oh, kind of matching the John G blue there, maybe.
Oh yeah, John G colors.
Yeah, for anyone that was at the finish line yesterday evening, I was maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes after Ryan finished. There was the most epic rainbow just sweeping across the sky. It almost looked like, if you had the perspective right, it looked like the rainbow was ending at the finish line of the Cocodona 250. It
was
really
amazing.
cool.
And it only lasted for a couple minutes.
It was gone.
That's true. Trail Goods Co. I believe Jeff is going to be making an attempt on the AT FKT this summer. This is some excellent training for that.
Yeah, shout out to John Kelly, who I think is starting his effort this month. Quite a few big names in multi-day going after it.
I've heard so many, and I haven't heard any women. But I have heard, like 10 people going for the AT this year. I'm sure many are inspired by Tara's effort. Sorry, Tara Dower's effort. I'm trying to use full names for people in the chat. Tara Dower, who was one of our field commentators. She was out here helping out with media. She was actually in the studio too. Yeah, Tara Dower took the overall fastest known time on the Appalachian Trail last year. I'm sure most people in this chat know that. It was a pretty big deal. Pretty big news.
Yeah, shout out to Trail Goods Co. Appreciate that. I think Corinne and I are both we could use a couple extra hours of sleep to be at 100%, and we're doing our best to
We're
keep
trying here,
everyone
people.
entertained. Yeah.
Trying to keep the hype alive.
I will say, I host the Midpacker Pod. Corinne is one of my frequent collaborators, and it's something we do called Trailing Indicators. It's been really nice to actually share the mics with her live on a live stream for the last 2 or 3 days. And I'm like, this is kind of when, we're getting to the point where, in the next day or so is when my people are going to be coming to the finish line and finishing. I'm really excited to be here for the next 2 days to really shed and shine some light on the middle of the pack. Obviously,
At what point does it become the mid pack?
I mean, it's tough.
We're still in the top 20 here.
No, that's why I mentioned like in the coming days, right? Like as we
like,
kind of round out the front of the female field.
Yes.
And then I was having this conversation actually with a friend of mine, because I was trying to have him come on the pod, and he said that his UTMB index score was too high to be on the Midpacker Pod. And obviously, it's all tongue in cheek.
I was a guest on the Midpacker Pod.
You were actually. Corinne was my second guest, and the running joke is, sometimes I have people on and I'm like, "You're way too fast," but the story is well worth telling, because really the podcast is about telling the stories of what people are doing on and off the trails. It just so happens that the middle and the back of the pack have really fun and inspiring stories for people to hear. Oh, yes, I would take that. Aid Station, Molly B, Tara Dower for Pope. She definitely made the vibes nice and high as the field commentator while I was on the mics. I believe that was the day before yesterday.
This race is really unique in that it is an intersection between long trail through hiking, long FKT folks in that community and that type of athlete, and, intersect and faster ultra runners. We see equally both sides coming in and having success here. So, it's awesome to see like two unique niche within a niche communities kind of come together, battle it out. I think I talked a little bit about yesterday that was it going to be speed or was it going to be experience that won this race, because we did have a very, very experienced veteran in Ryan Sands, who absolutely is fast. Don't get me wrong, so fast, but maybe has been doing a little bit of a different thing for the last few years of his career versus Dan Green, who coming into absolute unknown of 200s multi-day, but bringing a really strong speed background. And at least this year, that seemed to play in favor as Dan took the win over Ryan.
Yeah, it was really nice to see him show up like Ryan Sands. And he's kind of had a couple years where he hasn't really been racing. He was very dominant through like the early teens, 2000, I think it was 15.
He's been in the
16.
sport for like 18 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was 2016 that he won Western States. I can't remember the year,
I think
but somewhere
it was
in there, 2015,
2016,
2017. And, it was the year that Jim had stomach issues and DNF'd, and then Ryan just kind of ran into that first place, that first place
2017.
win. Yeah, 2017. But he's, the last couple of years he's kind of been low key with his racing, and it was really cool to see him come together and have a day and really put together a multi-day performance that, anyone could be proud of. And it was really, like I said, it was really awesome to get to see the dynamic of his friend and teammate on Solomon with Lucy, and how she was like the kind of pacer you want, like super positive, giving him lots of great direction, giving him lots of good feedback, but also like, cracking the whip a little bit and making sure that you keep him honest with the effort.
For sure. No, we've had some great support crews out there, and that's another awesome thing about, these ultras. you show up and you see so many people from the community, so many other athletes that if they're not racing, they're likely crewing, pacing, helping out, and that's one of the great things about the whole community, the whole ultra running sport. People wear lots of hats and help one another out. And
I want to give a shout out to Karen Bonnet in the chat. She was the last place finisher the year that Ryan Sands won Western States with 9 seconds to go.
9 seconds to spare. Yeah. Karen, that's amazing.
Yeah, and those golden hour finishes are just, it's such an emotional thing to be. As someone, I've spectated that race 3 or 4 times when I lived in the Sierra foothills, and I love seeing the front of the race, but man, the tears just flow.
Oh, yeah.
When you're watching the back half and the last hour, as those runners are really like digging deep to make it happen and get up there to the track in Auburn.
And I will say it's not easy to run 30 hours at Western States. That is a course that course has a lot of climbing on it. It's got serious heat most of the time, sometimes snow. It is a mountainous course, and we kind of glaze over the fact that winners are running 14 hours here on the men's side, and meanwhile for majority of folks it's like a 30-hour finish at Western. It is a challenge, and it is something to be really proud of if you can do that. So Karen, you're awesome. Congratulations on finishing Western States.
Yeah, and to your point, it's the kind of race, if you're a middle of the pack and back of the pack, you can't have a low moment. You can have like maybe a 45-minute like low patch, but if you're trying to run around 24 hours to get that silver buckle, and then you kind of have a real low patch and you have to reset and really bring it together, like the finish could just slip away.
Totally. That was my Leadville. I was on pace to run 20 or 21 hours, and all of a sudden at the end of that race, I was starting to pay attention to cutoffs and wondering if I was actually going to finish under 30 hours. And it took me a very long time, ask my husband, 6 or so hours to run the last 13 miles of that race. But I did at 27 hours, and I will proudly wear my Leadville 100 jacket with 27 something on it. And, sometimes that happens. So it happens to everyone. I mean, Camille Herron, right? She finished, I believe, in 28 or something hours 1 year at Western. And yeah, sometimes that is just what you're working with, and you do what you can to finish it out.
Yeah, and Karen saying that it was a snow year with lots of heat.
Fire and ice year. Yeah,
but she's also said here in the chat that she felt nothing but running in fear, and there's nothing like running in fear as a good motivator to keep putting one foot in front of the other.
Could absolutely see that.
Karen, can I ask you, what'd you crack on Cracker Brew with AJW? And looks like, do we have a Thornley sighting at Fort Tuttle?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Western States, brother of race director Chris Thornley, Squirrel's Nut Butter, in his signature purple hat.
Lindsay Dwyer's #1 fan in the chat. Requesting a runner at Trinity Heights. Oh. I love that. No, Karen, what beverage? What were you drinking on AJW's podcast? That's the one thing I like about his pod, is he's a beer aficionado, and he always makes his guests crack something as they open up. They get that nice crisp sound of a can opening up.
We're here for the women. Absolutely. Lindsay Dwyer's #1 fan. We are supporting the women through and through. As soon as we have eyes on that finish line, we will get over there, or eyes on a runner at the finish line, I should say.
Yeah, and we're working on getting some field cameras up and operational to try to get some of that content of people running into the finish.
Did you see Karen's response? She had an NA beer.
Drinking NAs. The NAs are solid. I'm a fan. They're definitely they're like one of my favorite things, like post long run. It's like kind of cool and crisp.
All right, folks. Thanks for joining us. I am Corinne Chalvoy, joined by Troy Meadows here. We are on day four of the Cocodona 250. We are excited. We are exhausted. We are many things, but we are most importantly proud of all these runners who are giving it their best out there. And to the 2,900 of you watching at home, we are expecting our second place female, Lindsay Dwyer, to be coming in here shortly. We are certainly going to follow not only Lindsay, but all of the rest of the field as they make their way to the finish line. It's going to be an exciting battle in the women's race for, I think at this moment, Sarah Ostazooki is sitting pretty squarely in third place. But behind Sarah, there are a handful of women that are charging hard. Shelby Farrell was back there moving up, looking great. We have Jenny Chisholm. We had a quick interview with one of our women in the field there. It was Callie Demerjian, or Kaylee Demerjian, I think Callie Demerjian, who was having a low patch, and that is part of these efforts. We see that, and they're likely going to go runners through many low points at throughout this race. This is Callie's first 200-mile attempt, and she said, frankly, she was struggling, so she was going to sit there, see if her shin would maybe start feeling a bit better, get some food in. Give it some time and kind of just make the decision as to what she was gonna do from there on out. So We are hoping that Callie is feeling good, and Jenny Chisholm, crushing it out there, as I mentioned. Jenny is, rolling right along, sitting around mile 227. We also have Catherine Edwards out there. If you are following and excited about the women's race, I don't know what we should put in the chat. What's a good women can emoji? Like the dancer, the salsa dancer. Yeah. Nice. Salsa dancing for the win. Throw that in there if you are here to see our second, third, and top 10 women making their way into Flagstaff. Thank you, Josh, letting us know Callie is a former US 100K team member. That's amazing. Congratulations to her. What a stat to have on your resume. That's right. We're here for the salsa dancing. We're here for the women. Love it. And it's going to be great because we get to see these women finishing in. Yeah, I like the runner emoji too, for sure. I also like the punk rock woman, like she looks like she's a rocker with like a, I don't know, David Bowie style stripe across her face. I like that. I like that emoji. You can throw that in there too. And just to let you know, again, we will be at the finish line with anyone who is about to come in. We're going to have some interviews lined up. I'm getting ready to wrap up my shift as commentator here and pass the mic over to, Greg, who's going to hop in with Troy. Before we do that, we are going to try to stay with you here until Lindsay's finish.
Corinne, I'm in here trying to find the punk
this person found it.
Emoji.
It's hard to find on the computer. It's easier to find on the phone.
I know. Well, I will say YouTube's emoji game is okay.
Is okay. It's okay. I know I'm not well versed in YouTube emojis versus iPhone emojis. All right, we are thinking we potentially have eyes on. Obviously, it's a runner. We're going to see, we're going to hope, we're going to think that this might be Lindsay Dwyer coming into Trinity Heights. Might be Chad Sellier. We might have missed, that looks, yeah.
Well, they were running really close together.
Okay, here we go. We got to.
Yeah, that's Chad.
Okay.
So we should have Lindsay any second.
Function plus E to get more emojis, David? Does this work? Oh my God, you might be a genius. Oh my God, somebody, this is awesome. We're learning, commands, key commands to give us a whole new world of emojis. Thank you. That's killer. Okay, I got it. Now I'm going to throw the one I was thinking about. This is who I was thinking about.
It's a whole new emoji world out there.
It's friends. A whole new emoji world. Do you have to drag it over?
Oh, and looks like he's out of the aid station.
Yeah, another quick stop.
A little in and out.
Oh, it changed it.
A little grab and go.
It changed it when I put it in. That's awesome.
And I'm still over here having a hard time finding this punk rock emoji. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, there we go.
So you're looking at Trinity Heights aid station. That is mile 252. From here, it really starts to feel like these runners are getting very close because they're kind of, in some infrastructure. They really are in the outskirts of Flagstaff. They are though about 4 miles away still from the finish line. So there's a reason we've got an aid station there. Last little check-in, last little fill up of the water, especially if it starts to become hot. We're doing some course markings here to show you where you go. It's amazing.
Yeah, shout out to Brett, who's in the green hoodie. He's been there since yesterday evening. I was hanging out at this aid station around 10 o'clock last night, and he was there when I got there at, I believe it was around 1:32 to start doing some follow cam work. So Brett's been, I don't know if Brett slept or not, but he's running his own version of Cocodona as an aid station captain over at Trinity Heights.
All right, we do believe that Lindsay Dwyer, second place, female, is getting very, very close
to the Trinity Heights aid station. We should have her coming into frame shortly. Here we have Lindsay coming in. Nice. She still has legs, and obviously that Elden descent is really tough on the runners. And it'll be nice to see if she actually can run it out a little bit, because the last 4 miles are really runnable.
Yeah, this is exciting. Lindsay Dwyer coming into Trinity Heights aid station. Super exciting. This is your second place female. She prepared for this. She is absolutely crushing it. Let's give Lindsay some love in the chat. She is going to, maybe do a little quick stop here. We'll see if she needs to top anything off. But at this point, she is she's looking strong. She is jogging, and she's going to have. Yeah, she's just going to be making it happen.
Yeah, and she's going to have a little bit under 4 miles to go once she leaves Trinity Heights. And we'll see what she wants or what she needs, or if she's just going to kind of continue on through the aid station.
This is Lindsay Dwyer, your second place female. At mile 252 or so of the Cocodona 250, and she's got a short 4 miles to go before she will be rolling into second place and, successfully completing the Cocodona 250. Way to go, Lindsay. Okay, we're going to give her some time and just let her do whatever she needs to do. We will stay here and, try to fill you in on anything that we hear might be going on. As that's happening, I am going to sign off on commentary and try to get down to make a flight back to Colorado. It's been an honor. It's been a privilege. It's been inspiring and wonderful. Thank you, Troy, for being my co-host here, and to everyone I've shared the mic with and the entire team at Aravaipa. This is always an inspirational week. It's always exciting, and it always brings something new. So stay tuned. We will continue to bring you nonstop coverage from here until Saturday morning. And take care, everybody.
Oh, there we have Lindsay right off screen. Reports are she's not feeling all too hot, as the stomach can after a pretty hard effort and long days on the trail. And let's continue to show her some love with a little less than 4 miles to go. And let's bring the vibes and keep it high for Lindsay while she works through the last little section of the Cocodona 250. And there she's getting out. Looks like she's thanking the volunteers and getting back out on the trail. And then shout out to Nicole Tan Greason for the donation. And looks like she's looking for a pacer for her runner. They're taking a short break. They're out at Munns, so if anyone wants to hop in and support someone trying to make their Cocodona 250 race a reality, let's see if we can't jump in the chat and help her out. And yeah, there goes Lindsay. Like I said, about 3.9 miles to the finish. And she's just putting one foot in front of the other. She's going to get this one done. Big ups, San Francisco Running Co. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, I love seeing all the love for Lindsay in the chat. Yeah, such a strong runner. I had the pleasure of doing a little shakeout run with her before packet pickup. She was really stoked to be here to PR a distance because she's never ran more than a little over 100 miles. She put in some serious training for this, and her vibes were really high, and she was just really excited to be out here and sharing miles and experiencing this race with the ultra community. Yeah, it looks like we have a couple interviews scheduled that are going to come up here really soon. So stay tuned. I know we have our race leader, Dan, who's going to be joining us, Mr. Dan Green, as well as a few other people from a few other of our sponsors. I think, Bree Sullivan will be on for NAC. And I know, like I said, I know Dan Green is supposed to be in the studio sooner than later. Looks like we've got a John G. Cam of the Sonoma Red Rocks, and we're gonna cut to commercial. And when we get back, hopefully we can get set up for some of those interviews. Again, I'm Troy Meadows, a host of the Midpacker Pod, trying to bring you some exciting commentary as I work through some sleep deprivation. And I appreciate everyone showing up in the chat, having a good time, and tuning in live to Aravaipa and Mountain Outpost coverage of the Cocodona 250.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing? Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate, made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. RunSpeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20%.
Registration for 2026. We'll open registration for the 2026 event 8 a.m. Pacific time on May 20th. That gives plenty of time for the people who ran this year, volunteered this year, to jump on the morning of May 20th and register. We'll have information on a payment plan that will be available until the race sells out. And then also come out and volunteer with us and earn race credits to be applied for future registration. So we do need volunteers still, so come out and volunteer, be part of the race, and then you can get a discount on your entry for 2026. So that May 20th date will be registration for all race distances: the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, Mingus Traverse, Flagstaff Crest, and maybe one more depending on the Forest Service. We'll see you then. Happy running. Registration for 20.
All right, friends, welcome back to Aravaipa and Mountain Outpost live coverage of the Cocodona 250. My name is Troy Meadows. I am the host of the Midpacker Pod, and I am stoked to be here. I know we've got our F2, Lindsay Dwyer, making her way to Flagstaff, and then many other runners are on the journey as there. We still have runners in the Sedona area, as well as spread out all throughout the course. This is in Buffalo Park. This is, bear with me while I pull up the chat. This is Chad Salyer making his way to the finish. It's about 2.5 miles out from the finish. Yeah, moving pretty good. Yeah, aid station Molly B. Love the sunflowers for Lindsay. Yeah, once runners kind of make it through Buffalo Park, go across the flat section, they have about a half a mile gradual downhill to the road, and then I believe it's about 1.5 miles on pavement as they make their way into historic downtown Flagstaff. All right, chat and friends, let's get bib number 216, Pacer from out of Munns. Let's come together as a community. Let's support our runners. Yeah, that would be Matthew Markowicz. I think I butchered that last name. But the man needs a pacer friend. So if there's anyone that wants to put in some miles with him out of the Munns aid station, holler at Nicole Tran Greason in the chat. Let's get this man a pacer. Yeah, Chad's moving strong. He can smell the hay in the barn. He's not that far right now, and the motivation for a lot of the runners once they kind of get up on top of Buffalo Park is real, as they know, oh, this thing is almost done. This long stretch flat across the plateau at Buffalo Park, and then They kind of make a little bit of a fire road descent, and then they're on pavement for about 1.5 miles into Flagstaff. Yeah, in this area of Buffalo Park, this is kind of where the locals like to go to do speed work. It's a big flat, as you can see, maybe half mile. And I know people love to come out here and do big repeats at 7,000 feet. Definitely not my cup of tea at that altitude, you know, but when you live in Flag, you definitely get used to it. And yeah, I know this is where a lot of from mid-pack to the elite like to come out and put in fast, flat intervals. Yeah, here's Chad. He's approaching kind of the entrance to Buffalo Park here. And this is kind of where that he'll come around and hit that half mile downhill section on a little bit of a fire road and make his way to Flagstaff. Shout outs to all the drone pilots who are out there bringing us these epic shots. Shearer, your question, acclimation, to altitude takes about 2 weeks, but don't necessarily need to be acclimated to run. It does make the effort a little bit harder, and you definitely want to make sure that you're backing off your pace a little bit. Your easy runs are gonna feel harder, so you need to definitely back off there, and then you need to stay really hydrated, as the altitude can definitely dehydrate you. A lot of people's race strategy when they come from sea level is to fly in the night before the race so that you spend the least amount of time at altitude possible, because that's when you're going to feel the best, because the first 3 or 4 days, really 2 to 5, is when the body really starts to go through some transformations, and that's where you can really feel the altitude and feel really bad. So you feel the best within 24 hours of being at altitude, and then about 10 days to 2 weeks later, you'd be fully acclimated. G Hill with some 411 on Chad. He does great at altitude. He also tore up Ure, which is a crazy 100-miler in Colorado. It's got something like 40,000+ feet of gain, all above 8,000-9,000 feet, maxing out in the 14,000 foot range as you go over some of the passes there. Oh, you're welcome, Shearer. James Klein, no, we haven't done the Dan Green interview yet. I know that's coming. Oh, I think he's coming right now. Wow. You ask, you shall receive. So yeah, give us a couple minutes so we get set up for that, and enjoy this beautiful drone shot of Chad making his way through Buffalo Park. This is a slight downhill section down the fire road, and yeah, I mean, when you're on this road, you can like the pavement's coming, and once you hit the pavement, it's like, oh man, you're just savoring every single step into Flagstaff as you get to that finish. Arthur, asking for a friend. Love this question. Something I like to tell a lot of people and some of my athletes when they're training for something mountainous and they're in the flatlands is stairwells. If you can get access to a 5 or 6 story building, also parking garages, because you could run up the ramps and run down the stairs, or run up the stairs and down the ramps. You can, there's ways to get creative with your training when you live in the flats to try to get some of that elevation and stimulus and just get the quads really seasoned. I think that's the thing you really want to do if you're coming to a mountainous race, is you want to get the quads ready to deal with the load, as that's where like the main failure point is. You can get really fit running on flat and rolling ground that'll get you ready to slam hills, but it's really trying to make sure that the quads are ready for the damage you're going to put them through when you're smashing the downhills on a mountainous race. Excuse me.
So for those who don't know, we had an excellent film created around the events of last year's Cocodona. So we're going to go ahead and throw to a quick trailer of that, and we will be back shortly with a great interview here in the studio. So we'll cut to that, and we'll see you guys shortly.
To have a truly competitive 200-plus mile race that we were able to watch unfold and follow along is something that you could only dream about.
I think this is going to be the most exciting year yet.
At a lot of the 200s, there's been some really good runners, but there hasn't been the depth. Not too often do you really have a solid battle at the front.
These are essentially professional athletes in this obscure space.
To have 4 course record holders and Browning from the start calling out, breaking the course record by 10 hours.
We'll see if we can pull it off.
While on the surface, what confronts these runners is 250 miles. What really confronts them is a look into their soul, a look into why they do this, what they do this for, and how on earth they're going to make it from Phoenix to Flagstaff.
The way that athletes are now approaching these events, we've been waiting for this.
I'm Jeff Browning. Michael McKnight.
Joe McConaughey. Some people call me String Bean.
My name is Michael Versteeg.
I'm Arlen Glick. I live in Ohio and I run ultra marathons. I had chased all day for something that I wasn't going to get. And it was something I had to just success so many times comes from just like that drive, something that lights that fire.
I don't really feel like I have this need to like prove to people that I am something, but I think everybody has a little bit of ego somewhere deep down inside.
This is definitely the most competitive 200 I've ever been a part of, and it does excite me.
They are competing just as much as 100-meter runners on the track are. It's just spread out over a multi-day experience, and I think it's fascinating.
Cocodona is one of the few races where you're like, you will absolutely have an experience, and it's going to be more than trail running.
It is an eccentric mix and cast of characters. And I think that's part of why I love it so much. And I love this sport so much.
If I just nailed it, I think it just would have fed my ego. That's not always what we need. Sometimes it's what we want. That's not what we need.
I mean, I know this film is like focusing on like the 5 guys at the front or whatever, but like there's 10 other guys that could win this race. It's like you just have no idea.
All right, friends, welcome back to Mount Outpost live coverage of the Cocodona 250. We drug a couple people back into we drug one person back into the studio, and we drug another guy into the studio, but we got Corinne Chauvoy back here to help us do a little interview with the man, Dan Green. Dan, how are you feeling, man?
I feel pretty good. I mean, as you would expect, probably someone feels after 58 hours of moving around, but nothing's broken, and I can still walk, so that's good.
So, Dan, it was just such an impressive performance. I think so many people that were following along throughout the day, kind of just seeing how steady and consistent you were. It seemed like you were not only that in like physicality and in how you were moving, but in your attitude, in your demeanor, in your excitement and genuine, like, it just seemed like you were having fun out there. And I know, we shared some miles late in the race, and you were the same way. You were talking about how much you were enjoying it, how you got to keep fun at the center of it. So tell us a little bit about just kind of mindset. Did you have any lows? Did you have to really, focus on staying in a positive mindset throughout this journey?
Yeah, I don't think I really had any like emotional lows or anything like that. I definitely had some moments where I think I was just kind of sleepy. So that, I guess you could consider that a low, but it wasn't like a depression low. Besides the mud situations, which that's a whole different thing, but I was just more angry than low, which can fuel you good too. So it wasn't necessarily the worst thing to have happen to you.
Yeah. Let's talk about the mud situation. How frustrating was the mud out there for you at the front, Dan?
It was pretty frustrating. I didn't foresee that being an issue. I'm sure everyone probably didn't think that, it's going to rain and be sticky mud on a bunch of portions of the race. So yeah, it caught me off guard, and it just happened to be that all the sections that were muddy were pretty runnable sections too. I mean, would have been pretty runnable if it wasn't muddy. So that was kind of annoying.
Yeah, Corinne and I had an opportunity to experience some of that mud for like half a mile, and we were really frustrated.
Where?
Out here on the Flagstaff Ridge trail, but it was similar where you took 3 steps and you had 3 inches of mud caked on your shoes, and it wasn't going anywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah. So mud aside, you seem to stay warm, and that's something that a lot of people struggled with. What did you do for like temperature regulation? Did you just feel like you had the right gear out there? Did you have any points that you went through any kind of major kind of storm systems?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely had some rain out there in portions, and whenever we were in like I forget the section right before you get to Mingus, I think. Whatever that big field is, it was raining, it was kind of windy, and it was a lot of mud, so you couldn't run. You were just walking in the rain. But I mean, if you had the required gear, I mean, it worked well. It was just like windbreaker, gloves, hat. You were fine. I guess. I didn't get too cold. I never had to wear pants.
Nice.
Which pants are kind of tricky when it's wet because then they just stick to your legs. But so I was rocking the super compression sock sleeve combo, which looks kind of ridiculous, but it kept me warm and helped a little bit with my legs.
Well, talking about the sock sleeve combo, it was the vibe. There were people in the chat that were all about your lower leg game, and they had people asking, is he double? Is there 2 socks, or what the deal is? And I remember we were able to get a little interview with your crew, and they confirmed that it was just calf sleeves with calf socks pulled over the top. So
yeah. You definitely want to go calf sleeves because then you can change your socks.
Makes sense. Pro moves right here. So did the 200-mile plus distance live up to your expectations? This was your first at these races, and in ultras you only get one first at these distances. So this was your experience with it. Yeah. How do you feel looking back on it now? Was it everything you hoped for?
Yes. It was super fun. It was exactly what I wanted. I love training for it. It was like I could finally just go run like as much as I wanted, or do different things and run at weird hours of a day and not have to, usually that's pointless unless you're training for a 200 plus mile race. Yeah. So it was kind of fun to be able to train for it. And the only thing I will say is it would be interesting to run just a 200 mile now instead of a 256.
Just a 200 mile. Clip that. Just
I will
a
say
200.
At 200, I thought, wow, this could be done now, but we'll add the little extra on.
Just a little extra. So tell us a little bit about that training. Did you have a plan going in? Do you work with a coach? And I'm sure that folks would like to know a little bit about kind of what your mileage looked like leading into the race.
Yeah, I don't have a coach. I just coach myself. It's worked out pretty well, but changing it up a little bit. My training wasn't that much different than what it would normally be. Just the classic, like what you'd expect, like more volume. So a little more time on legs, slow down your regular runs a little bit. Initially, like after Javelina, I started training for this race. So I got in the gym a little bit more, did some stair climber, which whether that transfers over to running or not, but it helps strengthen your like glutes and hamstrings and, well, not hamstrings, but like your hips and stuff like that a little bit. Did some of that, and then just, volume. So I went from like 100 or like 90 to like 130 a week to like 100 to 160 a week.
Okay.
A lot of doubles, but I did do a lot longer weekend runs than I normally would do. So like to run 25, 30 miles on a Sunday was pretty regular. And a lot more trail running than I normally do.
Yeah, you live in West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have access to the trails out there? What was it like training through the winter?
Our winter sucked.
Yeah,
but
year. Hey, this weather here at Cocodona sucked. So there you go.
It did. It actually, our winter was terrible in Huntington, mostly because our, whatever that you call that, like the snow removal people service, we don't have very many plows, and they can't plow some of the roads because they're like brick. Mm-hmm. And so we just had like 5 inches of ice for about 2 weeks straight on a lot of roads that we had to try to run on. And I thought I tore my labrum falling on the ice a bunch of times, and that was scary. But yeah, I guess it worked out well because it was cold here and kind of wet. So
yeah, for sure. No, and we will interrupt if we need to get Lindsay Dwyer's finished, but we're going to keep rolling real quick here.
Well, Chad's finished too, so we have Chad coming to the finish
we
line
have Chad
shortly,
as well.
so.
See, I've gone for 2 minutes and everything happens. People want to know a little bit about what your favorite snacks were out there. Snacks. I guess you could classify that or define that however you want.
I don't know. I mean, we what did we eat? I don't know. Real food wise, I was eating I had a couple burgers. Shout out Sedona Aid Station. Cranked out a delicious bacon cheeseburger. Gas station burrito. We were kind of a little bit early to some of the aid stations, so they didn't necessarily have all the hot food ready. So my crew was kind of scrounging for hot food. And then just cup of noodles, big ramen guy, so I was slamming those the whole time.
Saw some pancakes at the end too. I witnessed about 18 pancakes go down your
I did.
gullet.
I could have eaten both plates of those pancakes easily.
You were eating well. You took some to go too. I think the crew packed those in the vest. They say he's eating these, get rid of something else, put this in. So that makes a lot of sense. Troy, you got something?
I was gonna say, we were commenting about, when it's that late in the race, when you can still eat, like
that, it's
when
impressive.
when you can still put a dozen pancakes in your body and the stomach is cooperating with that. That's really, really impressive. So, Dan, I want to talk about the last little bit of the race for you coming down Elden. I met you about 3/4 of the way up Elden with a camera and was able to get some really great shots for the live stream. But you were going through you were commenting about how you were really tired and you were really hot. And then, as we made it down to the flats, I will tell the audience, like, I was struggling to make sure that I could stay in front of you as you still had leg speed at the end, considering the amount of mileage that you ran. Just talk about those last few miles. And then I would love to talk about the moment where you got to see your crew coming down the fire road into the pavement, into Flagstaff.
Yeah. What do you want to talk about first?
Just the first mile.
Sorry.
Yeah. How
coming down onto the flats?
The difficulty coming down Elden and then really getting into the flats, we were able to kind of open it up and get back to running.
Yeah. So that was the one I was happy with, was my legs did really well. Kind of not getting crampy. Nothing got super tight. Nothing really hurt. The only thing that kind of started to bother me a little bit was my left Achilles, and not even really bad. Probably like a 3 or 4, like a 4 out of 10 kind of. Just I knew I had an Achilles type of thing. But yeah, once we got coming down that mountain, I was pretty sleepy. We couldn't find the caffeine gels I had in my vest. We thought we didn't pack them, but we later found out we just couldn't find them, which would have been good to have then. But coming down off of that, I was pretty sleepy. So yeah, I was making sure I wasn't going to fall. My brother was pacing me there, Fred, so he was good at kind of bossing me around. He was like, all right, pick it up. All right, be careful. Slow down. Pick it up. Be careful. Just getting me around those rocks and stuff. But once we got to the flats, where my legs weren't too screwed up, we could still run pretty good.
Yeah, we have someone in the chat asking about the wrong turn. I will totally take responsibility for the wrong turn, as I was leading us down with the camera, and I just missed the turn, and everyone followed me, and then we caught it very, very quickly.
Rerouted, went back.
Went back, but it was really funny because both Frank and your brother and Dan were like, "That's strike number 1, Troy." So. Yeah.
Then we had strike number 2 later.
Oh no, Troy, don't. It's Troy's fault. That's okay.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was good. We didn't really go off credit. I just stopped us for a second because there was a weird arrow like up in Buffalo Park, and I was like, "This isn't on course." And then we realized it was a mistake. But these guys were really great. I mean, to your point, like, you guys were joking while being really serious. Your brother was an amazing pacer for you, like doing a good job of trying to keep you safe down Elden, but also giving you that kind of push that you needed to say, hey, I think this is where you can open up. I need you to slow down here. Like, he was definitely like helping to provide some of the brain energy for you. But man, you were so lucid, like joking around. Like, I was so impressed with just your mental faculty at mile 250 something.
The mind felt pretty good the whole time. I didn't really sleep that much either, so I was really happy with, which I kind of figured that's how it would go for some reason. So I was happy that's actually how it went. My brain felt pretty good.
We figured like 20 minutes total, your crew said, maybe of actual sleep, and then like an hour of trying laying down kind of. Yeah, so that's not much. Do you know what your total stoppage time was by chance?
We were looking at it today. I think it was like right under 4 hours.
Right under 4 hours total stoppage. That's
not
amazing. Bad. That's like 15 minutes in 100-mile race or a 100K race. That's nothing. All right, we got some quick hitters here. Is it true your nickname is the Silver Bullet?
No.
Okay, not true.
We did. I mean, we do like Coors Light. Shout out Coors Light. And then we had the Dodge Caravan was just performing great for the crew.
So yeah,
best rental car.
Shout out to Dodge and Coors if you're looking for a fast guy that we can call the Silver Bullet to sponsor. Dan is here for you.
Currently recruiting non-endemic sponsors to our sport. And then, what did you think of the crosswalks at the end? Like, was it? Were you bugged? Did you want to stop? Did you not want to stop?
I just think, well, since we had a lead, it was okay.
Yeah,
that would have been insane if you were
trying to,
like, imagine you're racing someone together and you're both stopped at a stoplight.
Yeah. Like Ryan pulls up right next to you, kind of as you're stopping at a stoplight.
That'd be insane because you'd both have to stop, and then you would try to out sprint each other. And the stoplights are also on a hill, kind of. I think there's 2 on a hill. That would have been insane to be coming in right against somebody with those stoplights like that. But I mean, I guess it's the right thing to do. Stop at the stoplight. So
yeah.
I know we're talking about kind of toward the finish, but there was a good question from the chat.
I was going to go back to that.
Yeah. So you were asleep. Ryan like made the pass. When you woke up, like what was going through your mind when you kind of realized that while you were sleeping, Ryan was able to kind of take the lead of the race?
I wasn't stressed out. I knew that he was going to pass me when I laid down. So, but I mean, I don't know what mile that was, but I'm sure we still had over 100 miles left. So it's almost, that wouldn't even matter. I mean, really. Yeah. Unless you felt bad when you were running. If you didn't, like I didn't feel bad running at that point, not really at any point. So like I could see if you felt bad when you were running, if you'd be stressed out if you lost that time. But if you still feel good running, I mean, what's 10 minutes?
Yeah, I was going to ask you too.
15 minutes.
I was going to ask you about the gap too, because at that point you had about 10 or 15 minutes on Ryan. And so when you sat down, were you feeling kind of tired, and were you thinking to yourself, like, actually, this is probably the best moment to sit down and take 2025 because my legs do still feel good and I know I can close the gap? Was that something that was like going through your mind when you got into that aid station?
Not necessarily closing the gap, but definitely I think just being on top of the sleep. Like you don't want to be probably doing that later in the race. So yeah, it was just kind of staying on top of it.
Yeah, it felt like the right moment, huh?
Yeah, it felt like the right moment. I didn't really have a set times to sleep. It was more like, okay, we'll have everything set up at a certain time, and then if I'm tired enough, we'll just go ahead and sleep. That way I kind of can try to sleep quicker, which ultimately I didn't end up sleeping instantly when I laid down. So, excuse me.
All good. So we talked about burgers and pancakes and ramen. What did you utilize, sports nutrition wise? Anything that was really helpful for you out there?
Yeah, I started with I got something in my throat.
So we're going to talk while you clear your throat. You can clear your throat off there. We're going to get you a drink. And while you're doing that, we're going to just shout out some of your previous accolades. You are sub 13 hour 100 miler. You've been on the brink of a golden ticket twice, at least twice.
First loser, baby.
Oh yeah.
That's my claim to fame.
You're not a first loser in this setting right here. And so just that speed background, like, do you think that helped you in this 200? Do you think that was something that, people should focus on coming in here? I mean, obviously you're a testament to, and I heard you say multiple times out there, this is a running race. So, yeah, what do you think about that kind of your fast, quote unquote, fast background and how it played out here?
I think it was good. A lot of the second half of the course is really runnable if it wasn't all muddy. But I mean, yeah, if you can run later in the race, I mean, you can make up a lot of ground. You can gap a lot of people if you need to, which I guess the speed is almost irrelevant. It's more of just like fatigue resistance. Can you still run then? Because it's not like I was running very fast. Like I think some of the fastest splits I had over 150 miles were probably like a 9:10 pace or something like that, 9:15.
But it's that running economy, right? It's that you're exerting less effort for that pace that you're running, which definitely I think comes into play. Sorry, I'm going to go back to the nutrition question. Sports nutrition, what were you using? What were your go-tos?
Morton, Precision 90. I ended up not being able to take the Precision 90s towards the end, or I guess more than half. They were almost a little too sweet for me later on, which sucked because I brought like 30 of them, and most of my suitcase weight was Precision 90s when we were flying back with them all. But yeah, Morton 100, 160s, and 100 calf. Tailwind, the new Tailwind high carb has been good. That it works well for me. I'm a low salt sweater, so nice. It's almost exactly what I sweat in a liter, so it kind of works out pretty good. Some scratch stuff too, kind of in some bottles at the aid station.
Nice.
Just for a little bit of extra electrolyte. And then, yeah, I guess that's it for like a true nutrition type thing, other than like burgers and Coke and things like that.
Perfect.
I just want to give a shout out, Chad. He did manage to get that finish, and we've got a really dynamic shot here on the drone where Lindsay's looks like she's doing a little bit of some wardrobe change and digging in and really gutting this one out as she's walking it into the finish.
Yeah,
so,
we understood she wasn't feeling good, and having to take some frequent breaks here. We just it's going to be that much more moving when we see her across the finish line. Won't keep you here too much longer, Dan. One question: you have Western States coming up potentially. You are 6th on the wait list for Western States 100, and I think people would be excited to follow you there. Are you planning to toe the line if your name gets called?
Definitely. You have to. If you get in off the wait list, you got to. I won't be 100% probably, but I'll definitely be there if I get in.
It'll certainly be an experiment in, you never know, right? Could be massive aerobic gains from this.
Hey.
We talked about 2 weeks off, 2 weeks of speed work. I'm now
Taper.
coaching Dan.
And
but
then float right into Western
and then
States.
just taper into Western States, and it's going to feel like it's over in 5 minutes compared to this effort. New perspective you'll be bringing into that.
Well, yes. I mean, yeah. This honestly blurred into one just big day.
That's wild.
That's how it felt to me. Just one giant run.
Shout out your crew. I know you love them so much. I know they were
so good.
They were instrumental in making this happen for you. So give them some love. Let's hear who all was involved
Heck
in
yeah.
this.
We had Isaac Waite, crew chief, best guy, logistics master. Logan Kirby was his student. Now I think he might be better than Isaac in the spreadsheet game. Danny Hayes, just like the enforcer of the group. He was holding down the bathroom spots for me when needed. A little muscle in there. Dave Fowler, he was here last year with our buddy Ryan, who also paced, who also ran the race last year. Ryan, of course, and then my brother Fred. And it was just, dream team. Everyone had a purpose. Everyone executed. Couldn't have done it without them. It's like people say that, but when you're doing a multi-day race, I didn't do anything except run, and I didn't have to worry about anything. I had people shoving me in a van. There was 3 blankets in there. It was all ready to go. Wiping my feet off, putting socks on, having stuff ready, food, toothbrush. I just moved for 3 days. That was it. Nothing else.
Yeah, well, I can attest to the vibes. When you met your crew and they met you to run you in through Flag, there was lots of high fives, hugs, fist bumps. Like you could tell.
It was great.
It was really awesome to witness and be a part of that with you.
All right, people want to know about the shoes. What did you wear during the race?
I work at a running shop, so that was one of the hardest things
Shout
for
out
me.
the running shop.
Yeah, Robert's Running Shop.
Robert's Running Shop.
Charleston, Huntington, West Virginia.
Go visit it. Support your local running store.
Get in there. It's a great place. We'll fit you up good.
We'll fit you up good. Is that
the slogan? No, that was the hardest thing is like, what shoes do I bring? Because I'm a shoe guy. And so I brought a bunch. I brought like 6 or 7 different pairs of shoes, which I didn't end up using a lot of them. But I started in an S-Lab Genesis, which surprised. I love that shoe. I got a pair. It's great. That's a great shoe. It's super light. It's a little wider than a normal Salomon, like the regular Genesis, in my opinion. Super light. It's cushioned. That, and then I also had a Clifton 10, the newer Clifton, which I've loved. I've used the Clifton a lot, like at Javelina and other trail races and stuff too. It's just like underrated trail shoe. It's super light. It's just thick enough for how soft it is to give you some protection from rocks and stuff, so it works really well. And what else did I use? I think the new S-Lab Ultra Glide.
Yeah, the ones with the crazy divots underneath them.
Those are actually pretty good. They're a little bit heavier, obviously, than like a Genesis. But
I think Ryan Sands was wearing those for a fair amount of the race.
I had to cut the heel counter off of it just because it comes up a little too high in the S-Lab version.
Interesting.
But
so modified.
That's why the back looked a little goofy. But I think that was basically the only shoes I wore. I did wear Tribuco Max at one point, but it really picked the mud up like too much, so I was afraid to wear that again. That was pretty much it.
Yeah, I overheard you with your crew talking about how you hadn't paid for the shoes yet on one of the pairs that you were putting on, and
sorry, Rob.
Yeah, I was
if you're
I was like
to this.
in the chat going, someone buy this man a pair of shoes, you know. But yeah, that's really cool. You work for a running shop, and you're able to kind of have your, obviously like have a little pick and a smorgasbord. I guess that's the benefit of being not having a shoe sponsor is you get to put on what you want.
Yeah.
So
I changed shoes a lot, I think, out there. Mostly but back and forth between like 2-3 pairs of shoes, but
nice.
It is fun.
All right. So, last thing here, just how would you sum up Cocodona? What would you say to people who want to experience this race and get out here? We know you love Arizona. You race a lot out here. So sum it up for us and tell everybody why they should check out Cocodona.
I mean, it's just if you love kind of just being out there, pushing yourself, it's like the standard stuff, but it's just a journey, you know? It's like, it's just a big journey. It's like you really find like what you can do. Like, I feel like I push myself a lot, like maybe the most I've ever done in a race. So that was kind of cool. I don't know. I mean, that's hard. I think I'm still I was so zoned in,
focused. Yeah,
I'm like still I don't really know what to say.
Hey,
I go really blank when I do stuff like this, so I have no thoughts.
You're fine. Brain fog it happens after 50 Ks, and you just ran 250 miles. So we're gonna give you some.
I turn it all
grace
off
there,
and I just say like stupid stuff and run for the whole time. So there's not a lot going on up there right now.
You're good. It's all good.
Pretty turned off.
Well, huge congratulations, Dan. You are the current course record holder of the Cocodona 250, winner of this year's edition, showing people that you can jump up from that fast 100-mile distance and complete this in kind of stunning fashion. So thank you for blessing us all with kind of what you did over the last few days. We really it's been a joy to witness, and we hope that you recover well and can't wait to follow you at Western States.
Awesome. Thanks. It was fun.
We know you have the streak to keep alive. I know you got a short run planned.
Oh, yeah, everybody.
So if anyone's close, meet me out at Buffalo Park in about a half hour.
Okay, impromptu group run, Buff Park with Dan Green.
Yeah, we're about to go run a mile. It's going to be rough. We're going to do it. I'm using the Cliftons. The rubber fell off the bottom, so I had to cut it off the rest of the way.
Oh, my God.
But we're going to use those bad boys here in a short time. It's going to be great.
So impressive.
If they fit, my feet are a little, I might need a wide right now, but I'll just loosen them up.
Okay.
Well,
take the insole out, gives you a little extra height.
Yeah, to Corinne's point, super impressed to see your performance over the last 3 days. And like I said, I got to run you in about 8 miles. And man, hard not to say it was a peak life experience for me, Dan. Thanks for allowing me to kind of come along the journey with you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. It was awesome. You were doing some incredible stuff with the backpack. That's not easy work. You guys are skilled.
Well,
I appreciate you.
Congratulations. Soak it in. Everybody go give Dan a follow his journey. You're on Strava, right?
Oh, yeah.
Everything's on Strava.
Strava's my favorite.
Strava's his favorite social media platform.
Get on there.
Continue. The streak has been going for how long?
Since November 2019.
Woo! Since November 2019. It's going to keep that alive. All right. Congratulations, Dan.
Thanks.
a.m. You go an entire day, you go all night. Most people don't sleep the first night. Some people do, but most don't. And then you go a second day, and in the afternoon or evening of the second day, you see a sign that says, "Good job, you're halfway." It's 2 full days of going at it. Thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah. Let's finish it.
Nice on you.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's run it. Your motivation. So another thing I was telling Clay is sometimes I have a lot of motivation to finish strong. This 250, there's no motivation.
All right, friends, if you're just tuning in, my name's Troy Meadows. We just finished up the interview with Dan Green, and here we have, excuse me, Michael Puett. He's coming in right past the hospital right now, so he's less than a mile to the finish, and he's got some legs. We're excited to welcome him to Flagstaff. Right behind him, just getting out of Buffalo Park is Lindsay Dwyer, gutting out an impressive second place finish in the women's race.
She's absolutely earning it out there.
Yeah, and I've got the man behind the scenes that often jumps on the microphones, Mr. Zach Marion, joining me in the studio to help. To help me out as I'm feeling the need for sleep, and I don't know why I'm complaining, because this guy is definitely running on way less sleep than me.
I got like 4 hours last night, so I am doing great. I feel like a new person now. I understand how these guys will just go take a little cat nap and come back like, no, I'm ready to go. Like another 24 hours, let's do this. That feeling does disappear at some point.
Okay.
But yeah, the few hours of sleep is absolutely crucial. I feel like producing one of these, even commentating, our videographers, our drone pilots, it's a tough job. It's rigorous. You do a lot out there. It's kind of its own ultra.
Favorite part.
But we don't get to have as much fun as these guys. Check this out. Just a nice little hop, skip, and a jog right on into town.
Yeah, it looks like Mike's in pretty good spirits as well.
I mean, I would be too if I knew it was on the final mile of this thing, and it is all downhill, so absolutely would love that. But how about this chat room? How about everybody that's in here right now having a good time, enjoying it, celebrating everybody's victories and finishes?
Yeah, it looks like we got a little over 3,000 people in the viewing audience, but I would like to see a couple hundred more likes there. So if you want to take the time to jump off the chat for 2 seconds and smash that like button, it'd be most appreciated, friends.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It helps us out when we have those kind of metrics. That gives us the opportunity to go to brands and say, hey, look, it's worth it. Because, we can't say take our word for it. There are a lot of people on there. We kind of have to have something to show them. And thank you to amazing brands like John G and Speedland. We've got so many other amazing brands, one of which we'll actually talk about here shortly. But yeah, it's because of them and their ability to support us, we get to bring this to you for free.
Yeah.
So this comes to your home, and it's because of them. The least we can do is give them a little shout out. If you're using products, definitely consider them. We all need shoes. We all need gear. We all need nutrition. Let's spread the love back to them. And right now, let's celebrate this guy.
Yeah, soaking it in one step at a time. I mean, he is so close to the finish, friends, and just really taking it all in.
He's got a little business call to make. He's texting his friends like, hey, can you have a beer for me?
Oh.
I think it's Coors for everyone, a la Dan Green at the finish line.
More than halfway since we got from the start of the hospital to here. So
Yeah, so you get to go to downtown Flagstaff, go to the historic Heritage Square.
Okay.
It's a pretty cool experience. I think after you go through all of the small towns out there in the middle of nowhere, the Crown Kings, the Jeromes, beautiful hangover trail in Sedona, just outside of Sedona. And then you make your way to this really lonely stretch. And then you get to completely encircle Flagstaff and come in through the back end via that wonderful Elden climb. And then you get to run through Flagstaff, just an amazing Route 66 town from back in the day. It's got tons of history. We are actually perched in the corner of on the race course there. So whenever they turn at the hospital and make their way down, that's where we're chilling. That's where we're watching them all.
Yeah, the studio is strategically placed very close to the finish.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I chose the studio because of the background. I thought it was fantastic, but
the fact that it's 5 blocks from the finish definitely helps, and it's cool because the race finishes in that like kind of historic block of downtown Flagstaff, and the vibes at the finish line it's quite a thing.
Yeah, I kind of selfishly chose this as well, so close to the finish line, because in my job I'm like back and forth to the finish line 1,000 times, and this was very convenient for me.
Yeah, love all the sunflowers in the chat for Lindsay. If you're just tuning in, we've got a follow cam here on Michael Puett, who is making that. I mean, what are we, half a mile from the finish at this point, if that?
Not even that. You can see those more older historic buildings. I think he's got like, I would say 3 blocks maybe. So gonna make quick
3
work
blocks.
of it, getting that little jog. One thing we've tried to add this year is kind of that background noise of the runners, just hearing that crunch, that step. It really feels like it brings you to the race rather than just watching it, which is always fun. You can hear the cars driving by. Last night when Rachel Intrican was finishing, I don't know if the audio was good or bad. It was just horns honking nonstop as she was coming in. The whole hospital people were out in their scrubs cheering for her. It was a pretty special moment.
Yeah, I will say, as the amount of staff members from the hospital that came out and signs, and when Dan Green went by, they had they had custom signs that they had made, and it was really cool to see the hospital go by. A fun fact: when Lucy went by the hospital with Ryan, she kind of made this comment as we passed. She goes, "We'll be seeing you guys soon," kind of jokingly, and it was just really funny. It's really cool to see the vibes as the hospital comes out to really support the runners on their way to the finish line.
He's got to make this left-hand turn here, cross one street, and then he is turning right into Heritage Square.
Yeah, block and a half.
And he put a little moxie in that step. So it's interesting, whenever they are transporting prisoners, they shut the gate.
Yeah.
So you have to reroute some of the finishers, just around the corner. They go through the backside. Which I still think is cool. You get to run right past Diablo Burger. Get some great whiffs of some fresh food there. But yeah,
are they still doing the transfer? Because that's been going on for a better part of 2 hours. So
it honestly is really one of those situations where they don't tell us how long it's going to be. They just shut the gate.
Yeah, of course not.
So yeah, it looks like he's actually going to take the traditional route.
Oh, someone is very, very, very happy.
In his pack, he has 0 cares left to give. He is just making it to that finish line at this point. Where he can call himself an official Cocodona 250 finisher, one of a very rare breed of human beings who decides to make the trek from Black Canyon City all the way to Flagstaff, Arizona, taking the long scenic route, the muddy route, the weather route, and this is his moment to shine. Let him soak it in.
I love that he's like, I'm walking this one in. Like, no reason to run another step, and he's just gonna soak. Yeah, like you said, soak it all in.
This is his moment. Our camera guy will get out of the way here and let him have his shot. Get those photos at the finish line. Yeah, we try hard to cover the whole thing, but we definitely make sure that we try to give them their moment there at the finish line. Such a beautiful moment. It is so awesome. You know, it's... Oh, hey, we got a little Jamil sighting right there in the corner. He literally called me and was like, I'm going to go down to Phoenix. I don't know if I'm going to come back up. And there he is. He just randomly pops up. Classic Jamil.
Just can't stay away. Yeah, it looks like Lindsay is less than a mile, about to take that turn onto, pretty close to a block away from taking the turn onto Beaver Street.
So yeah, we'll let her get to the finish line, and then we have an interview with Bree Sullivan of NAC, who is out here also crewing and pacing. So we'll get a chance to talk to her about her experience out there, what it was like spending an overnight, getting a marathon of miles in, sharing some time with a dear friend. So we'll get her kind of introspection of what was going on out there on the trail, and talk to her a little bit about what it means to be here at Cocodona. But right now we're going to focus on Lindsay, let her get to that finish line, let her have her moment. And it's going to be awesome. I know, I'm sure our volunteer Cam is getting himself out there so that we can grab some footage of her. We'll keep eyes on, see what's going on out in the field, what we have going on.
There's Mike in a hug.
Yeah, this is going into Fort Tuthill. This is one of our volunteers out there giving us some riveting footage of runners making their way. So one small thing to note, we were at Fort Tuthill yesterday morning is when the leaders made their way through. That's when we went and set everything up. The bulk of the race is making their way to Fort Tuthill right now. So the leaders were an entire day ahead of kind of the middle back of the pack, which is it shows kind of how freakishly fast this course was, and this race was this year. But also you're looking at kind of some real grit going on out there. We're on day 4, and runners are really, really having to go through it. One thing that we can talk about is the weather when you're talking about going from rain, snow, mud, just colder temperatures normal. And today's actually kind of warm. And as they're making their way up here in this higher elevation, they've got other things to deal with in terms of how much like not just heat you're gonna get, but like that elevation dries you out a little bit. It's definitely gonna be a pretty solid day for them out there. Some all new experiences.
Yeah, and another thing to note as well is this is a section of the course where the runners have a 14-mile section after this where they can't have a pacer. And so to Zach's point about the grit of the runners that are out there and the bulk of that middle and the back of the pack kind of coming through Fort Tuthill, this is definitely a place where they're going to have to, reset, take really good care of themselves and just get in that locked in mindset of, we just got to make it 14 more miles so we can see crew and pick up our pacer. Obviously, there are some runners who are straight savages and they do this race without a pacer and no crew, and that's just pretty legit. And then obviously there's people that do the race with crew and no pacers, but I know that a lot, especially in these multi-day events, having a pacer can be really crucial for a lot of our runners. Yeah, and if you're just tuning in, we have our second place female runner, Lindsay Dwyer. She's making her way through the streets of Flagstaff, heading to the finish. I know, we're going to try to get a cam on her. We have a volunteer out there who's making laps right now to try to get our finishers as they're coming through Flagstaff. And right now we have a shot of Fort Tuthill and one of our middle of the pack runners as they're kind of getting ready for that 14-mile section without a pacer. Yes, Lindsay Dwyer's number one fan. She's shown a lot of grit to kind of persevere, put one foot in front of the other, and really gut this one out. Was in quite a bit of a battle toward the middle of the race with Georgia Porter as they were. I mean, from the tracker, it looked like they were leapfrogging each other, though you never know. But was able to kind of hold on to second place and truly gutsy finish here, and a really amazing effort from Lindsay to kind of go the distance here at the Cocodona 250. All right, friends. Look, we have a camera on Lindsay as she's making her way to the finish. Glad you guys could stay patient in the chat while we got everything in order and got our logistics together to bring you her finish. And there she goes, breaking into a bit of a run. And I know she's got her husband there, Matt, running in with her, the rest of her crew and pacers. Like I said, really gutsy performance here by Lindsay. Yeah, and let's start putting in sunflowers and sunshine into the chat. Let's show Lindsay some love as she, makes her way to Flagstaff, really battling it out, showing some true grit and perseverance as she makes it toward the finish line. probably half a mile away now. Hasn't quite made it to the hospital, but getting close. Yeah, I personally wanted to be down there for her finish. I'm actually really happy that I'm here in the studio and I get to watch this and kind of call her finish as she comes in. A friend of mine, I'm actually, she has a twin sister, lives in Asheville. We're neighbors, and that's how I got to meet Lindsay. And yeah, she's really just an amazing person. Got to share some miles with her on a couple runs, and it's just really cool to be able to share miles with someone who is so fast and just so humble. And I'm really excited to see how the rest of her, ultra running career unfolds as she's had some pretty amazing results, and then really wanted to test her boundaries and like go the distance at Cocodona. And I'm just so impressed. Yeah, true grit there for Lindsay is she's obviously not feeling all that great as she's really digging deep to get to the finish line. Yeah, let's keep showing her some love in the chat. Let's bring those sunflowers emojis into the chat, friends. Yeah, Lindsay's a teacher in Marin County, and her sister's also a teacher in Asheville, and I believe they both have the live stream on and are sharing it with their with their students. Yeah, this is so amazing to watch. I have to the point of the shirts. I actually have one of those. I should have brought it in. I knew she was finishing today, and I totally forgot. But it's got these weird little emoji versions of their two cats. Her partner, her husband Matt, and her have, and they're kind of sweet. They're like old school reversible basketball jerseys with like the perforated holes. Perito and Catmillion are the names of her cats. Love that. Thank you, Lindsay Dwyer's #1 fan, for bringing us the inside information on the fur babies. Oh, I'm sorry. Catermelon. Sorry, the chat's moving a little bit too fast for me, friends. As all these sunflowers coming in, which I really appreciate seeing, and thanks for bringing the vibes to Lindsay. Oh, I totally missed it. Rachel's out there with a cowbell, supporting the runners as they come in, and giving Lindsay some words of encouragement. That's Rachel, our first place female finisher. Yeah, Lindsay's made the turn. She's close to maybe a block away from the finish. Let's keep showering those that sunshine and sunflowers into the chat for her. And here she comes, our second place female at the Cocodona 250, Lindsay Dwyer. So amazing.
Flagstaff, make some noise for your second place.
Yeah, what an inspiration to get it done. And you can see, looks like Lindsay's in the medical tent being attended to. I know she was definitely not feeling really good for the last several miles of the Cocodona 250. And yeah, really gutting out the performance to take that second place finish. Here we have a camera at Wildcat Hill. This is where Pete Mortimer has his barbecue set up.
Eyes on Melissa Brown over there, number 94. They're at Wildcat Hill. Thank you, Troy, for taking care of everything over there. We wanted to be very respectful of Lindsay's finish, given the condition she was in. She asked for no eyes on her until the very, very end. So that was definitely something we were just trying to communicate to the team to make sure that, you know, her finish was celebrated, but it wasn't something that we were exploited with. So got to be respectful, you know? But we were proud of her. We're proud of that amazing second place finish. Really, truly gutted something out there. But currently we've got eyes on Melissa Brown, number 94, making her way out of Wildcat Aid Station, which is a little known fact. It is a fire department testing ground. So there's a big structure behind them that they light up on fire, and they send their fire department in there to practice and hone in their skills. So, you know, I kind of thought it'd be cool if they just, did their thing through the that's the building right there, giant structure to the left center.
Little Burning Man at Cocodona.
I was just saying, we can turn this into like a legitimate Burning Man situation at Cocodona.
Yeah, and that's Melissa Brown, currently our, sorry, I'm doing public math here, 5th place female coming out of Wildcat aid station. And rounding out, if we're going to do a recap of where the ladies are right now in the field, we had our first place winner, Rachel Intrican. She finished last night. We had Lindsay Dwyer just coming in, and then rounding out the top 5, we have Sarah O and Shelby Farrell, as well as Melissa Brown, who we just saw leaving the aid station. Looks like Shelby just left that aid station a little bit ago, and so we'll have to see how the battle for 4th and 5th plays out here at the Cocodona 250, as those two ladies are running pretty close together.
What a swing in temperatures from what we were experiencing just a couple days ago when this started, and we had some rain, we had pebble-sized hail out there, our drones were getting pelted, the runners were getting pelted. It's just what an experience. But we here in the studio, we actually have a special guest who can speak really well to this experience, Bree Sullivan from NAC. How are you doing today?
Thanks for having me come in.
I'm
very excited.
Had a pretty long night last night, actually.
Yes. It's been an adventure. I've volunteered at Cocodona since the inception, and then I've gotten the honor of pacing the past 2 years, and each time has been so unique, and this one has definitely upped the ante for sure. I was supposed to actually start pacing, this is all very relaxed. You never know what you're going to get, but it was supposed to be, the plan was a midday pacing section, and that transitioned very quickly. I actually paced overnight, so it was a big change. But as anyone watching this can see, nothing goes according to plan usually, so you just have to be able to be agile. And the first day, full of just like the cold, the wetness that just was very unrelenting, I think it was very challenging for most of the pack. So my runner, her name is Justine. She's amazing and so gritty. She is like in the mid pack. So they just got rained on for like 18 to 20 hours straight. And it was just very, I think, mentally difficult to keep pushing through that for so long.
Yeah, I mean, it's already such a tough, grueling experience, right?
Yeah.
Where you have so many miles between you and, the end of this journey that are going to be tough. They're going to be full of ups and downs, quite literally. But then you add in the mental fatigue factor, the emotional fatigue factor, the frustrations out on the course. We've heard relentlessly about the mud. Tell us a little bit about that. What section did you pace from? And kind of what was that experience like?
Yeah, so I got to pace her from Mingus to Dead Horse. And right before I started pacing her, we got to see the post of the mud, the photos of the mud. And I said, I'm going to keep this a secret. We're not telling her that this is what we're coming up against, because it's going to send it into a tailspin.
Yeah, how do you manage that where you're like, do I warn her so she's prepared, or do we just like go into it and be like, what mud? What are you talking about?
I was like, I'm going to mentally prepare for this, and then we're going to let this just kind of play out. We're going to feel out her emotions and see what the response is to the mud. And when we got to it, we just kind of had some mantras of cursing everything. So, we cursed the mud, we cursed the rocks, we cursed her feet, everything, which I think helped. But yeah, it was kind of this temp check of like, how will she respond? Would she rather be prepared going in and kind of dreading it, or do we just come upon it and we kind of just deal with it when we get there? And I think that was the better strategy than letting her know what was coming up, because everything had been just extra hard leading up to that. So it felt better to just let her live in an ignorance is bliss situation.
Yeah, and this would be Justine Hewitt,
yes.
bib number 33 from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Yes. Yeah.
So actually, speaking of Salt Lake, you've built quite a lady crew out there. So for those who don't know Bree Sullivan personally, she is a connector of communities. And I would say that's probably one of your greatest strengths.
Thank you.
And something you've built in Salt Lake, which has been really special to see. As someone who lived in Salt Lake for a long time and has just yearned for a community, was like, I just wish this, like, so many amazing people, if we could just get it all together. Go check out Women of the Wasatch. Something that I'm sure is very meaningful to you. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I have a background in wanting women on course. So I want to segue this too, that like watching Lindsay's finish was it's emotional, I think, for all of us, because there were 93 women who started on this field, and we're seeing the second place woman push so hard. And I think that's a testament that like the front of the pack women were pushing so hard. Can we imagine how hard the middle and the back of the pack women are pushing right now? And like everybody else too. But I think it takes so much strength and grit and confidence and courage to come out here and attempt these distances, especially, I don't know, just not seeing as many women, showing up to start lines like this. So being able to watch this all unfold is very special. But yeah, like in Phoenix, there was an all women's community, Wild Women Running, that got formed in a time where it felt really necessary to have these spaces for women to connect. So that's been like deeply embedded, I think, in my DNA. And when I knew I was going to move to Salt Lake, I like wanted that again. And I had the privilege of meeting Justine and Elsa Jaworski, who finished this last year, and Meredith Johnson. Those are kind of like the OG Women of the Wasatch founders. Jules Campanelli, who is Finn's partner, she was also one of the founding members. So we have this like really incredible roster of women in Salt Lake who have fundamentally kind of mirrored what Wild Women Running in Phoenix were doing. So whenever I knew I was moving, I got to meet them, and I was like, I want to be a part of this. And like whatever the legacy of this community is, it's bringing me the community and also like the role models that I wanted and craved, and not only as runners, but just as human beings. So Justine is one of those people who is very tantamount. She's actually the director of events for Women of the Wasatch. And she's out here just, I mean, truly not the race that she expected or planned to have. And I've just seen her push through so much over the past like 40 plus 79 hours. I don't even know what time it is because we've been out here for so long, but
the week just blends together at this point.
Yeah. I know that Dan was saying it's just like one long day, and that's truly how it feels. We've just been on like one long day that's just not ended. But yeah, getting to like witness these women from this community that, you look up to, and you see them go to like the depths of feeling like they can't keep going. She actually dropped last night at Sedona, and then she woke up this morning and said, "Take me back. I want to keep going."
Love
that.
So
I
one of the
took
best
her back
things
this morning.
It's one of the best things about Cocodona is you can leave your tracker with
Yeah.
the aid station, and at any point you can come back and restart your race.
Yeah.
Like I love that they just encourage you to continue on your journey. And I'm sure there are so many moments out there where you question yourself and you question like, I don't know if I want to be here anymore. Like, I think I'm done. And then you go clear your mind. Maybe your friends feed you a nice burrito or a burger or something. You sit down for a second. You're like, you know what? No, I started this. I'm going to finish it. And we've seen Mika Thews, Justine. We've seen others leave the course, regroup, regather, and recommit, most importantly, to the journey ahead. And they're like, no, we're going to do this.
Yeah, that's what she said this morning. She's like, I'm waking up and I feel like I'm not done yet. My gut feels like I have unfinished business. And I said, okay, then you have unfinished business. We're going to pack up your packs again and we're going to go. So there's a high likelihood that I might be going out again. Who knows? Maybe I'm just like the overnight pacer. But yeah, just being able to witness this. And like, she is one example of, 100 plus more people that are out there experiencing these exact same emotions and these feelings and these ups and downs, and like trying to battle this long of an effort. And how do you overcome? She just kept saying, I don't know if I can do another 150 miles. And I said, you don't have to worry about that. You just have to worry about the next step. And like, your job is hike. Your job is run. Our job is getting you ready and prepared to go back out and do it again, if that's what you want. So yeah, it's been really fun to be here on like the pacing and crewing side and like the work side, and then community. It's always such a like a fun, it almost feels like a summer camp. Everybody comes back together and you get to see it all come into this beautiful, crazy 5-day experience. But I feel very lucky that I get to experience from like so many angles at the same time.
Yeah. And I'm speaking of different angles. So we've talked about you being out here and you being personally attached to the race and having been here for every year. Now you have this obligation and this really cool opportunity to pace and crew your friend and get her through and really become, a main character in this chapter of her life. But you also do something else, which is you are with NAC. You represent NAC out here, which has been so awesome at sponsoring this race and providing fuel and energy for everyone out there, and also your infectious smile as well, cheering everyone on. And so tell us a little bit about that. What has NAC got going on out here?
Yeah, so I'm the North American Partnerships Manager for NAC. They're based in Montreal, Canada. So I'm here in the US and get to help activate all of our partnerships here on the ground, and feel very lucky that Cocodona is one of those amazing partnerships that we have, that I get to come out here and celebrate what we're doing. And I feel like our product line marries perfectly with this race for so many reasons. But out on course, all of the runners have had the opportunity to utilize and fuel with our Ultra Energy line. So it's a complete nutrition line. It has all of your carbohydrates, but then also electrolytes, BCAAs, and protein, so that it can help with muscle recovery as you're going. Especially for something this long, it's really nice to have that option to be able to fuel completely as you're going for sustained nutrition, but also sustained support as you're going this long. Like, your body's just going through so many ups and downs, and like so many different, like your muscle fatigue, everything is happening for such a sustained period of time. So our products are built to help with that, and also have an all natural angle to it. So we're a certified B Corp. All of our ingredients are sustainable. We're really, really passionate about lowering our impact and also helping athletes sustain and fuel in the best way possible, not with like these sugar spikes or doing anything that's going to impact their GI process as it goes. So all of our products are really customized and intentionally made so that you can do, a 50K or a 250 miler or a 300 miler or a 400 miler, whatever comes next. Without busting out your palate with like over sugary flavors and having these huge peaks and drops where you're going to really feel the impacts on your stomach as you're trying to push like this for so long. And then, as you can see here on the table, we have the Boost Energy line, which is what I was fueling with whenever I was pacing. And then also what Finn was using for most of his race. Finn is our podcast partner for the race, for the company. So we sponsor Finn's podcast, Single Track, and he's also an incredible athlete. So he trains and fuels with our products as well, and he used the Boost line for a majority of his race. So
I'm actually really excited to try Boost.
It's so good.
And the Boost is NAC's new high carb formula. Is that correct?
Yeah. So it's a high carb gel and a high carb drink mix. It's got a pH balance to help with easing your stomach over time as well, so that you can absorb it better. And then it's also got all of your sodium and your electrolytes that you want still baked into that. So it was our answer to our athletes who are, performing at the top or like wanting to push themselves, but needing something that was going to digest faster. Our Ultra Energy line is really built for long distance stuff. It's not built for pushing really fast and like pushing really hard and having that turnover. So this was our answer to providing our athletes with an option like that, and then still like baking in our elements of sustainability and doing that in a really intentional way that aligns with like our mission and our focus with our athletes. So I used 10 hours worth of the Boost drink mix and the gels.
So much food,
but it also sits so well and it's so easy to digest. So I was able to take down 2 gels and like half of a bottle every hour, which was coming out to like 85 to 90 grams of carbs. And it worked great. So I used it at Terraware earlier this year, and it also just great for any kind of effort that you want to push like that.
Yeah. So NAC has been doing a great job at supporting the community and supporting specifically the sport of ultra running. I think they've got a great product for it, as you mentioned earlier, throwing like a well-rounded mix in there. If you get some protein, you get some carbohydrate, you get it in a really natural easier way to digest. I think that one thing you forget about when you start running ultras is you do need the sugar, you do need the food, but having a little bit of protein, having a little bit of fat, those kind of things in it, that's what really helps satiate that hunger pangs that you get after like day 1, day 2. So the NAC products I've used in the past have worked really well for that. I don't think that there's any one right answer for anybody, and I'm not going to schlep one thing as being the best, but I do think that it's worth giving a shot. And I think that, as we heard earlier with Dan, like you're mixing a lot of stuff together. But with NAC, you get to fuel well with something that tastes good to make you feel good. So hopefully you get to feel good about the purchase you're making because it comes from a sustainable company. So it's a really great product. Everyone should go out there, give it a shot, give it a check, or just come run Cocodona 250 and you can get some free NAC out on the course. Like,
just waiting for you.
I don't see a better way to do it. Like, get it for free by signing up for the race. I think that's the best way to do it. Bree, you are a community builder. You are a great friend to Justine out there for getting her to that finish line. And we really do appreciate you and NAC as well for helping support this race and specifically support the live stream. I have been tempted to open up a few of those packets. Actually, I did eat a couple of the bars, by the way.
You should open up the packet and try some gels and then review them.
We'll do a gel review later. We'll just we'll check out the viscosity. We'll play with it. It'll be fun. But thank you so much for joining us for a moment and letting us know. I know that you've got a runner you're excited to get back to, see how she's doing, and potentially, lace up your own shoes to do it again tonight. So
yeah, thanks so much for sharing some time with me. I'm so excited, and hopefully I'll see more people out there to just root for them. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, friends, welcome back. Had to take a quick short break to transition out of interview mode, and I needed a little bit of a bathroom break, if I'm being honest to everyone here. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, Lindsay Dwyer with a gutsy, true grit performance to bring in that second podium spot at the Cocodona 250. Yeah, she wasn't feeling all that great toward the end. You know, I think she reported that she was having some breathing issues, but she wanted to finish up the race. She got it done. I know she went into the medical tent, got checked out, and then right as we cut from the interview, you could see her, you know, walking around taking pictures. So it looks like she's feeling a little bit better now that the event is over, and she got the finish done. So, you know, big shout outs to her. Just way to get it done, Lindsay. I'm so impressed. And then right now, we are waiting on our next male finisher, Aaron Young, to come in. And it looks like he's getting close to Heritage Square. He hasn't quite made it off of, or he hasn't quite made it to the roads of Flagstaff yet. But yeah, shout outs to our man from the land down under, Aussie, Aaron Young, making his way to the finish. Love all the koalas and kangaroos in the chat. Awesome vibes. No, we do not currently have any sound from the live cam. It's just coming in from the studio and my mics right now. So as we wait for Aaron to come in, would love to know where everyone is coming in from in the chat. Feel free to drop the city or flags. Would love to know where everyone is from. Right now we've got a little over 2,500 people tuning in to the live stream. Would love to get some more likes on this feed. So if you have a minute, please smash the like button. Show the Cocodona live stream some love. Yeah, it looks like Aaron Young is in the streets of Flagstaff. I know we still have a follow cam out there. So as soon as they catch up to him, I'm sure we'll bring you guys that footage. Bring everyone on the feed that footage. And love seeing where everyone is coming in from. Shout outs to North Carolina. That's my home state. Big ups to everyone tuning in from North Carolina, as well as everywhere else, but I'm kind of partial. Love the insight from Lindsay Dwyer's #1 fan. Looks like Lindsay and Rachel have connected and they're chatting somewhere on the finish line. Just love the respect that exists in the ultra community. Where, you know, you toe the line, and at the front of the field, they're all competitors, but they're also all friends, and everyone just wants to see everyone succeed. And I think that's something that I truly appreciate about the community that we've built around ultra running. And if you're just tuning in, my name is Troy Meadows, host of the Midpacker Pod. I'll be your commentator for the next couple hours as we welcome in both male and female runners as they make their journey to Flagstaff. Coming in behind Aaron, we have our third place female runner, Sarah O. She's about 1.5 miles, 1.7 miles from the finish. And looks like here is Aaron Young coming in right now. Oh, yeah, he is happy. He is happy to cross the finish line, giving it his all.
Give it up for Aaron Young, finishing at 250.
Yeah, hugs to the pacer. They got a chair for this man. Get that man a chair. Laura, Zindler, man, I'm really bad with last names right now. But yeah, good call out. Please, let's get some thumbs up in the chat. Thumbs up to the stream. And yeah, keep showing us some love with the hearts if you want as well. And here we have Aaron taking a load off after a long journey from the spines to the pines at the Cocodona 250. Looks like we're going to cut to a short interview at the Munns aid station with one of our mid-pack crews or runners. Yeah, we're gonna go there in 1 minute, and we'll make sure we're back for Sarah O's finish. All right, we're gonna cut to. Looks like we're at Fort Tuttle for a quick interview with one of our runners getting ready to head out back on the course. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you. We're at Munns Park, actually.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah. How is it at Munns? What's who are you? What's your bib number? And how you feeling?
My name's Pete Mihawk, and my number is 98. And I'm feeling pretty depleted at this point. We got our first hot day, and ready to head out to, I believe it's Kelly Canyon.
Yeah, that's right. I know the temperature is really climbing out there. I guess talk about the difference between the first 2 days and then, how it feels today.
The first 2 days, I had a few low points. First on day one, going up Lane Mountain, we had a little hail or sleet, and then the climb up a Keppa to Camp Keppa, that really took it out of me. So I initially wanted to, my sleep strategy was to take an hour and a half at Whiskey Row, but once I got up to Keppa, I just decided to take my hour and a half there, which was a really good decision on my part. Slept solid, woke up, and was ready to go. And then the next day was going up to what was the climb? The next climb, Mount Mingus Mountain, and got to the top there. Took a nap, and then on the way down, it was just 14 miles of sludge, mud, the worst I've ever experienced. So it was a long trip down that mountain, and then which kind of brought us to today. Overnight, actually, in Sedona, we hit the Hangover Trail, and that was pretty wild, to say the least. A lot of exposure. Route finding was slightly difficult at times, just because we were in the dark, but there was plenty of scrambling, and it would be a totally different experience to do that part of the trail during the daytime. So
yeah, in dry conditions nonetheless. It sounds like everyone's been talking about how bad the mud's been, and I can only imagine trying to navigate the Hangover Trail in the middle of the night in the rain in such conditions, man. That's a way to get it done.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, you say you're feeling pretty depleted right now. What are you doing to kind of reset and get yourself, get your head in the game for the next section of this course?
Ultimately, I threw my time goals out, and I just want to get to Heritage Square. So I'm just taking it one aid station at a time, and that's kind of break things down to small pieces. So right now I'm just focused on getting to Kelly Canyon, and then once there, ready for some solid night running.
Yeah, no, and that's pretty classic way to do it, right? When what does they say? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face, and then you got to kind of figure out, how you're going to get it done, right? And aid station to aid station is really the way to think about it. Like, break it up, compartmentalize it a little bit, and just know that you just got to make it to that next point on the map.
Yeah, exactly right. So I'm from Central Texas, Georgetown, specifically, and I'm so grateful for my family and friends' support, as well as my coworkers. I'm in education, San Rita Elementary. I don't know if they're following along, but and then in addition to all that, I did this run for breast cancer awareness. So I raised over, I believe, $7,000 for the breast cancer research fund. Very proud of that. And yeah, so that's about it. It's time to get this done.
Yeah, man. Well, Pete, it's great to have a good why while you're out there, and big on you for raising money for such a great cause, and being out here and really showing some true grit to get to the finish line, even when you're not quite having the day that you wanted, or the days that you wanted, excuse me.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's about the experience and just overcoming those obstacles. I feel very grateful to be here and have this opportunity, and just want to make the most of it, and have a good time out here.
Yeah, man. Well, that's keeping that positive mental attitude is going to be super important. And while you said you're feeling pretty depleted and in a low patch, you still got a smile on your face, and that's great, brother. Keep it up.
No, thank you guys. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. Yeah, that's Pete Mayhawk from Georgetown, Texas. Yeah, talking about his experience in the first 4 days of this race. And here we have the finish line cam. We are trying to get some coverage of Sarah O as she's making her way to the finish. She's about a half a mile or so, maybe a little bit less, or a little bit more, excuse me, to the finish line. And just really impressed with the perseverance, the grit that's being shown by our competitors, by our runners. And Sarah's going to round out the women's podium. And if you're just tuning in, we had Dan Green, followed by Ryan Sands, and then Eder Ramirez round out the top three finishes at Cocodona on the men's side. And for the ladies, Rachel Etrikin, Lindsay Dwyer, and then soon Sarah O to round out the women's podium. We got Simon in the chat. Looks like Simon's going to be coming into Tut Hill shortly. Stoked to see that he is still out there doing his thing out here at Cocodona 250 2025. I believe this is Simon right here, putting one foot in front of the other and trying to make it to the aid station. You can see he's got his phone in hand, engaging with us in the chat. Gotta love when the runners come in and give us a little bit of energy in the chat while they're out there doing their thing. Yeah, sounds like he had a pretty rough night. I think that's kind of the consensus from a lot of our runners. As temperatures have been pretty cold out there, hopefully, the sun can help, and it's not too hot for everybody. While everyone's been used to such cold temperatures out there. Here, I believe this is Ryan Kuntz. He's been running with right around and with Cameron Haynes all day. Oh, never mind. This is bib number 87. My apologies. He looks very similar. Let me give a shout out to bib number 87. Oh, this is Jason Midlock. Shout outs, Jason. From Joliet, Illinois. Looks like he's making his way to Fort Tuttle as well. And here comes Simon, as both these runners are just there, just going to make it into Fort Tuttle. This is a great place for runners to regroup as they get ready for that push around Flagstaff, and and kind of prepare to go up and over Mount Elden. Yeah, apologies to everybody tuning in. We're having some technical difficulties with our follow cam currently, but we will have the static cam at the finish line for Sarah O's finish. Here we have Sarah O giving a hug to her pacer. This is our third place women's runner. All smiles. Really excited. Yeah, they're gonna set up a chair for Sarah. Yeah, she's definitely in high spirits, all smiles. Running in the Tantrums vest. Shout out to my buddy Adam Copeland, founder of Tantrums. Yeah, what a great performance by Sarah. Oh, and there's Lindsay as well. And Rachel. Yeah, so we have we have the top 3 females from the Cocodona 250 all there to experience. Yeah, and I'm solo right now in the booth. We're trying to get another runner cam out there, and that's where my co-host for my slot went. And thanks for bearing with me, friends, as I try to fill the space, but also allow the podcast to breathe so we can take in these magical moments. And quite right, very impressive podium. Yeah, here you can see the Rachel, Lindsay, and Sarah. I think Sarah's going to go get her picture taken by Howie, put down her hardware, and I imagine we're going to maybe see a top 3 women's finisher picture moment here happen in just a couple minutes. And here we have Kevin Goldberg. Let's bring that BF big Goldberg energy into the chat. He is right now he's kind of coming into Buffalo Park, and so we should expect Kevin to finish, I would say, in the next maybe half an hour, 40 minutes. Yeah. BGE energy. We see you, Kevin. Oh, the fire's been lit, friends. Lots of love in the chat for Kevin. He's a staple of this race, known for spending lots of time in the chat while he's out there putting the miles in. And here we have him in that nice long flat stretch on top of Buffalo Park, making his way to Flagstaff.
happening?
All right, friends, welcome to the studio. My co-host, Greg Verigen. Greg, how you doing, man?
I just got here. I'm doing great. You may have seen me on various live stream feeds chasing people down with a follow cam there.
Yeah, that's second day in a row with the backpack cam.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people that finished like, dude, do you sleep? What is going on? So had a lot of fun. And thank you everyone who's here joining us. It has been a morning. It was an afternoon, and we are back. And what I can tell you is I got a whole bunch of statistics. I was at the finish line, and I have a whole bunch of the food stats because I know tons and tons of people have been asking for those.
Well, before we get into that, I just want to welcome everyone just tuning in or been watching for a while. My name's Troy Meadows. I'm the host of the Midpacker Pod. This is my co-host, Greg Verigen. We want to welcome you to Aravaipa and Mount Outpost live coverage of the 2025 Cocodona 250. If you're just tuning in, this is the man himself, Kevin Goldberg, making it across Buffalo Park and heading to the finish. And now, Greg, you said you had some stats for us. What you got for
Lots
us?
of stats. So this comes courtesy of Aravaipa Aid Station Manager Hannah. Thank you, Hannah, for the food last night. Thank you, Ellie, for the food last night. So in terms of this race, if everyone knows those giant black and yellow storage bins, you might see them at Home Depot or Lowe's or Costco. There are 214 black and yellow bins just of food and food cooking supplies for this race. There were 79 sleeves of burgers, 71 sleeves of vegan burgers, 61 lasagnas, of which we have stats on this. 53 of the 61 lasagnas have been eaten and consumed already at hour 80 of the Cocodona 250.
Red alert. I think we need more lasagnas.
Yeah. And what else do we have? 10 cases of eggs. So each case of those eggs is 15 cartons per case. So 150 cartons of eggs, and then 69 4-packs of bacon. And those are the Costco 4-packs of bacon. So that's Costco-sized bacon.
That's the multi-pound package there.
Definitely. So lots and lots of food getting eaten by people, and it sounds like, as we're looking at some of those cutoffs today, there may be some people going through a lot of food. I know I had 2 delicious burgers last night.
Nice. We got people doing math in the chat for us. That's 1,800 eggs, friends. And Swim Wamsley, yes, sad Garfield noises if we run out of lasagna, that's for sure. Yeah, and here we have Kevin making his way to that Fire Road descent. So it will not be long, folks, before he's on the pavement and making his way down into Heritage Square in Flagstaff.
Yeah, and that's a part of the course you were very familiar with, I'm sure, by now, after your adventure yesterday.
Yes, I was able to run both Dan Green and Ryan Sands to the finish line. From Dan Green outside of what is that aid station that's right there?
Trinity Heights.
Thank you, Trinity Heights. And then I met I picked up Dan. We hiked about 3/4 of the way up Elden.
Yeah,
picked up Dan there. You went on, and we'll talk about your journey I think here in a minute. You went on to go link up with Rachel. I brought Dan into the finish line with the backpack cams, and then turned around and headed right back out and made it about a mile out past Trinity Heights and got to run in with Ryan Sands. I will say it was hard work because those backpack cams are heavy, but man, what a great experience to be able to be in the presence of those amazing athletes while they put down the last, call it 6-7 miles of this course.
Yeah, that was a tough section of course, having seen a good chunk of it.
Kevin Goldberg is asking for a basketball in the chat, friends.
Hey, ask and you shall receive. Kevin, there is a good chance there was an orchestra down there when I was there first thing today, so you never know what might happen down there.
Well, if we all can throw a basketball in the chat for Kevin, I think he'd be most appreciative. And then let's while we watch Kevin here on the drone make his way down to the streets of Flagstaff, let's talk about was it a 27-mile journey with
something
with
like
Rachel
that?
last
Yeah,
night?
I'm trying to pull up Strava, and there was a little bit of vehicle travel, so I don't exactly know. I'll have to mess with that in a little bit. But my watch said 31.4 by the time I finished yesterday. And that included, going with you on our adventure up Elden in the pouring rain at the time, which then stopped. And then I had some issues, so I came down, and Bryce Brooks from Aerovipa happened to be there. So took a ride with Bryce, was able to refill some fluids and get to Trinity Heights aid station, get those issues taken care of. And then I hitched a ride with our live stream producer from California Zach, and went over to Sandy Seep. And the plan was I would be with Rachel and get some live footage of Rachel. And I was informed I was a significant way behind Rachel when I got to Sandy Seep. So my thinking was I got to make up time on the current women's race leader who's fast, even at that point of the race, going up a mountain. And eventually I caught up to them, and it was 4 hours of laughter. I don't even know how many hours. I'm trying to look at my Strava now, but it was a lot of fun. We had a great time up there, Rachel and her pacer, Jake. Lots of laughs, lots of bickering, lots of bantering back and forth, and eventually was able to get the whole way in with her. That is quite the climb up the backside of Elden. It is a lot of switchbacks. You go a little ways out of the way before you come back from it. And then the descent is much more challenging than the ascent.
The technical descent down Elden is definitely spicy, that's for sure.
Yeah. So that was fun. And then we hit the bottom of the descent, and we're coming into Trinity Heights as it was getting dark. So that got super fun, because by that point I was out of fluids. I was out of the calories that I had. I'd been out for about 4 miles, so wasn't the most pleasant experience of my life, but we were having a good time, so that was good. And again, I want to say big thank you to live stream producer Zach for giving me a handful of gels and his water as I took off in chase of Rachel.
Nice. Yeah, well, quite the adventure we both had yesterday with the backpack cams. And you and I were on the live stream together at 5 a.m. So we had a nice long day yesterday delivering content to the masses. And here we have the Steadicam at the finish line. We have Sarah O in the foreground, and then Lindsay and Rachel in the background. This is our podium. This is our female podium's friend. Such a great, stellar group of athletes here. These ladies are absolute Cocodona queens. And I think we're going to go to an interview at Mun's here in just a minute or two with Murray, one of our South African athletes. Hey Murray, how you doing?
Hey guys, all good, and yourself?
Man, no complaints. We're hanging out in the studio. You look like you're out there trying to get it together and get out of the Mun's aid station. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty wrecked trying to come down here to the aid station. It was a long 25 Ks to get here in the heat of the day as well. Legs are a bit tired, feet are a bit sore, but I mean, besides that, everything's going well.
Yeah, awesome. And I wanted to ask you, I mean, obviously you have your own race, but how is, you have fellow South African Ryan Sands coming in second place? How has that been motivation for you to just kind of keep it going on the course?
Yeah, super stoked for Ryan. I mean, he's been training so hard. I think he trains in the same mountains as me back home, and I would see him quite often in the mountains there, and he's been on top form doing his training. So yeah, I'm so stoked for him. And yeah, I mean, the effort he put in was absolutely spectacular. It's just right now for me, I think I'm going to just take every 10 Ks as they come, just so I can get over the finish line. This is my first 200 miler. It's been interesting so far.
Yeah. Awesome. And I think that's kind of what happens as these things go on, right, is you just have to, I guess what the saying we have is you eat the elephant one bite at a time, right? So you have to like break it up into small chunks and just put one foot in front of the other and get it done. What are you doing right now in Muns to kind of get it together so you can make it to that next spot?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my sugar levels back up. It was quite hot coming down here, so I'm just having some Coke, and then I'm just waiting for my crew to come, and then I think I'm going to have a nap for probably about an hour and a half, and then I'll head off again and tackle the next section. That seems to have been the best tactic so far, is just trying to get some sleep in, even if it's 10 minutes at each station, just so I can get through the next section. So I'm gonna wait for the van to pull up and then take a nap.
Yeah, not a bad move, especially with it basically being the hottest part of the day, right? Kind of sleep off, take a little siesta for an hour and a half, let the heat kind of cool off just a little bit, and then get back at it.
Yeah, exactly. No, it was it was warm coming through the forest there. It was a bit shoo-shoo. So yeah.
And everyone's been talking about it, but what do you have to say about the muddy sections that you guys experienced? Kind of a lot of the runners through the night as well.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Like Ryan, I was also training in 35 to 40 degree weather or Celsius weather back home. So to get here and then have like the first 2-3 days raining and cold, I had to scramble to get some extra cold weather gear. It was tough on the feet just purely because of the mileage that our feet already had. I think that's what was getting to the guys a lot. I mean, I've done 100 miles before where the weather's been absolutely horrible. But with the mileage on the feet, it was something else. Trying to get down to Jerome was, it was a long slog. And I think a lot of guys, even the guys we passed, they were not having the best emotional time. So it was definitely something that was interesting.
Awesome. What did you think of the hangover section?
I thought it was great. I mean, we came down a week before the race and we went and explored that area. I mean, it's a great area. There were one or two people that were looking a bit scared. But I found it quite cool.
Yeah, I want to ask you, are you going to have a stern talking to your crew since you managed to beat them to Muns?
In all fairness, they've actually been doing a lot for me, a lot more than what I expected. So, I mean, my sister-in-law has been pacing me quite a bit so far, and I wasn't even expecting her to do any pacing. So I can't really blame them too much. I had my wife up until probably about 11:30 last night. Her eyes were pretty bloodshot by the time we got to Sedona Posse. So I think they've been catching up on some sleep and doing washing for me and so forth, and making sure I have clean socks and clean shirts for the next section. So I'm not gonna get on their back too much. There are some cots here behind us, so I think I'll just go climb into a cot while I wait for them.
Yeah, no, understandable, right? You definitely don't want to piss off the crew halfway through your journey, right? You don't need any mutinies at this point.
No, 100%. And plus, they have the car and all my gear. So if that happens, I'll be left pretty stranded.
Well, Murray, I appreciate you taking a little bit of time to talk to us. Anything else? Anyone you want to shout out on the live stream, or anything else you want to say before we let you go?
Yeah, just a huge thank you to everyone back home that's been giving me a lot of support. I'm really grateful for all the messages. And then, just to my wife and my sister-in-law for all they've done over the race. They've been absolute troopers. So, just thank you to everyone and to them.
Murray, man, I appreciate the time. Absolute legend. Go get some sleep, and keep taking bites out there, buddy. One step in front of the other.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you.
Wow, what a story. South Africa representing here today.
Yeah.
In the past couple of days.
Yeah, lots of South African flags in the chat. How about Murray? What a stand-up guy.
Yeah, beating his crew. Looked very nice and relaxed, just hanging out there. Doesn't have that far to go.
And for the audience, where does the Munns aid station sit on the course, and how much is left for runners coming into Munns?
Yeah, so Munns is at mile 193, so there is 250, 200, I don't know, 7, 55, 63, 62, 63 miles left from there,
Okay.
from there at Munns. So they'll get that nice climb up Elden, the next little stretch into Kelly Canyon. After they pass their gear check, it's just over 12 and a half miles, 1,100 feet up, 760 feet down. What I remember about this section from pacing last year is there's a number of turns on dirt roads. There was a really cool underpass on I-17. It was mostly going through the forest and just being in those towering ponderosas. So we had a really good time going through there. And then Kelly Canyon is a bare bone station. There's no pacers, no crew access, and no drop bag. So your pacer's with you, but there's no switching out or anything. So a little bit less, but still there. And we appreciate everyone who's out there at that aid station. And as I said,
yeah, it looks like you said, like we said before, we're waiting Kevin Goldberg into the finish line. It looks like he is getting pretty close to completing his journey at the Cocodona 250. He's about a mile out from Heritage Square. And from what we were seeing with the drone at Buffalo Park, moving pretty good. He's definitely also been in the chat as he likes to do.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, for participating as you're also doing such a huge endurance endeavor out there.
And I know we also have a couple 125 runners on their way into the finish as well. So we'll see who kind of makes it there first.
Wow, yeah, some of these people are flying, and that is a nice paved downhill section. We've done some hill repeats on that section over the last couple of days. Couple shout outs from last night for our adventure. Jan, the aid station captain at Trinity Heights, thank you for borrowing me your headlamp so I could see in the dark because I did not have one with me, as well as Ryan, Alexis, and Brett, who I know we saw earlier on the live stream. Also wanted to pass people on. Jenny Chisholm's crew was down at the finish line when I was making my way here earlier today. So they asked me to pass on some information that is Steggy, Gasket, and Pizza Boy are their trail names, and they are their crewing for the Chisholm family.
Looks like we have one of our 125 runners. I believe that was Nick Smorelli.
I didn't quite get the bib number there.
Yeah, 330. Yeah, that's Nick. That's Nick Smorelli. And then next up we have Andrea White.
So it looks like Nick is 4th overall in the 125.
Yeah, and Andrea is going to be our first place female.
Wow.
In the Cocodona 125.
And that looks like Fort Tuthill Aid on our camera there. This is just walking into the aid station. You can see the big Squirrel's Nut Butter tent. And there's our static cam. So yeah, Squirrel's Nut Butter is sponsoring this aid station. There's sports therapy going on there. There is a sleep station. That is where I ran a couple days ago. I know a few people have done loops down there. I got blown away by the NAU women's team today when I was on my nice easy run. Just goodbye. But nice to see people out and running on this graduation weekend in Flagstaff.
That's cool. I didn't realize you got ran past by the NAU team.
Yeah, it's been an adventure the past couple of days for sure. I would also like to thank all the volunteers who were out there. We've got volunteers with cameras. We've got volunteers at the aid stations, volunteers set up, takedown, finish line, all that stuff. So, it does take an army to put on an event of this type. So we appreciate everyone who was out there. And, also being at the finish line off and on the past little bit, it was really cool to see the number of runners who are still around that have finished in the top of the 250 who were still there supporting. Rachel was out there cheering. Callie Vinson, DNF, but I saw her down there along with Scott Trayer, some John G athletes out there. Just great to see them coming together, see people out there cheering on everyone as we support the entire pack through these giant adventures from the Spines to the Pines in Arizona. Okay, so we had a noon cutoff for the 250 was in Sedona earlier today. It looks like the next cutoff that we have for the 250 is the Foxborough Ranch cutoff. So all runners need to be there by 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, looks like here we have Brian Chenezik at Trinity Heights Aid Station.
Yeah, and it looks like Bryce Brooks in the background too.
Yeah, sitting down in the chair.
Yeah, it looks so different in the daytime than it does when it's dark without a headlamp.
Yeah, it looks like he's taking a minute to kind of collect himself, get in the shade a little bit, maybe cool off just a little bit as it starts to heat up, and then get ready for that last little 3.9 mile push to the finish.
Yeah, then that's got a gain of 252 feet, but you drop 453. And there's a big chunk of the drop once you go past the hospital on the pavement. So,
yeah, and it's there's a couple bumps there, and they're just it's just steep enough that when you have 250 miles in your legs, you definitely want nothing to do with running up them. So.
Yeah, even that parking lot going into Trinity Heights, I was doing my best not to face plant as I was running ahead to get some nutrition. Yeah, the weather been a big story for the duration of this race. It's great to see sunny skies, hopefully dry out some of the mud. Hello, dude, waving in the background. We can see you. And yeah, hello, everybody out there. Climbing up the backside. Oh, yeah, we talked about earlier, climbing up the backside of Elden and then coming down the technical spot. That was a challenge. And looks like we are back to our runner cam as Kevin Goldberg is on his way into the finish. Still moving really well. Oh, dude, that's awesome.
A couple of Mexican spotted owls. Jamil's gonna love that. I think it's Steve. He's the owl guy. But Jamil too.
We have some endangered species on the course, folks.
Likewise.
Kevin's moving pretty good. They got their Mexican spotted owl masks on. We got lots of owls in the chat for you, Kevin. A lot of big Goldberg energy.
In owls now.
Yeah, and just there are a lot of people that have definitely got some sun over the past couple days. And even going up and over Elden, that's 9,000 feet. So, what time is it? to 2 o'clock Arizona time, so anyone who's climbed it definitely was exposed with the sunshine we're finally seeing here in Flagstaff on day 4, hour 81.
Yeah, love all the energy in Flagstaff for the Cocodona 250 runners. It's definitely a vibe in the city, in the town, and everyone kind of knows what's going on, and there's definitely a lot of the endurance community that come out and really show up to support the runners as they
Are we
make their
going
way
to dual live stream this? Yeah. Are you going to live stream
from
my
the
live stream?
spines to the pines.
Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to do a live stream, so we'll see if I don't know what Kevin Goldberg's Instagram is. Let's see if we can find that out.
Big owl energy. Love that.
And it was really cool as I was running in with different people just today, seeing all of the people that were kind of in their office. You know, you're seeing there's a lot of offices that people are going by, and there was people just walk out, you know, hear some cheering, walk out, cheer, and then walk right back into work. Lots of the local community here as well as out. Plus Pacers crew, friends, family, all that good stuff.
It's good to know it's not just the people tuning in from all over the world that are not getting any work done, but the locals in Flagstaff are also glued to the live stream.
Yeah,
One more left.
And now they're like even tourists walking around downtown Flag. What's going on here? Is there a race going on? Oh, that's cool. They started where? They're going how far? This is, oh my God, that sounds crazy. Had a few of those conversations earlier.
Awesome work, Kevin. Probably half a mile or probably less than half a mile to the finish now.
Yeah, getting very close to me. Yeah, I almost ran into that pole when I was ahead of Lindsay. I turned around just in time to not smash into that pole, so I'm very familiar with that.
Left down Birch.
Left on Birch. Here we go. I can hear them hooting.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him, Kevin.
And just a little bit further before he hooks that right turn into the finish. There's the blue John G. I don't know what you call that thing. Stanchion? Inflatable?
I'm going to go like this. Congratulations.
Lots of love for Kevin at the finish line. And there we have Kevin crossing the finish line, getting some hugs. Big smiles.
Nice job, Kevin. Oh my God.
Yeah, great to see all the support. And we got everybody else putting the mask on there.
Even the RD is next to
Steve. Yeah, get your photo taken. Congratulations on a buckle.
You got one of those guys again.
In the background.
Once again, make some noise and big congratulations to the finishers of the Cocodona.
Yeah, adventure awaits. What stories can these guys tell us after their adventure? It's an awesome mustache, too, for the pacer there. Yeah, I'll take a quick shout out for our sponsors. You can see in the background Speedland, Jonji, Catula. We've got Knack, Ultraspire, Tailwind, Satisfy. Got the Cameron Haynes Keep Hammering Cocodona shoes right here on the desk with us now. And just, lots of appreciation for everyone who puts this adventure today. Squirrel's Nut Butter, they definitely did a great aid station. Their product was definitely used, and we saw Chris Thornley doing his thing. So we've got a runner coming in here. Who might this be? And what bib is that? Was that 30? Can't quite see. We're at Fort Tuthill. Let's see if we can get a number here and give you an update on this runner. Again, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Adventure Lube. Oh, I see some longtime Aravaipa volunteers in the background there. Kudos to them. And that is Maya Detmer, Aravaipa Racing's own Maya Detmer. So, see, that is coming into the Fort Tuthill aid station. Fort Tut is at mile 214. So Maya's got a little over 40 miles to go. She will do this next section without a pacer, but she's been having a really good race. Her name was mentioned. I know she's got some great results kind of all over. And let's see where she is in the field overall, in the women's field right now. She looks like 11th, somewhere around 10th or 11th, possibly 9th. Looks like there's a few. Rachel and Kaylee are in or around that aid station as well as some last tracker pings. So Mai got a chance to get into the top 10. I know she also was a live stream commentator. Oh, hello, live stream guy. You can see this aid station starting to get busy. Got the drop bags in the corner there. All the variety of food out on the nice, I love the red and white checkerboard on the tablecloths. Feels very summery and very picnicky. So for your just long, decent 250-mile stroll, come and have a picnic every 5 to 15 miles. Get some snacks. The next section that runners will, anybody who's at this aid station right now, the next section that they're going to do, there will be some critical turns because the 125 and the 250 course deviate here. So paying attention to your navigation will be good. Lots of junctions for trails, lots of junctions for roads. So just pay attention. And you also get to go on the Arizona Trail for a little bit as you approach the Walnut Canyon aid station. I know that one looked super fun yesterday with all the deep mud and the giant puddles that we saw, and watching our leaders make their deviations to not get super muddy. I remember Dan had his groovy white socks on at that point going through the mud.
He managed to keep them pretty white, all things considered. They were looking pretty clean.
When we saw him, he was cleaner than I was, and I'd gone like 4 miles, 3 and a bit miles at that point. Kudos to him. Way to go, Dan. Congratulations on your victory. And quick rundown of our top 5 for the 250. Dan Green is your overall winner. Second place, Ryan Sands. Third, Edhar Ramirez. Rachel Entrekin in 4th and first female. Harry Subertis still managed a top 5 finish. He had a very fast time to start off. And it looks like Finn Melanson stuck into the top 5 for the males. And for females, Rachel, that was a finish last night. And then Lindsay Dwyer, that was just earlier today. Sarah Ostazooki just finished. And it looks like right now we've got, according to tracker pings, Shelby Farrell and Melissa Brown round out the top 5. So Shelby is somewhere in the vicinity of 10 to 12 miles out right now. So we could anticipate seeing her perhaps before sundown.
Yeah, and it looks like we got Ryan Coons and Cameron Haynes are just about to start that descent down Elden. And it's a spicy one, friends.
Mm-hmm.
A very technical descent to get into the last aid station, Trinity Heights.
And from the front of the pack to the back of the pack, we've currently, it looks like we've got John Kilburn, bib 134 from Texas, is at mile 1, well, probably somewhere around mile 167, 168 now. So looking at that next cutoff that we've got, just go back to that one. The next cutoff is Foxborough Ranch at 9 p.m. Foxborough Ranch is at mile 177. So John being at 166, he's got 11 miles and 7-ish hours, a little under 7. So we hope that he can keep going. Also towards the back, I had Eric McGee, Elizabeth Russ, Luke Miller, Joseph Haste. Yeah, so a few people out there. It looks like there may be some teaming up, getting close to that water station in between aid stations as they are coming into, is that Posse Grounds? Thank you to all 2,800 people who are here with us today at hour 81 of Cocodona coverage. Wow, thank you all for being here. We're at 1,000 likes for today. This is great to see everyone who's following along. I know there's been plenty of people that just have the TV going on in the background, jumping in and out here and there, so thank you for joining us. Looks like there might be some massage going on that table there, or some manual sports therapy for runners as they get into the Fort Tuthill aid station at mile 214. Taking a quick look at the Sedona Canyons 125. Looks like we had our female one finished, Andrea White. For the women's field and the rest of the one are in the 125. At the moment, we've got Brianna Boley in second. She looks to be somewhere around 3 miles out. Christine Almond is, what's that quick math? 7 and a bit out for the top 3. Kelly Ploss in 4th, and Shani Bozen in 5th. So those could be in the next few hours. See some finishes. 125 men, our top 3 being Nick Allen, Kevin Dye, and Cole Crosby. Congratulations to all of them. Nick Smirelli in 4th. We just saw that moments ago. How was your time with Dan yesterday when you were descending mountains and chasing things down?
I was really, as enjoyable as it could be, as he was still moving pretty good, and I had a 20-pound backpack on for the camera satellite, and I was having to work kind of hard to keep up with him. He definitely still had legs once we hit the flatter sections after Elden and after Trinity Heights, but I think the highlight for me is his crew met him kind of right before you get to the streets of Flagstaff, and there was just lots of hugs and fist bumps, and just the vibes were really high, and yeah, that crew, you could tell that they had all worked really hard together to make sure that Dan could have a special day.
Yeah, that was such a great thing. He did a fantastic job out there. Kept pushing, ran his own race, and that's that.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in, we don't have very many runners coming in yet to Flagstaff, so we're working on providing some content of the middle of the back of the pack. This is the Fort Tuttle aid station. This is the last aid to see crew for a little bit for our runners as they go through a 14-mile section without pacers. And this is definitely a place where we saw the front of the field really stop and take a solid reset before heading back out. And I imagine it's definitely the same for the middle and the back of the pack runners they're going to be coming throughout the, say the next 2 days.
Yeah, it looks like we have a few people in that aid station right now, in or around. It's got a sleep station, so there may be people. At least last year was one of the brown wooden doors, but I do not recall which one had stuff set up for sleeping. Had some pretty nice bathrooms. It's quite a nice facility out there, and some great trails in and around. Looks like what we've got on the tracker for some runners is Brock Everhart looks to be there, out of Ohio. Jason Midlock from Illinois. Joshua Kielman from Surprise, Arizona, in the 125, it looks like. Simon Gerard, Carlsbad, California.
Yeah,
Maya
shout out to
Detmer, who we
Simon.
just saw come in. And Justin Fall, Warrenton, Virginia. So a number of people there. And then this is our switch. So now we're at Foxborough Ranch. You can see them. Still got the aid station going, because that is looks like the next cutoff that we have for Foxborough Ranch is that 9 o'clock tonight. So got lots of food there. Volunteers are good to go, just waiting for runners to get in as they do. And let's take a look and try and grab some rough numbers of who still needs to get into that aid station at Foxborough. Okay, and while I do that, it looks like we have a chance to interview someone else at Munns Park. So maybe we can cut over to that real quick and find out who we are talking to at Munns Park. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. What's your name?
Bryant Shook, 166.
166. There you are.
Well, I gotta ask, where's the burger from, man? That's a solid box you got there in front of you.
It's it's from In-N-Out. My wife grabbed it from Flagstaff and drove it here for me.
Solid,
dude. That's awesome.
It is solid. It tastes amazing. So,
how you feeling out there, man? I know a lot of runners are dealing with a little bit more heat today than we have in the past, and the last couple of guys that we talked to at Munns were definitely taking a hard reset and trying to get ready for the next section.
Yeah, the heat actually hasn't really been too big of a factor for me. I was preparing for heat because I expected it to be hot, not cold. And so I'm just more, I guess I would say, tired from just kind of lack of sleep more than I am, heat.
Yeah, and what's been going well for you and what hasn't been going so well so far?
What's going well, aid stations, like transitions have been going, I think, pretty well. I've been following the sleep schedule that I wanted. Unfortunately, those first 2 days, not exactly the best, but yeah, like I would just say those first 2 days, weren't ideal and definitely set me back. I think I may have a stress fracture. So I'm just dealing with that, but yeah, just moving forward every step.
That's awesome. And congratulations on your finish last year. This is a question that we were doing a little bit yesterday when I was out in the field. Would you prefer a dry, hot Cocodona or a cloudy, wet Cocodona?
So when I saw the weather, I was excited, and now I would pick a hot Cocodona. Yeah, that trail down from Mingus was absolutely terrible. So yeah, last
no one
year
likes
I think
the
I
mud.
did. No, so I think I did that section last year in I think 5 hours, and this year it took me 8.5. So yeah, I guess I would take probably the dry heat over the wet mud.
Lisa Langdale in the chat wants us to ask you if the mud at Sufferfest helped you prepare for that descent off Mingus.
So it's hilarious that, so it's funny. I was upset a little bit at Sufferfest because it rained the entire time and it was super sloppy. And then the race ended up getting canceled. But then I told my wife, I was like, well, that was actually a blessing because that whole way down, was just sloppy. So it actually, I think, helped me mentally get through it a little better. So worth doing that race, even though it wasn't ideal. So yeah, funny. That's a good question.
Yeah. How did you like the Hangover edition this year?
Oh, I don't know if you want my opinion on the Hangover edition. Yeah, that section, I was not prepared for that. So I didn't look. I should have done some research, or I guess I should say I'm glad I didn't do any research. But yeah, definitely terrifying. Glad I did it in the dark. So I couldn't see how far down. That's all I'm going to say about that section.
All right.
Yeah, there will be conversations. Yeah, I'm through it.
Yeah, stories for another time. Well, you got through it. You're doing great. You look great from here. Anything you're looking forward to when you finish?
Yeah, my family's here. They have an Airbnb in Flagstaff, and so last year, like that, crossing that finish line, and having my family there was just very special, and so I'm looking forward to, I guess, kind of doing that again. Yeah.
Excellent. Anyone you'd like to shout out to on the chat, or who's out there maybe watching this?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to my coach, who it sounds like he just finished, Kevin Goldberg. Yeah, he knows, he does a lot for me and kind of gets me through this. So happy to see he finished. Sorry if I keep talking, I might cry, so I'm going to stop talking for a second.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, dude. You are crushing it, and we look forward to seeing you finish.
Well, Brian,
No
don't
worries.
sleep on those
Thanks,
French
guys.
fries, man. We'll let you get back to the In-N-Out.
No, I won't sleep on the French fries, just at Fort Hill. So, thanks, guys.
All right, ready on. Hangover. Challenging trail.
Yeah, that's been kind of the consensus too, especially since most of those runners likely did it in the dark, in the rain.
Yeah.
Adding
not so much
extra
fun.
spice to it.
Not so much fun.
Yeah, here we have the drone shot in Buffalo Park. And I'm assuming this is Brian Janezik.
Yeah, and it looks like Brian, it's his 5th time running Cocodona. Wow. His longest previous distance was 250 miles, and he was looking forward to the climb out of Sedona. So I would love to get his thoughts on the Hangover trail. And then we're back up to our John G. Skycam now in Buffalo Park. And you can really see the mountains in the background and the vertical relief there. Definitely get some vert in going up and over. And you can even kind of make out the radio towers and the fire lookout at the top of Elden to the top of the frame there. So just a little idea of the scale. And it's not easy to the end, friends. It is a challenge to get up and over that. Brian looks to be moving pretty good. He's on pace for a great finish.
Yeah, I'm just getting it done. Yeah, the view, you can kind of see it from the drone for sure as it kind of panned around, but the views from Buffalo Park when you're running up there are just spectacular as you get kind of this 360 view of the park, and then the 180-degree view of the surrounding mountains. It's a really kind of amazing way to kind of finish off the race and bring the runners down into the streets of Flagstaff.
Yeah, the nice part about that is it's easy to navigate in the dark without a headlamp, I thought last night. Oh, now where are we here? Fort Todd Hill. Who have we got? Bib number 72, Emily Flynn. Yeah, got the nice Arabica Cocodona sun hoodie on. That's awesome.
Yeah, it looks like she's doing some last. Oh,
yeah,
handing out stickers.
Handing out stickers. Wow. Thank you, whoever's got the camera on. She is a wife and a mom to 2 amazing boys who lives in Roxylvania.
Shout out to Roxylvania.
Roxylvania, yeah. She so it turns out she came to crew, pace, and volunteer in 2023 and accidentally fell in love. So the 125 last year was a big deal for her, and now here she is in the 250 leaving Fort Todd. Great to see that. And I think this is really cool. One of her whys is to show her 2 boys that we should all work towards big, scary goals to see what's possible. And she looks to be moving great as she comes into Fort Todd. Maybe we'll get is that Squirrels Chris? No, not him right there.
Yeah, love how she's got stickers with little messages on the back from people that she's handing out on the course. And shout out to Roxylvania. I'll be out in Roxylvania in 5 short weeks to run Laurel Highlands. And that is for all of you Beast Coasters or anyone looking for an iconic ultra with amazing old school vibes. Put that one on the bucket list.
Yeah, you pumped for that? Prepared for that? Got some good vert and technical training yesterday. Big question: are you going to go do that again today? Are you going to go back up Elden?
Oh, those views. Big shout out to the John G Skycam. And maybe we should take a minute and run down the sponsors for the live stream. Shout outs to Speedland, John G, Knack, Ultraspire, Tailwind, Catula. I kind of mess that one up every time. Catula, Squirrel Nuts Butter, and Satisfy for providing everyone here the amazing coverage that we've been able to bring over the last 4 days, 81 hours, 26 minutes, and 17 seconds to be exact. And we couldn't do it without them. I was also want to give a shout out to Cooperative Coffee Roasters out of Asheville, North Carolina. They provided the live stream with like 15 pounds of beans so that we could stay heavily caffeinated throughout the week. So I want to give a big shout out to them. And look at this view as we come around and see the snow-capped Humphreys in the background, and that 360 view as Brian comes, trotting along through Buffalo Park.
Yeah. Now, did you, in your adventure yesterday, did you get up into the snow?
I missed all the snow. I saw one little patch on Elden.
Yeah. You missed the super fun part, dude. That was the part we hit towards the top of the long ascent from, I think it's the north. Kind of, you go from the east and then around the north, come to the top, and then south down the Elden Lookout Trail. First we got the mud, First it was wet, and then we got the mud, then we got the sticky mud, and then it was granular snow. So I'm not sure. I don't know what showed up on the cam because I had it in my hand and couldn't see it, but I was picking it up. It looked and felt just like a snow cone, but there was a good inch of it as we were making our way up and over that. So it seems like some of that will be melted off as the main packer runners for the 250 come through and go up and over that nice climb. But, it is beautiful to see those snow-capped peaks here in Arizona. That's 12.6 is the elevation of Humphreys up there, highest point in Arizona. So getting some majestic views and that clear blue sky, which is great to see, lifts the spirits, and also now becomes a factor with getting baked in the sun wherever you are.
Yeah, I think the average temperature over the last 2 days as far as a high was in the low 50s, and now it's up to 65 degrees. While that doesn't seem hot in the sun, especially at 7,000 feet, the exposure is real. And here we have Brian making his way through Buffalo Park, and then this is where he's going to take that slight downhill section into the streets of Flagstaff. And for anyone watching, this is bib number 148, Brian Janezik, making his way to the finish of the Cocodona 250, just getting off of Buffalo Park.
And he's still moving good too, just steady and methodical. It's neat for me to see this in the daylight. Trying not to smash my face in as I ran down it last night. So as we're watching Brian here, it looks like the next few people that are showing up on the tracker: Ryan Coons, Cameron Haynes, bib number 13, Dante Dugan, and Shelby Farrell. So doing a quick check on that, Shelby is currently our 4th place female in the 250. And at the moment, let's go, as of the last trackers that I currently see, looks like she's about just over a mile and a half ahead of Melissa Brown from Washington.
And here we have Brian Janezik coming down that last dirt descent into the streets of Flagstaff. At this point, he's run 254 miles. Probably has about 2 to go.
Yeah, I thought that was quite a nice section. I had relatively fresh legs. I do have flesh on my legs as well. Then you're also seeing how well these trails are used in Flag. There's a lot of people out and about. We saw all the cars as Brian ran through the trailhead there at Buffalo Park. It is Thursday afternoon here, and it's also NAU graduation coming up this weekend. So definitely getting busy in town. There's some balloons and all kinds of stuff as I made my way up to the studio today. But, hoping that brings some good vibes and cheering as our runners come through. It was nice to see all the honks and waves and people coming out, not just for the first finishers, but, there'll be people out there till the end.
Yeah, and for people wondering about the back of the pack, right now running in DFL is bib number 222, Eric McGee, followed by bib 291, Robert Campbell, bib 292, Joseph Haste. Wow, that's a nice last name for being in the back of the pack.
Yeah.
Another shout out to bib number 302, Tiana Carmona, and 213, Elizabeth Russ. These would be kind of your back 5 as they are making their way to, and I'm trying to find the next aid station on the map.
Where are we here. That is what we've got on the screen now. Is Troy does that. We got bib 567 coming into Fort Tuthill in the glorious sunshine with Humphreys right beside our runner's head. 567 is Cole Scott from California.
Yeah, and I believe those back the pack runners have the water station. That's before the Foxborough Ranch aid station. Yeah, you can see this runner coming into Fort Tuttle. Looks like he's definitely ready for a little bit of a rest to get ready for that next section.
Yeah, as we're watch this, we'll watch Cole go through the arch, and then it looks like we got some more interviews in the field. These are fun. I like talking to people in the middle of their race.
Yeah, we're going to cut to the Wildcat aid station so we can interview the aid station captains here in just a minute.
Right, you gotta smile.
Hello,
All
friends.
right. Julian? Can you guys hear us?
What? We don't hear anything.
Can't hear anything? Hello? Do we have audio out there?
We can hear you, but you cannot hear us.
Okay, we will restart with that technical difficulty. We're back to the finish line. You can see all the sunshine in downtown Flagstaff and Heritage Square there. That Diablo Burger joint was hopping when I was there earlier. I could not believe how many people were there.
Yeah, they say the burgers are pretty good at Diablo.
Okay, I might have to give them a try later on tonight. Can do a comparison here.
Yeah, that spot is on my list for a meal before I take the mics again tonight at 11 p.m. to take us through the witching hour to 5 a.m.
Into the morning. All right, we'll do a quick shout out to our sponsors. You can see John G has the inflatables there. I know there were a bunch of John G people. That was really cool to see. I saw Jeff Garmeyer go by earlier, and Scott Traer, Callie Vinson, Kyla Mayer. I'm not positive on the pronunciation. I did see her out there as well. We got Ultraspire, Squirrels, Nut Butter, Speedland, Knack, Tailwind, Catula, and Satisfy.
Yeah, I love the devil burger emoji in the chat. I guess people are confirming that Diablo's is in fact fire. So we'll definitely have to put that one on the list, Greg, as a place to grab a bite.
Check out. Now, have you checked out their menu? Should I look at their menu? I feel like I'm going to keep it as a surprise. That is my strategy for aid stations. I don't really want to know what's going to be there. I'll just see what looks tasty when I get there. So I'm excited to see local grass-fed, open-range, raised, free from antibiotics and growth hormones burgers.
Well, I will just assume that there's burgers on the menu, so excited for that.
All right, we are going to go back to Wildcat and see who we can chat with, who's out there. Dudes, can you hear us?
Yeah, we're right here. I'm John, and this is Julian. Julian is the brains and heart behind all the Pete's Meats that we're serving out here this week. It's awesome.
That is great. And how much Pete's Meats have you cooked so far?
So I cooked a bunch of sausage and got it ready to bring up here. Pete's popped in a few times to bring up what he's cooked. What we brought out today and served is brisket and mac and cheese, and we've got pulled pork that we're going to be handing out next.
Let's go.
Wow, I was going to say, Julian, thank you for the burger during Hobland. It's Greggy, so thank you for saving my butt at Jackass with a burger this year. I kind of want to go up there and get some food now.
Hey, I'll share with you. So the brisket, outstanding. The mac and cheese was super delicious. And some people were looking for some to go. So we started doing these combined brisket and mac and cheese wraps. And all of a sudden it was like that secret item on the In-N-Out burger thing. All of a sudden everybody knew exactly what we were doing, and everybody's coming up asking for the mac and cheese and brisket wraps. It was great, and it was delicious. The mac and cheese is wonderful, and we probably had a dozen people go out of here on their way up Mount Elden to they'll be eating Pete's Meats at the top of the mountain anyway this year.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it sounds like the wrap to go is the perfect in-hand food for that summit of Mount Elden.
Wow, I wish I had one yesterday.
It's just it's been delicious out here. Literally, I can't say enough for the race organizers and Hannah and Steve and their the food that we have is just top quality, really good stuff. We have a whole selection, burgers, and we're making wraps. We have an assortment of spring rolls and quesadillas, and I will tell you, people are just loving it. And the runners at mile 237, they are very appreciative of it, as well as their crew. So it's been a great time, and we've really enjoyed working with all the runners, just the top athletes in the world, and people doing an epic journey. It's been great.
And I'll add that we'll have, for barbecue, we'll have sausage wraps with barbecue sauce to go or on hand to give you now. We have pulled pork right now. I think we'll have brisket, and we'll have chicken and steak tomorrow to feed you or to send you with you up Elden. And ready to go.
Wow, that's great. And what would you estimate about how many people, runners that are coming through, are taking something? Is like 50%, 75%? Everybody?
You broke up a little bit there.
Yeah, you're breaking
I'm
up.
just asking,
a tad.
what's a rough
Coming in
estimate of the
to us.
percentage of people that are grabbing something from you guys before they make the climb up Elden?
Didn't get it.
Yeah, we didn't get that, but we just want to give a shout out to all the runners that have come in. I can tell you the crews are the heart of so much of what goes on here. Obviously the volunteers, but here we've appreciated our team immensely, and we can't say enough for the support of the people that are putting on this race. Just it's been outstanding, and it's a race that you want to not only come back and do, but you want to come back and volunteer here. You get treated pretty well.
Well, guys, yeah, thanks a lot for all the work that you do, helping to feed the runners, and keep up the good work.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Great, thank you. We'll see you.
Here we have our static cam back at Trinity Heights. I know the next runners that we're expecting in to Trinity Heights, I believe, is going to be Cameron Haynes, and there was an individual he was running with. Yes, Ryan Kuntz. I don't think it'll be some time before they get there, as they're still on that Elden descent. But from this aid station, this is the last aid station before you get to Flagstaff. It's about 3.9 miles from here to the finish.
Yep, nice and runnable if you're still at the point of running. And if not, that's okay too. Seeing the beautiful sunshine in Flag, and it feels hot here now. Possibly because it was cool and a little dreary over the past few days, but that's sunshine at 7,000 feet. And then when you're running around up here, I was definitely sweating earlier. I'd like to thank all our volunteers out there at Trinity Heights as well. I know Aid Station Captain Jan is there. And who did we meet last night? Shout out to Brett, Alexis, Jan, and Ryan, as well as Sarah Teeter, who had the live stream cam. And a shout out to Sarah's sister Rachel for getting her into ultra running. So thank you for being part of the journey.
Yeah, and then Travis Wilson has a question in the chat. Do these athletes just sleep on the trail? Probably a little bit, and then there's sleep stations kind of spaced out throughout the trail, throughout the route, at different aid stations. And then a lot of runners do have crews with either minivans, larger SUVs, or vehicles you could put a bed in when you lay down the seats, and then lots of runners actually have like camper vans with full bed setups. So yeah, I mean, if you get tired out there on the trails, sometimes you just have to lay down and take a little bit of a dirt nap for a couple minutes and get back up and continue on. And then I think every runner at least has, even at the front, I think there was only one runner that didn't sleep. Eder Ramirez reportedly did not sleep a wink. And then, but every other runner that we watched at the front definitely took, a 20-minute, 25-minute nap in their vehicle during the event.
Yeah, and we had the Fort Todd Hill cam up, and that looked like local Phoenix, Arizona, and Aravaipa fixture Megan Slavin in the red Solomon vest that just walked by. So shout out to her for being part of this event. I know from texts back and forth to her, this was something she was going to do. She is a local crusher, so good luck to her. And she does physical therapy, so helped out a lot of runners who are there, because I would imagine there'll be some very busy physical therapists in some spots of the country over the next few days. You can see in the background there's some manual therapy going on at this exact instant. Looks like we've got a runner under the blanket getting some work done. Super grateful for those volunteers who are out here just giving back to the community and making sure, we are here to help you get to the finish line. It's great to see all these amenities, all the food, and just the supportive energy of people at the aid stations. It really can make all the difference between having a DNF or just continuing on, as, seeing a brighter, bubbly aid station volunteer, smiling face, get some cheers.
Yeah, and for those of you just joining in or looking for an update on the runners at the front of the field, in the women's race, we had Rachel Entrikin, first place finisher, Lindsay Dwyer second place, Sarah O rounding out the podium in third, and we're expecting Shelby Farrell as well as Melissa Brown in the coming hours. I think they're still working on getting up Elden. And then for the men's race, first place finisher Dan Green, followed by Ryan Sands in second, Eder Ramirez rounding out the podium in third, Harry Subertas came in fourth, and Finn Melanson in fifth.
And for all of our foodies out there, I was down at the finish line a couple times today already. I'm sure I'll be there at least one more time today, if not more. But we got some food updates for you from aid station lead Hannah, as well as Patty Curry was down there when I was last seen down there. So if y'all have seen those big tote bins, kind of Rubbermaid style, I don't know what brand they're, but the black and yellow ones, there's some around 50 liters. There are 214 of those black and yellow bins that are just for food or food cooking supplies. So none of the tables and anything else. That's 214 bins of food and foodstuff accessories for this race. Some numbers that I have that I was able to get in the little quick conversation we had. There are 79 sleeves of hamburgers out there and 71 sleeves of vegan burgers. Aravaipa does a great job of honoring and catering to any dietary issues you might have. So if you need some, just ask at any aid station. There were 60. Okay, now this is, when was I down there? This was around 10:30. So as of 10:30 today, there were 61 lasagnas, 53 of which had been eaten. So that leaves 8, which may or may not have been consumed yet. We will see. I'm not sure how I'm getting an update on that, because I'm sure they're spread around the course, but that's a lot.
Yep, I know not every aid station had lasagna, so hopefully there's still enough lasagna for everyone out there on the course.
Yeah, we had, there's 10 cases of eggs, but each case of eggs has 15 cartons. So someone did the math for me, because my brain is definitely not math functional at the moment, and that was around 1,800 eggs. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Good golly. And then for all of our Costco fans who are out there were 69 Costco packs of bacon. So that is 4 times 69. A little under 280, like 266. 276. Thank you. Thank you, Jordan. We got Jordan and Trevor here with us. Thank you guys for all that you do. And we also like to thank anyone who's out there. We got drone pilots. We got aid station volunteers. Aid station volunteers with cameras.
Camera operators. Yeah, lots and lots of people are putting this endeavor on. So thank you all for your time, energy, and support and good vibes. Doing our best to keep you entertained here. Greggy Varrigan and my co-host. My name is Troy Meadows.
And thank you for joining us on this beautiful Thursday here in Flagstaff, Arizona, where the sun is shining. Trying to get a current feels like temperature, but it felt warm. 67 right now.
In Flagstaff, Arizona.
Yeah, and looks like a little warmer tomorrow, and a little warmer overnight tomorrow too. Oh, we've got someone coming in. Wait, that is not Zach in the background there. Just a guy with a cool beard. It does not look like that's a runner. It looks like some crew. Getting an orientation to what's happening and where. And, this 250 miles, this is a journey. What's really cool is that there are photographers who've been all around the course. I know Howie Stern is out there. Scott Rokas was at the finish line when I was there. Anastasia Wild is somewhere. So at some point after the race, those photos that they've got, I presume there'll be some type of announcement. Race photos are ready, and you can go and check those out, support those guys.
Yeah, and this is the Fort Tuthill aid station. Runners can only do this section without a pacer. So this is a pacerless section. It's about a 14-mile section. And this has been a place where we've seen everywhere from the front of the pack to the middle of the pack take some time to reset and kind of get prepared for that last real push to Flagstaff, as this is the section of the course that kind of, I guess it dog leg rights outside of town, and then up and around, up over Elden, and then back around into the streets of Flagstaff from the north side, descending north to south into the city.
Yeah, that nice downhill just past the hospital, and then that left turn, and then 2 blocks, and then a right turn, and you're at the finish line.
Yeah, and we're as far as finishers go, we're waiting for Cam Haynes, who's still on the descent down Elden. It looks like he's working with. Excuse me. Thank you, Ryan Coons. They've been running together for quite a bit, and they're about 3.5 miles outside of the Trinity Heights aid station. Yeah, and I can attest to the technicality and spiciness of that descent. It's difficult on fresh legs, so I can only imagine what it's like for these runners with 250 plus miles on their legs. It's definitely not the kind of descent that you run down fast, even when you're fresh. And yeah, we've definitely seen some individuals and some runners take their time coming down the Elden descent. It's extremely technical. There's some places with a bit of exposure where, if you make a mistake, let's just say you don't want to make a mistake.
Don't make a mistake.
And lots of big rocks that you have to navigate coming down that descent.
Yeah. Hey, if you're with us just a few minutes ago, it was Brian that we talked to out at Munns Park, Sedona. We talked to someone in the field. Anyways, I wanted to give a weather update because the next... Oh, looks like we got a finisher coming in here. Let's see if we can grab a bib number. This is Brian on his finish. Brian Janezik. Congratulations to Brian. Yeah, so 81 hours, 51 minutes something. Oh, there's photographer Scott Rokas right in the middle of the frame. Great job, Scott. You can see the sun is shining out there. But yeah, for our back of the pack runners, currently in Sedona it is 80. So yeah, that's definitely going to be toasty on those exposed sections for everything. So we hope that everyone can stay hydrated and just keep moving along, because that cutoff at Foxborough Ranch is mile 177.5. And it is a no pacer section beyond that. So take a look and see who we've got just ahead of that. Now, where am I? Shout out to some of our runners near the back. We got Eric McGee, bib 222. Joseph Haste, bib 292. John Kilburn, bib 134. Robbie Cheney, bib 293. Tanya Carmona, bib 302. Elizabeth Russ, bib 213. Luke Miller, 290. Wade, refreshing. Wade White, I think it was 287. Hang tight when my computer does its thing. Oh, they've all moved. All right. Yeah, Luke Miller we got. Tanya Carmona we got. Wade White, 287. Aylin Davis, bib 206. She's a deaf runner who's out there, and I've been informed there's a reel about her on the Instagram. So if you check out Cocodona or Air Viper Running, that probably will be out there by now. And then Brett Knott, currently at mile 169. So that next cutoff that our runners are going for is at 9 p.m. tonight at Foxborough Ranch, and that's at mile 177.5. So those names I just gave you are in the 167 plus range. So 10 miles in 5 hours? Seems doable.
Yeah, and a shout out to Brian. He is. We didn't realize this, but he's our second legacy finisher, with his 5th finish here at the Cocodona 250. Great job, Brian Janezik. All right, friends, we're going to cut to another interview of one of our middle of the pack runners at Munns.
Hello, those are sweet shades.
Hi, how is everybody out there? Anthony Serta, bib number 109, way out here from the Jersey Shore, Toms River area.
Sweet. Yeah, Anthony, how have things been out there for you?
Been incredible. It's been a giant party. A lot of laughs, a lot of smiles, a lot of encouragement. And, the best part of this is just being able to cheer everyone on and encourage everybody as you're running, That's been the best part.
Yeah, that's awesome. Tell us a little bit about Team Semper Fi.
Team Semper Fi is actually an incredible station. It's a military station for disabled veterans, and they've done so much for me. My guy's helping me with crew. He's also part of Team Semper Fi, and it's really incredible how they encourage service members to go out of their comfort zone and try different things, and they do so many different things to support us along the way, where it's really incredible. It's really opened up the doors for me to do so many different things, and then I've met so many other veterans, and it's really just a great community,
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm just checking out. You got a fastest known time. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, I set that along with my buddy Rob back for this past October. We ran from the southern part of New Jersey, the Lighthouse, all the way up to High Point. And then that wasn't far enough, so we went into New York. But the FKT was only from the lighthouse to the monument. And we did that self-supported. And I believe it was like 211 miles in hours. A couple nights of like camping out on the side of the road, using convenience stores to fuel our run, and tons of memories. And he's actually out here running right now. He's a few miles out from being at this aid station, and it's been incredible.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Now, you're in Munns Park, so I know Hangover Trail, there were a lot of people that had some questions with that. How was Hangover for you?
Usually hangovers start at the nighttime, and this was no different. I started at 2 a.m. last night, left aid station at 2 a.m., got there, and it was dark. It was cool, though, because the stars, man, we had a clear. The stars were incredible. I actually had a camping pad that I laid down for a little bit, let my shooting star, saw the it was super cool. And then I was there for the sunrise and that first light. It couldn't have gotten any better, you know? It was super cool. And, you know, I'm just super grateful because I'm from New Jersey. We don't have anything remotely close to that. So I'll take Hangover Trail, middle of the night, guys. It was really cool. And then features that were around there were just unique. And it just adds to the whole experience of what Cocodona is. Like, I've been watching Cocodona for the past few years on YouTube, and y'all do such a great job with the media and everything. And YouTube, I like had FOMO, and I was like, I can't miss out. And it did not disappoint, you know? So I'm just like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, dude, you look stoked right now. Congratulations for making it so far.
Thanks, man. What's there not to be stoked about? Everything is good, you know?
Yeah. Anything in particular you're looking for over these next sections or when you finish?
I'm looking for, to be honest with you, I'm really to encouraging some other, like that gift, you know, is just to be encouraging to others. So encourage others and lift people. I get like feedback from that. So I'm just looking forward to like making some connections, laughing, you know, like that's going to be awesome. That's going to be the gravy on top, you know?
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. Well, anyone you want to give a shout out to? I know your buddy's out there. Looks like you guys, did you start together with him?
Yeah, I started together with two of my friends from New Jersey guys. My buddy TJ is out there. My buddy out there, but huge shout out to my boy Chad. He's part of Team Semper Fi. He's out here crowing. He came out from Colorado, and a huge shout out to my wife. I could not do this without her. We had a little meltdown. I don't know if I should say this, but we had a little meltdown right before I left. And the end of any training cycle is tough. And we were able to have restoration, and she's out here. She flew out today, and without her, so you gotta have a system. And I love my wife, and I couldn't do it without her. So, and most important, Jesus Christ, he is the best. Can't do anything without him. So that's the top dog right there.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us today. We really appreciate it. We hope to see your big smile as you cross the finish line. Not so far away anymore.
No, I think it's like 100K to go. Light work.
Yeah, you're making it.
Thanks for keeping the stoke alive out there, brother.
Absolutely, man. I'll see you guys at the finish. Thank you so much, guys.
Hey, you're welcome. Thank you. All right, so we are back. Hey, I'm on camera. You can see my cool shirt that brought out the sun.
Hey, friends, we're gonna cut to an ad and do a stream swap. This is also the end of my shift today. I'll be back again at 11 p.m. to bring everyone through the witching hour. My name is Troy Meadows, host of the Mid-Packer Pod. This is
Greggy Varigan.
Yeah, and big shout-outs to Aravaipa and the Mountain Outpost for bringing this amazing live coverage of the Cocodona 250.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing. Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate, made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. RunSpeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners. If legit